Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. You're not
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Running wild out of my mind.
Count that big slam.
Double kill towards the three. The team is take him down. They don't have the damage. SBT duo. 이거 쏘 guy.
Welcome to the WCS Philippines. It is week 4, guys. Wow, time really does fly because we're drawing closer and closer to the playoffs, and it is crunch time for these teams, and it is their time to close the gap between rivals and rake those points in. Mika Fabs once again leading the panel desk together with Autolus and Crazy Apple. It is the Auto Apple combination today. It's the Brian and Brian connection, actually.
Oh yeah,
It's Brian and
Why
Brian.
not?
You guys should make a band. Brian. Yeah. You guys
Brian.
Okay.
BNB. So it has a ring to it, BNB.
Yeah. You could. How are you guys feeling, especially now that we are down to our second to the last week for the regular season? Crazy Apple, I know indeed it has been crazy. Your names, you're pretty much this season. Your name really does fit in.
Yeah, my name fits with it, just being a crazy couple of weeks. If week 2 we saw a lot of upsets, week 3 we saw a lot of teams, especially I think FLA was kind of, I feel, very much exposed coming from that week. So very excited to see coming into week 4 if we're gonna see more teams getting exposed because the league just seems so close at this point.
Yeah, indeed. Autolus, any thoughts to start us off?
Redemption week was what I really thought of for last week, mainly because one, we have the only undefeated team being Oasis Gaming. Remember that during week number 2, they ended that weekend 0-3, but they just redeemed themselves so fast and so strong, having that very, very clean 3-0. And who would forget the 2-1 win by Team Secret over UDG? That's also a redemption by itself. So last week was all about redeeming themselves, getting back on track, and this week, as you said it, Mika, we're very near the finish line. So they have to really put the pedal to the metal.
Indeed, and let's actually go through the highlights from last week. And we do know indeed that there are a lot of revelations. Not the best week for predictions as I take it. So hopefully this week is better. You guys know what's up, of course, if we do miss those predictions in. But guess what? This time around, there might be a little something in it for you guys as well. Yes, indeed. But again, going back to all these matches and all these teams, Crazy Apple, surely things by this time, it's week number 4, surely they have stabilized, right?
Well, as much as we think things have stabilized, it still seems like the teams are quite figuring each other out at this point. We see, as Autolus mentioned, Team Secret having more of a redemption arc from week 2. We were kind of losing faith a bit to Team Secret. I know for you, Mika, you were kind of.
I will never lose faith again. I'm done.
that one time they proved you wrong, and again, come week 3, they proved a lot of the doubters wrong. And I do hope that coming here in this week, they're still gonna continue that. And I think in terms of these teams really figuring each other out, it's just gonna be super close at this point. All games are gonna matter for all of these teams.
Yes, and I also love the Shyvana pick over and over. I mean, twice in a row, it got picked by Grindsky. Don't worry, I already have my order sent to Coach Rek.
Requests, yeah.
I'm requesting for the Dr. Mundo. We talked about this yesterday, so we'll see if it will show up in the draft by GS over the weekend. But one champion I would like to highlight, of course, we did this during the PPGL cooldown with Osiris, and this was actually your idea, Mika. I have a champion of the week, and I also have a champion of the week, or I should call the not so strong champion. Exactly.
Champion of the week. Okay. Nice.
The champion of the week for last week during week number 3 was actually Camille. It was picked 10 times, and it won 8 games. So 80% win rate
Wow.
on Lady Longlegs. So that's actually something that we have to carefully look at in week number 4. If it will be left open once again, remember, it was banned. It was the most banned champion. And I believed in the Philippines, we have so many good Camille players. The champion of the week, however, is the Lux. 7 times picked, 1 win only. So that's actually something that we also have to consider. Do they have to go for another replacement for our APCs in the Lux? Because so far, it's not working.
Interesting stuff indeed. We will definitely take note of those as we start with our series. But first off, of course, thank you so much to all of the people making this event possible, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our favorite mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And you can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs of data for all sites, and only all net text. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. Crazy Apple, who also we have backing us up.
Yeah, and lastly, and of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. So thank you for that. Thank you for, supervising this tournament for us, Gabby.
And guys, we did mention earlier that if you join us in some of our predictions, there could be something in it for you. And guess what? You could get the chance to win a Timo or a Pengu pop socket. I just realized today, I learned, by the way, what a pop socket is. It's that little thing that you put at the back of your phones, to position it in other ways. I didn't know that. Today I learned that's what it's actually called. If you want that, all you have to do is guess the winning team of our featured matches, predict the score, and comment on our post in the WCS page and the WCSPH page rather, with your most creative answers, along with the hashtag WCSPH. All right, so that's predicting the score, and let us know why you think that way, your most creative way. Comment on the post on the WCSPH page and use the hashtag WCSPH. The top 5, the best entries, will receive a Timo or Pengu pop socket of your choice. Winners will be announced at the end of the broadcast week, so stay tuned. So our featured match for today is Sunsparks versus RRQ. So let us know what you think, who you think is going to win that match, and why. Don't forget the score as well, and the hashtag WCSPH. I hope we can join that. I mean, we only get punished here. We don't get
I
rewarded,
already
unfortunately.
submitted my answer, actually. I went to the page. I forgot to put in the score, but I already guessed a winner for that. And my caption was, I already went to church. And I feel my redemption week. Let's go.
The real redemption, of course, for Otterloos. Now, of course, our tournament format, once again, if you guys haven't forgotten, of course, again, we are so close to our playoffs, which will be happening on April 1, which will be beginning on April 1, all the way to April 10. So be sure to save dates to find out who will take home the crown in the WCSPH. It's going to be really exciting indeed. And don't forget, we also have a prize pool of $160,000 US. That converts roughly, as of today, to a little over 8 million pesos, I believe. Well, we know it changes, but there's probably more than enough wiggle room there. That is 8 million pesos of our WCSPH prize pool. And our standings, of course, Crazy Apple, I wanted to ask you about this because our standings, so far, I mean, it looks like it's pretty much set, right? And I know that we're watching the 6th and the 7th place very, very closely. But right now, the gap is, it's quite sizable. RRQ, I don't think they should be too worried at the moment.
Well, at the same time, I think at least for our first game today, as you mentioned, RRQ, it's going to be against Sunsparks. If you look at the standings, they do have a sizable difference, but overall, from I think 6th to the first place, it's not that far, especially looking at That's the second place, like the fight between there. It's Fennel and Grindsky currently tied for second place, while Oasis and Team Secret are just one series away. That's really that's really cutting it close. And I think as the season has gone on, the rankings are kind of going to where we kind of said it in terms of the power rankings. It's just that right now these teams are really, I would say, neck to neck in the scoreline.
And of course, we also have our match schedule for the day. And Autolus, we did of course mention that our featured match is RRQ versus Sunsparks. But first up, we were talking about how it's always fun to see Fennel Adversity and Oasis Gaming. We also have Underground versus Grindsky and Cerebrum versus Team Secret. But I'm curious which match you're looking forward to the most.
For me, it will be FLA versus Oasis. For the first match will really tell if FLA is already over their arch nemesis or their, I would say, contrapelo in Oasis, because Oasis always has the number of FLA for some reason. Even going back into the previous tournaments, FLA just could not find a win against Oasis. 0-3, 0-2, and for this week, I'm curious to see what version of FLA will show up, because again, I was very critical of them the last time out, that they weren't really playing their style against Oasis, and Oasis just capitalized and pounced on the mistakes of FLA. So my favorite matchup to watch is going to be the first series.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there for sure, and we're gonna have more time to dig into that rivalry a little bit more. And by the way, if you guys are wondering why Autolus sounds a little bit, like he has like a little bit more of the bedroom, the just woke up kind of voice. Of course, I think you have to tune into PPGL Cooldown to find out what exactly that was, because I believe our Pulveron challenge from last week was carried on over there. So actually, if you want to see Osiris give quite a memorable intro, do backtrack a little bit and check out the PPGL Cooldown from this week. That was our.
We had a
week, right?
very fun guest. That was Kits, who shout out to the cosplaying community. Mika, you are a cosplayer yourself, so
yes,
indeed. A cosplaying guest.
It was a great interview, by the way. I love it, and of course I do miss the cosplay com as well. Ever since Wildrift, of course, I've been inspired to. I've been looking at a few of the champions, so we'll see. I'm not rushing too much, but. Anyway, going back into the series, going back into our first match of the day, which will be between the big rivals over here at the WCSPH, Fennel Adversity versus Oasis Gaming. Now, Crazy Apple, as Autolus mentioned a while ago, these two teams, you gotta love the rivalry. Gotta love the rivalry here, especially since the community has really seen both of these teams grow so much.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of history between these two teams. But as we go into talking about their history, as Autolus mentioned, Fennel has, I think, traditionally has been losing a lot to Oasis Gaming. Even here in their first round robin, it was a clean 2-0. They looked like Oasis Gaming had their number, and I do believe we are gonna see Fennel Adversity today maybe change things up, because it's gonna be really hard, I think, at least for Fennel Adversity to really get their tempo against Oasis Gaming.
And that's a big question, right? That's a big question because, like Autolus, as you mentioned, Oasis Gaming, they always have Fennel Adversity's number. This rivalry has been ongoing, with these two teams. Do you think it's a day? Do you think it's a day that Fennel Adversity can, learn from their mistakes and, turn it back on Oasis Gaming?
I mean, if you're going to ask for my prediction, I am predicting Oasis, so that's me being ahead of my time here. But basically, if Fennel Adversity wants to win this matchup against Oasis, they have to play their style, and I believe having Danny to go for marksman really is going to be the key ingredient in order for them to go toe to toe against Oasis. I believe that Danny right now is he's my number one dragon laner on the marksman, and although he's very effective on mages as well, it still gives me chills to think about the mechanics of this guy. And I believe if they're going to take away the Gragas, it has to be at the hands of Arise. rather than Doming. I think, Arise is a very good Gragas player for them to give the Gragas over to Doming. And this is a player I would like to highlight as well. Doming against Renzi has been having troubles so far. But if you look at the KDA, it's very consistent, 7.55 for the KDA. And you are looking at the champions, Camille, Graves, Olaf. I love to see more Olaf from these guys, because if there's one team that can really work the Olaf formula, it is Fennel Adversity. So we'll see if they can check those checklists that they would need to check in order for them to checkmate Oasis.
Love the wordplay. Love the wordplay there. And of course, we are highlighting Doming over here. And today, actually, you guys might notice that sometimes we have our little themes running here for our highlighted players. And today, it is going to be a Rumble in the Jungle. Although backstage, we do have a different name for it. I don't know if we can share it quite yet. Maybe we'll share it later on in the post show. But it is going to be, yes, the Rumble in the Jungle. It is the spotlight on all of the junglers today. Now, of course, on the side of Oasis, of course, they have one very, very Renzi Frenzy over there on the jungle as well. But overall, Crazy Apple for Oasis Gaming, again, they've always had the number of Fennel adversity. And my big question, of course, is that if that's going to change at all today. But Oasis, they have just been, pretty unstoppable. And they've really been showing throughout the whole WCSPH why they are our national team.
Right, and they proved that come week 3. As you mentioned, they really felt very unstoppable, having a perfect week from week 3, having that 3-0 in terms of series. So we do expect them coming into the series today to be very, very hot. There has been a bit of a change in terms of their start, at least for their game 1 jungler. It's going to be Renzi instead of Ataf. But I also wanted to highlight, as Autolus mentioned, for him, Danny is the best Dragon laner. I do agree in terms of the overall league, but I think a close second or third is Demon Kite. Demon Kite in his own right has been very flexible, has been also good in that lane alongside his twin brother, Dragon. So I do expect Oasis Gaming to, again, utilize these two twins to be able to take them on come this series. But as you mentioned, it is the Rumble in the Jungle. So in terms of our solo player, would like to highlight Renzi from Oasis Gaming. He is going to be subbing in for Etap. These two have been more of the duo subs that have been utilized by the side of Oasis Gaming. And I do think in terms of lately, Etap has been showing a lot of good performances. So I do expect Renzi to be coming in as well with a lot of knowledge from Etap's experience. And also I do think Renzi will be having a lot of his more aggressive picks. So here, the Camille, the Olaf, and the Kha'Zix, they do share a lot of picks as well with Doming. So expect in the pick and bans, these 3 champions, or a lot of the champions that both of these junglers do, might be heavily contested coming into the pick and ban.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of champions for sure that is, going to undergo that tug of war in the draft, I think. And it's going to fall heavily on both of these junglers. And as we move into our head-to-head for our Rumble in the Jungle, or we have another suggestion over here from Riku, the Jungle Jamble that we have today. I understand that this little theme is fun to play around today. So we're probably going to come up with more little monikers for this today. But Autolus, of course, we've seen these two, and we mentioned again that how very, very close their champion pool is. So I'm really, really curious how this head-to-head is going to go.
Yeah, they are birds of the same feather, I would say. Doming and Renzi. But again, looking at the numbers, Doming has the advantage. He has been so consistent against all junglers except Renzi. For some reason, Renzi always gets the upper hand when going against Doming. So this will be very interesting, because if Fennel wants to win this game, wants to win this series against Oasis, it has to start with Doming. Doming has been, the key factor in order for Danny to pop off in the late game. He has to make sure that he's the stabilizing factor, and he would just translate the early game, the mid game over to the late game of Danny. Meanwhile, Renzi is just going all out from minute number 1. For me, Oasis is okay with having a first pick Kha'Zix if it's going to the hands of Renzi Frenzy. So that just goes to show that we actually have 2 different playstyles. We have Doming that wants to translate over the game to Danny. Meanwhile, Renzi will just go all out from minute 1 up until minute 50.
Crazy Apple, anything to add to that?
In terms of the head-to-head, yeah, I do think there is a difference. I do agree with Otto on that side that Doming, he really takes control of the early game to transition FLA into that later. But overall, Oasis Gaming, not only as a team, in terms of their duos, like the jungle and the support synergy, it's there in terms of how Dragon has been roaming around the map. And I think that's going to be also another key factor. The thing is, I think the difference right now with how I've been seeing how FLA does their plays is a lot of the times Danny and Rafi are together. So he's getting covered right there, getting defended, while on the other side for Oasis, they tend to take you off your element, your rhythm, by having a lot of these unexpected ganks coming from Dragon. So it's like having two junglers on Oasis Gaming, and it helps when Renzi is just gonna want to go on that frenzy, just getting a lot of kills alongside with the dual partner essentially roaming with him. So I think that's gonna be the challenge for FLA, and especially for Doming, to be able to take control over the map on the jungle, seeing as there's almost like the two junglers on Oasis.
And you just gotta love that storyline. As Otolus mentioned, for some reason, Doming has been, performing really, really well. But when it comes to Renzi, there's just something that he can't get, that one up. We're gonna see if that's gonna happen today, because as we mentioned, the rivalry between both of these teams, expands beyond even the WCSPH. And it's exciting indeed to watch. Even more exciting is drawing our consequences for the day on our panel desk before we proceed to our predictions today. Over here, it's this. I don't know what this is.
I hope it's
You know what?
good.
I hope it's not that
bad.
bad.
Oh,
The
no.
panel, just because of this, the consequence.
It
What's that?
says it is the OOTD. Show your work from home attire in full. I don't think we can do this on broadcast, just in case. But you
Are
can
you
check
sure?
out our
Do you sure?
Twitter.
Do you really wanna see?
I'm looking at the.
I'm okay. It's weird, but yeah, I'm pretty broadcast safe. I think I can't say for anybody else on the
I'm
broadcast. though.
definitely not.
But-
It's so summertime. You know what I mean?
Well,
Especially here in the
is-
Philippines.
Commando.
I mean, it's so hot right now. We're getting into summer, Mika.
Yeah, you can't blame us for wanting to do our best in this weather, of course. But yes, that is our challenge for today. And guess what? We are gonna try and get the casters on this as well. This
please.
might end up on Twitter, just in case it isn't broadcast friendly. I know, for example, the GG Sphere is no stranger at all
Oh, yeah.
to showing his work from home fashion. So I'm sure that he would be game for that. But before we proceed on to that, what are your predictions, gentlemen? Crazy Apple, we will start with you.
Okay, predictions wise, I think for this game, a lot of people might think it's for us it's kind of close, but at the same time, historical wise, Oasis has been getting a lot of wins on FLA, and Oasis coming in very hot. So I am full on the Oasis Gaming hype train for this series against FLA.
There you go.
Otolus? I know you gave a teaser to that a while ago.
Yeah, it's a wise choice. I still feel that Oasis has the number of Fennel adversity. Not to mention that I believe it was yesterday, right? The Cerebrum press con. So the morale
That's right.
should be high for the team because they were just reminded that they are the representatives for the Philippines. The
That's
Cerebrum
right.
qualifiers was actually legit.
And they have some great swag too.
Exactly.
That looks really, really
I
good.
know.
It goes
Send
really
them over.
great.
Send them over. Why not?
Please.
Another thing that I actually would love to mention as well is that I saw that there were only 2 people that did attend the press con. That just goes to show the focus of these guys. They wanted to practice. They wanted to remain on top of their game for this weekend because this is basically a very critical weekend for them, and I respect that, right? Having just 6th and I think Asila were the only 2 that went to the press con. That just goes to show that Oasis is so ready for everyone, including FLA. So my prediction, Oasis.
And I am the odd one out here because I am actually going to go with Fennel adversity for
Have I
this
not
one. I think it's
convinced
gonna
you?
be a
Have we not
2-1.
convinced you,
No,
Mika?
you're very convincing. You're very convincing. But of course, I'm just like thinking, surely like Fennel adversity, there's enough homework done on Oasis Gaming. And I think like in the long run, Oasis Gaming will probably come out on top. For this particular series, I think that there's more than enough material for Fennel Adversity to work with to overcome this particular adversity, which is in the shape of Oasis Gaming. So, of course, like after that, now I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There's a chance.
I'm
Just
just
take away
saying.
the Gragas and put
I'm-
Gragas on Arise. I think that's the best fit.
I'm at least decent. It's an awkward pairing of things, but I'm at least decent. So we're okay. Just in case it comes to the post show. Just in case it comes to the post show. But yes, I do believe we have our prediction set. And casters, you will not be exempt from this. We are hearing reports that there is a Mr. Infinity that seems to be escaping a lot of challenges here that we have, and he's been on the panel a lot.
No,
he's been on the
escaping.
panel a lot, yeah.
Bawal,
And
bawal.
exactly. So we can't let him. Of
And
course, get
also,
away
some
with
of our
that.
Tagalog casters needs to be, needs to have some
Yes.
of this. Because
Yes.
I'm gonna name names. Isaiah, Yasumiao, Gigi Spear, not being introduced sa panel desk. So
Yes,
let's
yes.
find a way to bring them in the fun.
Exactly. And as we mentioned, Gigi Spears already a veteran of this challenge. In fact, maybe he already posted it, and he's like, I'm not waiting until the post show. He probably already posted something on his page, so check that out. But yes, our challenge for today is to show your complete work from home attire, and we all know,
Let's
of course,
go.
it is the work from home fashion that everybody is very much familiar with, especially since we've come into our summer. It seems to be the height of our summer season. Indeed, we are all feeling it right now.
Summer.
And you guys can let us know your thoughts as well by using the hashtags. Yes, I know it's hot indeed. Apple. He's a toasted apple right now, a roasted apple, caramelized apple on the panel. WCSPH is the hashtag that you have to use if you want to see your tweets featured on over here on the panel desk. We probably will feature tweets a little bit later. Maybe you guys want to share your work from home attire. It's a bit TMI, but hey, if you want to, you do you. In the meantime, we're gonna get into our first series of the day. It's gonna be Fennel Adversity versus Oasis Gaming. Casters, over to you guys.
It's a battle of types. Oasis has always done super effective damage to FLA whenever they fight. FLA is the water to the farts of UDG, but Oasis is a grass type. The Holy Trinity has worked its magic during the first round robin. Would it work again? Again, that is the question. We, Dash and Riku, will watch this gym battle and see if FLA would take the badge this time around.
Yeah, there's that plan or story of potential revenge coming from Fennel Adversity against Oasis Gaming, because what the panelists talked about, ever since the C-Ball Grand Finals, Fennel Adversity hasn't beaten Oasis Gaming. It was a 0-3 to 0-2 record up until the first round robin here at the WCS. So we'll see, because when we look at Fennel, it seems to me that they have garnered a different strength, a very well thought strength, which is the pick composition that was able to defeat UDG. Who knows, they could use that again up against Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, and I hope they would be able to do that, because it's the second round robin. It's different this time around, so they still have a battle of revenge. Remember, during Seabolt, Oasis did FLA dirty during that time, and even the first round robin. So that is gonna be the theme of this one, if ever FLA would be able to get onto their shortcomings and fight against Oasis head-to-head. I mean, it has been said by the panel, Danny needs to go marksman for this game in order for them to defeat FLA and also get the Gragas, which could potentially be the reason that they could win this. So let's see if that's gonna happen.
Yeah, there are definitely two options. The strength of Fennel Adversity since last year with the front to back, rely on Danny for the hyper scaling. And those are the two options so far that Fennel Adversity has shown that is their most reliable strength.
Yeah, if ever they would be able to do that. I wish so, though. But we're seeing a bit of the bans here that is very typical. We're seeing the Morgana, Respected Zed of Arise, and the Yumi being taken down. I mean, no surprises there. Probably another Enchanter, Lulu, would also get banned on this first rotation for both of our teams, just for them to not be able to play those marksmen.
Yeah, exactly. So removing the enchanters that enable the hyper scaling carries that we mentioned from Danny. I love this ban coming from Oasis. You mentioned the target ban on the Zed, but the Morgana could spell, it will spell that they are going to be running that pick composition. If they don't ban the Camille, Oasis could first pick the Camille on blue side.
Yeah, and also last week, you have seen a lot of Garens being successful. So I like that they went in for the ban here. Garen has been a very, very safe pick and also good for split pushes and also for a pick composition. It's really effective because the Demolish Injustice just is the one who takes down those targets. Galio getting banned, kind of expected if ever they want to go for an engage composition.
Yeah, Galio can be paired with a lot of things, especially with Assassins in the jungle, got Kha'Zix, Rengar, and as well as a couple of Lee Sin from time to time, and a couple of Fiora Riven actually being paired with the Galio just to try and dash in to the middle of the fight. So FLA, are you going to ban the Camille or are you going to unleash Set into the world? And that's going to be a Lulu, removing the enchanters right off the bat.
Yeah, Dever. Camille is up, as you said. Yeah. So this could potentially be a first pick for Azilla if they want to take it, give it to Renzi if ever. But they went in for the Set, which is very smart, because if they want a Camille to happen, Set is there to at least counter it whenever the Camille wants to steal some objectives for their side, which is really great. So FLA, at least now they can take that. That was really effective during the last weeks on the hands of Domeng. So if ever they would be able to get that, that is a good. At least that could be the, as I said, that would be good for them.
Yeah, it's the big swapper rule. Like, okay, do you first pick Camille or do you first pick Set? You're going to give away the other. And that's going to be the FLA formula that we've been seeing recently, where they've been opting more of this pick comp, where it's going to be Camille, but the Galio is not going to be there for that Wombo combo Hextech Ultimatum into the hero's entrance. So we'll see, because the Thresh has been paired as well in the jungle. But the Gragas being picked up. I remember Autolus mentioning this in the panel. So this is really good. FLA can opt for a big poke composition as well, because they already have disengaged.
Yeah, they already have an answer. If ever this would be put on the mid or top side, they have a wave clear already for the casks, or rather the barrels from this Gragas pick. So this would be good. I mean, it's a really great counter for the engage composition that Oasis is brewing up together with the Fiora getting picked up on the other side. Probably going to go to Renzi. That is going to be good because they at least have some ways to counter them from engaging. I mean, even though that there's a Camille on their side that says that they want to engage, Gragas would still be a good answer just for them to get extra CC to their hands.
Yeah, the body slam is still a very reliable engage tool. But look at that! Corki now being picked up by Demon Cat. So there's a lot of poke and damage coming from the side. I mean, it still could be towards Edda. If a Corki can still be flexed elsewhere. And even the Set. Then there's the Senna we talked about even before. So there's a lot of utility going on the side of FLA. So biggest question is, where else will be the early game to mid game damage is going to be coming from?
That's what I'm surprised of. So if they want to go for a Senna, they need to have some sort of damage. Camille is here, yes, but they need one more if they want to get more damage onto the side of FLA. Oasis, I really love this Corki pickup. I hope that they would draft onto the second rotation some CCs on their side. Yeah, I was expecting the Darius, but FLA banned it out, so they lose those potential damage sources. I hope that Oasis would probably go for a Nami if they still want to support on Corki.
Yeah, there are still a couple of enchanters, or it still could be a Set support. We've seen the Set support pop up here from time to time, so there's still a lot of mystery. Fiora can still go to Azilla, Fiora can still go towards Renzi, and even in some cases, even in the mid lane. So there is still that big switcheroo. So FLA removing other engage supports, because we've seen Set being paired with another engage support. So at this point, Oasis can select from what do they want? Disengage? Do they want the Janna? Because Gragas has already been picked up. But look at that, Oasis banning the Fizz. I really love this coming from Oasis, because they know that they needed damage, so they're removing some of these assassins off the board.
Yeah, most of the successes from FLA is because of their pick composition, going for the Fizz, going for the Akali and the Zed, and Oasis banned them all. So FLA now has to choose. What are they going to go for? Yes, they're going to go for a Jace just for them to have that extra early game damage for them to secure the objectives. But Oasis probably has an answer here, which they know how to counter most of these engages coming in from their side, probably mitigate the damage from the side of FLA. So I'm expecting that Oasis would go for, the Set is right here, but they can still go for the Nami, I'm expecting. But they went in for the Thresh. they are really doubling down on this engage supports.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder if ever they were expecting a Senna Thresh bot lane, if ever that's why they took it out, or
yeah.
we talked about that they needed a secondary engage, which is, you know, the death sentence allows. It's so good for punishing, it's so good for peeling for your carry with the flay in the box. So I do see this why they want to pick up the Thresh.
Yeah, if they have the Thresh, there you go. There's the
Wow.
whole engage composition right here from their side together with the Diana. Just for them to have that extra CC from the Moonfall, just pulling them back. Yeah, let's pull them back together with the Showstopper and the Facebreaker. I really like how Oasis just has like one color on their composition. They just want to go in, and there's Demon Kite shredding some armor on the side of FLA.
Yeah, definitely. That would be the story. And, you know, looking at the Diana pick now, it's the Akshan. We were wondering where the damage is going to be coming from, and there you go. We have the Akshan. So it's going to be what, a Jace mid lane into a bot lane Akshan. We usually see the Akshan being picked up by mid laners just because the roam is just really good coming from Akshan. But at the same time, I guess it's going to be an Akshan Senna bot lane.
Yeah. If ever that happens, or if ever mid lane Akshan could still happen, then they put Jace onto the top side. That could also happen here for the side of FLA. I'm kind of expecting Akshan to be actually a direct counter to the Diana, just for them to have sheer range and let Akshan do the work in the early game. Then there's the late game potential of the Camille and the Senna, which is... yeah, it's a very well-rounded composition, but my problem is they don't have a dedicated frontline that could potentially spell their doom against Oasis.
Yeah, they're going to be heavily relying on Raph here on this Gragas to be that front line and also engage and disengage, knowing that there's, 4 squishy members coming from the side of FLA. So we talked about Poke, that's going to be coming from Doming here on the Jace. He's going to be on that jungle position. So at this point, looking at their composition, it's very flexible, quite similar to what Oasis is building, where they can 4-man or actually do 1-3-1 with the Jace split pushing as well, with the Camille split pushing towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah. What I really like, though, is that if ever the enemy team has this set on their side, then you have a no front-to-back composition. It's good, because at least Asilla would think about where he's going to go, where he's going to use the Showstopper. And that is going to be one of their problems whenever they try to go for an engage.
Yeah, that's the thing. Most of the time, they are going to be getting Wrath, get the Showstopper down to maximize the damage onto the squishy members of FLA. So I'm looking forward to that later on with Oasis's execution, following it up with, you know, the Diana Moonfall. I think that's a very scary wombo combo with all the AoEs in the world coming from Demon Kite.
Yeah, there's a lot, and I'm expecting them to go for it. But both of our junglers coming in from opposite sides like usual. So we're going to be expecting some form of ganks for the Jace onto the bot lane, doubling down on the Danny Rafi advantage in the early game, especially that they have good range onto the bottom side. But onto the top side, if ever Renzi would be able to get the kill on Camille, that would potentially decelerate the power spikes of the Camille, which is very ideal for the side of Oasis.
Yeah, right now, look at Calm. He's having a fun time at top side with level 2, having that priority, so there's a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, bot side, Dragon went in, but there's the counter from Rafi because they had the body slam. The slow comes in, Demon Kite would just be running away, but Dragon now low on HP. FLA could just make use of this on their hands.
Yeah, Summoner spells burned already for both AD carries, except that, you know, Flash is still for the side of Demon Kite and Raph still free, so the Flash body slam could still be possible if they want to initiate and really kill the bot portion of the map.
Yeah, they want to go for it though. They got the Rift Scuttlers already from both sides, but looking at how it's going for the side of FLA, Renzi wants to fight them out if ever. There's the hole coming into their side, there's a riposte, and there's going to be the kill. Danny's going to fall down. That's going to be the first blood for Renzi. He wants to go for more though. Rafi, he's trying to get it, but Demon Kite wasn't able to. And yeah, I mean, that's still a first blood. Really respectable for the side of Oasis.
A really nice early gank, early dive coming from Renzi here. Demon Kite didn't have mana, so they didn't want to pursue that dive just to finish off Raph there. It would be a little bit too risky, so I like this play from Oasis.
Okay, Asilla has been pushed back, and there's the storm from the hookshot. Ultimate comes in. Asilla is still half HP, would not survive. And now there's the trade that I'm waiting for from FLA.
That's a really nice setup. I mean, Kama's winning that 1v1 at the top portion of the map, being able to harass Asilla into low HP bars. And that is the response. Looks like it's going to be that trade from both parts of the map.
Yeah, I'm kind of wrong here, Rico. I was saying a while ago that our junglers. Dominic is gonna go to the bot lane, and Renzi gonna go to the top side. But what happened is that they went to the opposite. So I mean, that is really what happened here. But now, because of what happened there, Renzi is now delayed. He wasn't able to take the blue buff of FLA, which could potentially decelerate his power spike when it comes to the items. Dominic would just be happy taking all discounts for himself.
Yeah, is able to prepare for most likely the Rift Herald because Calm has been winning his lane, so most likely they want to double down on turret plates, inject more gold into Calm, and get this Camille really scary on the board. Because so far, Demon Kite is the primary threat that they should watch out for, and FLA has a lot of tools to do that.
Okay, they went to the top side. They have the Hextech ultimatum. Azilla used the Haymaker to buy some time, but not enough though. There's no one there to save him, and that's a kill to the top side.
Yeah, no flash on set. He's going to be extra vulnerable, especially at the early game. No items to make you tanky enough, and just going to be relying on that Haymaker to get some shields down on the board. So it is really, really nice rotation from FLA. Love the early game moves coming from both of these teams, actually.
Yeah, I love that Danny's becoming the utility man here on the top side. Now they're going to take down the tower on the top side, so that could just slow down Azilla a lot more. Maybe it's 20% more, because he won't be able to really go up to the top side anymore, because Calm is just going to be there pushing, which gives them the priority to this Rift Herald.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that they've got already First Blood Tower means that they can get another tower down if they do get this Rift Herald. But looks like FLA, because of that dive, they're going to get that reset. Look at that. Calm still staying.
Yeah, Calm was able to see it, but because they were able to call it already, the rotations have already come in. But I think it's a bit too late for the side of FLA. If they want to get this Ocean Drake, most of Oasis is already there.
Yeah, that's why FLA is just going to decide on getting the Dragon instead. They can definitely still contest this. I mean, they still have ult. Hextech ultimatum is about to go down, but the rotation here, Calm is going home, so this is a 4v5.
Oh no, they have the package on Demon Kite, so this is going to be a hard sell for me. FLA goes in with a cask, and that is going to get the takedown already onto Dragon the backside. Look at that Haymaker, and not enough damage. The package comes in, but not enough damage to take him down, and Oasis is falling down one by one. FLA, Demon Kite, the target, crosshair placements are good, and that's going to be the kill. Might be the last one. Renzi going to be the last target though. No hook shots, just the damage from the precision protocol, but FLA takes 4 down just to the trade for the Dragon.
Yeah, that was wild. FLA, we talked about how Calm was still going home, so it was a temporary 4v5. And in the end, Calm was able to join in time and get the whole Hextech ultimatum down. Again, we talked about the threat. The single threat at the moment would be Demon Kite. And if he doesn't have space, he can't kite safely. And that means FLA can just focus fire on Demon Kite, remove him off the board, and have a comfy team fight.
Yeah, I love that they have the insurance of at least Renzi if ever everything fails onto Demon Kite. But now, what's hard about this is that Doming and Arise, you never want an Akshan to be this fed. Because Akshan would just snowball the hell out of this game, and which is going to be hard though. I wish that Arise can get taken down. Oasis takes down the shutdown goals onto him just for him to decelerate a bit, because this is going to go out of control later.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, top side.
Okay, top side. Calm gonna be the target. Yeah, does have the hook shot. No ultimates yet, though, so no frames for you, buddy, because you're gonna fall down. And Oasis, at least this is gonna be the turnaround. Dominic is already here, and this is gonna be the damage Dragon. Gonna be the next of fall. That's gonna be the kill. Look at this damage coming from Dominic, but he might be next on the chopping block. He might fall down. Stasis has come in. Gragas is coming in, but not enough time for him to buy. Danny is just gonna back away from this fight. At least they were able to get a 2-for-2. Raph is already here. Might be able to get this explosive gas to the bounded slime. And Demon Kite might fall down, and Raph is just gonna take him down. Edap is gonna be the next on the chopping block. He has to roll it though. The ultimate denoting Shadow was able to help out Raph in order for him to get the shield that he needs. And FLA gets a 4-for-2 on top side.
Wow, Doming and Danny were able to buy some time for Raph to arrive and is able to get a double kill as well. Oasis definitely, again, they didn't want that fight, that skirmish to prolong because the rest of FLA was definitely going to respond and go there. But looking at, again, Oasis's composition, their only form of disengage is the Lantern. That's just a single disengage. And they'll need... again, it's going to be difficult if they're caught in the middle of something that they're not prepared for.
Yeah, and Ricky, we said it a while ago that they are on a full engaged composition, but bot lane, they're really engaging on it. They're using the composition right here, but no CC came to the hands of Calm, so he would be surviving.
Yeah, they wanted to see if they can get a pick See if they can equal out set the equilibrium rather. This time,
Right.
pretty clean. I mean, but Renzi took a lot of tower hits, so it was just Doming filling in the blanks and just eliminating him right off the bat. I mean, the static, or rather the stasis, was able to buy some time for Raph to just join in the fray. And I mean, Danny's kit in general has that heal, has that utility to just root and just buy a lot of time. And this is, again, unfortunately, they don't have that disengage. They can't exactly escape as they're already committed to that skirmish.
Yeah, and they pulled out Riffrail onto the top side. Maybe a bit too late for their side. They got it though, inside of Oasis, but they weren't able to really utilize it on their favor. But what I think about what they're doing here is that Oasis just wants them to be forced onto the top side, then go for the dragon. But because of that could have been a good idea though. But they still went for the Riffrail right now because FLA is already on the top side. They could have traded it in the bot side, but now they still want to contest this. They want to fight.
Yeah, because it's 20 seconds on the clock before the Infernal Drake. FLA can kill the Rift Herald and then rotate to Dragon. So unfortunately, the timing wasn't as what Oasis has expected it to be.
Right, and that could have been ideal for them, but now they're backing away. They want to get this Infernal Drake, everybody's favorite Drake. They want to get that extra damage onto their hands before they go for it though. Infernal Drake is gonna come out. FLA is starting it. I hope that Oasis has a plan here though before they try to go in, because looking at their positioning, Azilla is in a good position to throw them out to a showstopper, disrupt them before they try to go in. But both of them, Riku, they're just buying some time here.
Because we talked about FLA, right? They can't let Doming and Arise just poke from the sidelines first.
Right.
And then Danny just trying to get a root. And then Oasis, on the other hand, just has to wombo combo with his Scylla with the showstopper into the Moonfall. So we'll see. Look at Renzi's positioning here.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of antsy on this one though. There's goes the explosive cast onto Demon Kite. What a good target! Takes him down already, and now Azzilla's up to the backside. No damage. It's coming to the side of FLA. Oasis is just falling down one by one. Renzi onto the backside, but he has been flashed in by most of the members. He's gonna get taken down, and now FLA still alive. Might one fall down. Danny falls, but still onto what avail? Nothing, because FLA is just gonna take this Infernal Drake with 4 kills up to their belt.
Raph, you madman! The casket to the body slam and finding Demon Kite, even though Azilla was literally right in front of Demon Kite to make sure that didn't happen. The fact that Calm still had Hextech Ultimatum, the fact that FLA didn't even need to use these single target skills to remove Demon Kite, Raph's, again, explosive cast was enough, and they had so much resources to eliminate the rest of Oasis. That was just beautiful. Raph is a madman. That's all I gotta say. This replay, I swear. Because Renzi's, even though he had a very good position to try and disrupt and sandwich the rest of FLA, again, catching Demon Kite was enough. We talked about this before, that Demon Kite was their source of consistent damage. Renzi's gonna be a monster later. But this isn't later, this is now. This is 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we already have 8k gold lead onto the hands of FLA. This might look really hard for Oasis. I really like that FLA now knows their shortcomings to the first round robin where Oasis just defeated them, and FLA now knows how to deal with it. They're not giving any towers or any map control to the side of Oasis, only even the bottom side. They don't have any towers down yet, and that is the comfortable position for FLA.
Yeah, this is such a huge lead at the moment, already counting to more or less 10k gold needed. Remember the past. The past was FLA having a hard time against Oasis, and now look at them. So confident, so amazing with their plays and initiation, and they're always finding the right target. Talked about the split push, and it's happening right now.
Yeah, they want to go to the top side, but Calm, he's a very big threat right now. Dragon comes in, they have the box falling in already. The cast was able to take him down already. What a great disruption from Raph. He's very big right now, but here comes the damage. Oasis is going to take him down. He was able to get out. The flash comes in, and now the cleanup crew is here. Raph is going to be taken down, but Etaf would be the next target. Though Renzi, oh no, Etaf is also going to fall down. That is great. A 2-for-2 again on FLA. Even if some of them fall down, they can still go in. They're not get done. Renzi onto the bottom side, but
Demon Kite!
Mission complete already. I thought that is gonna be a kill too.
Yeah, sorry. I really thought that was another kill on the bag for FLA, and he was able to manage to port back in time. But yeah, that fight, even though Oasis was able to get 2 kills, able to eliminate Raph, able to get some shutdown gold, but doesn't change the fact that FLA is able to destroy tower with calm split pushing in the game. I mean, he's already poised to do that 2-1-7. That stands Bork already. And I mean, Oasis was so confident with that fight because we saw Edoff buy the Rabadons like, okay, let's go. I can burst someone. Everybody else is pretty much squishy. It's only Raph that can be a big problem to ruin our plan. And while it did work with 2 kills, there's still, you mentioned, Arise is still in a very good position. 306, 428 also for Doming, so there's a lot of damage output.
Okay, Doming gonna be the target. Flash comes in. The target has been slain. Danny is gonna be the target, but the Flash is still there. Dragon is gonna get punished. Donning Shadow is just gonna help them out, and that's gonna be the kill. Raph has been a monster during this game. Calm goes in. The slow to Isilla, and that's gonna be another takedown, giving them way to take the Baron if they want to.
FLA is doing it. They're just in a very huge lead at the moment. We talked about 10k gold lead. Everybody that needed to get ahead is basically ahead, and that's why Oasis is struggling at the moment. Look at this Baron. It's just going to get shredded.
Yeah, that's just going to be free for Alpha Lane. Nobody is here but Renzi. Going to try and go, but the Hextech Ultimatum was able to shut him down. This is going to be good. Calm is going to fall, but it's okay. The package comes in, but to no avail. You won't be able to take that. Calm would be the takedown, the sacrifice, but they got the Baron already. It's enough. 2 for 1 with the Baron. FLA gets the win there.
Yeah, that's 30 seconds on the clock without Edoff and Renzi, so they can keep pushing. They have wave clear in the form of Demon Kite, but there is that threat of a potential dive, and if Oasis falls in this potential tower dive, FLA can end the game.
Yeah, they want to end it. Asilla is in a good position though. He has the face breaker. Oh, there you go. The showstopper comes in, but not enough damage. So no follow from Demon Kite. Here comes the cast again. Dragon almost falling down, but here comes the swing. Arise is just gonna take him down. Again, Wildrift is up, and they're just gonna take him.
FLA is so comfortable to the point that they don't even need Raph to enter the tower dive first, initiate the tower dive first, not even Calm. Arise can just swing, just as you mentioned, Dash, and eliminate someone off of Oasis. This is how big of a lead FLA is right now.
It's just so hard though. I mean, whenever Oasis goes for a fight, they need to think about Arise every time. Because if ever they take down anyone else, Arise could just revive them. That is a problem when it comes to the Qeon factor to the side of Oasis. That's why they don't know who to target when Arise is not there. That has been a big problem for them, and they don't even have enough damage to take even Arise down. That's why FLA is just happy for this. They're just getting all the advantages. 4 items onto demands, and that is big for FLA.
Exactly. It's just too huge of a lead at the moment. Let's just say they kill Doming first. Arise is still there as a big problem.
Right.
If you just pour all your resources into one person, there's always that secondary threat that's gonna finish you off, and you don't have any resources left to fight back. And Doming now Edge of Night, pretty hard. You gotta pop it before the death sentence will come in first. That kicks in. So Oasis now, this is very difficult. This is FLA's because they're primed to win this game for sure.
Yeah, I'm liking that they're still comfortable on what they're doing right now. They're gonna be taking this inhibitor turret. Dragon comes in. There comes the hook. Danny is gonna be the target though. Showstopper onto the backside. He's gonna fall down. This is gonna be good. Oasis might be able to take it down. FLA flashes away, and this is what they want to go for. They're going for it. And the backside, Arise trying to take some damage down onto their side. Renzi takes down one onto the back. And this is gonna be good. They might be able to take down more. And this is gonna be the comfortable position. Oasis taking down the shutdown goals. They might be able to take down one. Here comes the GA. Oh no, this is not good. Arise is running away, but Renzi is gonna chase him down. Would he have enough damage though? Renzi might fall down. He takes him down, and that is what they need. They got the shotgun goals. They buy some time for themselves.
A beautiful repos timing to not get the cast on towards Renzi. Is able to eliminate Danny, Arise right off there, but the base is still open. I mean, they can still bank on bursting someone down. Renzi and Edoff.
Right.
Let's take a look at that replay first before we talked about the potential that Oasis can get. That was a beautiful moonfall from Edoff. Again, early to mid game, we got to see Edoff get a comfortable spot. You know, he was 4-3-5, is able to get second item Rabadon. So there's a lot of raw damage coming in from the Dianas. If they're able to get a beautiful set alongside Renzi, they have enough damage to burst someone down, especially everybody's pretty strict.
Yeah, Calm's gonna go in. They have the Moonfall, but he's so tanky. Calm is just gonna fall right now. Renzi is gonna fall in trade for what happened, though. GA is popping in, donning Shadow for the shields. It's gonna be the backline, though. All of the members are here with a package. Demon Kite takes one down onto the backside.
Wow.
The next one is Raph. He's gonna fall down. The GA is pop again. Dominic, this might be it. Oasis is taking them down one by one. 3 people are down. They can take the Baron. More time for themselves, or they can take the inhibited turret onto the top side if they want to.
I called it too soon, Dash. I called it too soon. Oasis
Right.
getting back into this game. This is so critical because we're at the 17-minute, 18-minute mark where it's, whoa, death timers are going to be incredibly punishing. But it doesn't change the fact that the base is
Yeah.
open. Oasis has to keep watching out for that because FLA can buy teleports and then get into the base of Oasis.
I hope there's not a miracle sword here, Riku. If that happens, that's just unfortunate for Oasis, because right now, they're comfortable. They're gonna take it. Nobody's gonna be contesting this, because there's not a smite on their hands, because Dominic is down. So yeah, that's good. Now, that was a 15k gold lead, and now it's down to 8k, just because of that 2 clashes that Oasis won.
Yeah, it is FLA not ready, right? They need to have everyone together. They need to have Raph there for the disengage, the peel for everybody else, because we talked about how everybody is pretty much squishy on the side of FLA. And remember when I said how Renzi is going to get strong later? The later is now. Now is the later. So this is going to be a scary Elder Drake fight. Whoever wins this fight will win the game.
No. Yeah, Scylla, that's not a good position though. He has the shield from the Sterex and he still gets the Haymaker down. He's still alive. The Stasis was able to buy some time. No, he missed the Moonfall. Edap, that might be punishing for the team. He might fall down. Showstopper onto the backside, not enough damage. And this is FLA. They're comfortable, but Renzi is just too strong. He took down 1, he took down 2. The GA is gonna pop, and there's still a lot of members alive. There's a TP coming in, but there's not gonna be anything else. Edap is just gonna back away. Zed sentence to save his teammate's life. Demon Kite backed away, so this is just gonna be easy. Remember, someone was revived. TP is coming in, but not enough to do anything. If Demon Kite falls right here, FLA could end this. Oasis, they need to wait for this. Dan is up. He's gonna get taken down, and this is gonna be the game. FLA takes them down. Arise with the Akshan revives the right target, and this might be the game 1 for FLA.
What a crazy game 1 for Week 4, Dash. That was absolutely insane. FLA, 10k gold lead, poised to win the match. Oasis finding opportunities across several points from the side lanes to see if they can get a pick and even more. Get the Baron, but the base was open. They couldn't have enough time to do the Elder Drake dance. And FLA knows this so well. Use that to their advantage. Use that with all the chaos that's happening over the map, and Fell Adversity in the end is able to win.
Oh my heart is shaking right now, Rika. That last series of events, that could have been anyone's game. But because Oasis lost a lot of their ultimates during that last part, FLA was just able to do it. They knew they can take them down. No Moonfall, we don't need to be afraid. They went in, they had the damage, and remember, they had to revive on Akshan, so that is just easy enough there on.
That was crazy. I mean, okay, early game, right, for FLA, this was so beautiful because they were able to get the carries ahead. They were able to get Dominic, Arise ahead. And this was a big problem for Oasis. And the fact that they kept canceling out Oasis's movements. Like, for example, even though Oasis was able to get the first Rift Herald of the game, they weren't able to maximize it because of, we mentioned earlier, the dragon timing of the Infernal Drake of FLA was right there in the Rift Herald, so they weren't able to utilize that. So all of these domino effect, the fact that again, the skirmishes were pretty much prolonged. FLA was able to get that win in the end and get people ahead. So Oasis really struggled, and they weren't able to transition comfortably at the later stages of the fight.
Yeah, the longer the fight happens, FLA has big advantages. Because remember, they have a lot of damage sources onto their side. Yes, it's not front to back, but they have the capabilities of going, like, if they are really spread around during the fight, they can fight because they have damage to work with. They don't have a front line. They don't need to be in formation. That's what they use from early to mid game. And that exact thing was what Oasis turned things around when they got it. Yes, they're not a pick composition, but when they got the chance to take picks against FLA, they took it. And that's the reason why FLA just had the hard time onto the later stages of the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If they weren't able to burst the key targets down immediately, I mean, they had the tools to do so. It was also
Right.
scaling up to the later stages of the game. Demon Kite was gonna hurt like a truck. Renzi as well is gonna hurt a lot, and Edaf didn't go for the tanky Diana route because he was ahead. He had that
Yeah.
second Rabadon's item, so that's why they wanted to initiate fights so long as as FLA was still building, not defensively but offensively. But I gotta say though, Rav had a lot of key
Right.
tasks in this game, and that's why FLA got ahead.
Yeah. I definitely agree, Riku, because honestly, the way that Raph played during that whole game was the explosive casts, the pick-offs that they got from those is what ballooned the goal gap into their favor. I love the way that he uses this Gragas into their hands, and Autolus said it a while ago, they need someone to use this Gragas in order for them to win against Oasis, and that exactly just happened here during this game.
Yeah, it was just a big domino effect. And we talked about the disengaged up. It wasn't used for that purpose. It was used for
Yeah.
getting picks here and there. Hextech ultimatum, what? Who needs that if we got the cast?
Right. I mean, that is a good combo. But I mean, this is really great. Play of the game onto Arise is also because of the revives that he was able to get it a while ago. That was really great plays coming in from Arise. Really big revives, especially to the right targets. That's the reason why, like, there's always a good possibility that whenever someone gets taken down, they're gonna get revived anyway. So it's okay. We can play recklessly, and FLA did just that.
Yeah, exactly. So he's able to again get that revive on the board and just put the efforts of Oasis for naught. And again, Arise was just very present in every single fight, and that's why we get to see him almost full item build already. Well, again, we almost reached like the 20-minute mark in this game.
Right. Yeah, that was a really long game, but the longer it goes, FLA just makes it higher, especially that they have the Senna on their hands, just makes Senna a bit more, has more range, has more power, and that's why it was used in favor of the side. Even though that they don't have a lot of AP damage except for Raph, it's still enough for them to make use of this other players that they have in the draft for them to have damage. Yes, we don't have a late game. The champions that we have isn't really that built for late game, but because we all have damage, that doesn't really matter because we're just gonna use it in the end.
Yeah, by with their combined powers, that's how
Right.
they reach late game.
The power of friendship, right there, side of FLA. Really work in their favor, but that is just game one, everybody. We're gonna be just taking a short break before we go on to game two. We might see a game three during the series because it's really, I mean, literally, it's mainit right now, but still,
Mainit.
it's still a mainit game for FLA versus Oasis. I hope we are in for more right here. We're just going to be taking a short break before we go on to game two. We have bigger casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99, 8 gigs for all sites plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Can you even imagine what grass types defeating water types right now on WCSPH? Oasis Gaming has been taken down by FLA, taken down the streak of losses that FLA had against Oasis for just so long right now. They got their revenge onto the first game. Will they follow through onto the second one? Again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Riku. And Riku, tell me about the game one.
It's crazy, right? Because when we look back, the record of Oasis and Fennel adversity, whenever they like cross paths, CBL Grand Finals 0-3 in favor. It's Oasis, and then the first round robin at the WCSPH 0-2. So this is the first time ever Fennel adversity has broken that streak against Oasis, and the streak could still continue for Fennel this time if they 2-0, so they can potentially get that revenge. I mean, that was a very, very confident game. I mean, the fact that they got everyone ahead at that game, it's still very, very possible, and they have resulted to default settings rather when we look back at the grand finals. You know, Calm at the top lane, and then you know, even Oasis now getting Renzi on the board instead of Etaf this time around. So this is such a very heated matchup.
Yeah, I mean, losing those fights from Oasis for a lot of times, FLA just knows what their shortcomings are right now during this game. They just remain calm during the whole time. FLA stabilizing their lead. That's typically the FLA playstyle. They just played onto their playstyle, not changing anything, and just make sure that they know what to cover, the holes that they need to cover whenever they're fighting Oasis. They didn't give any tower controls in the early stages of the fight, and that's how they use that in their favor. Take down some towers from the side of Oasis, get the map control. Yes, we give the first objectives, but we're gonna be taking the next ones.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They got first blood tower without the help of the Rift Herald, and then Oasis got Rift Herald, but they denied any tower takes from them. So FLA is just reading Oasis really well. The fact that, again, they got early kills on the right people, that means they're comfortable to take skirmishes and as well as team fights in objective fights in general. So FLA last year, they're known to be the team to be controlled aggression. They're known for their front to back with Danny as their hyper scaling carry. But then no, we have a different face, and we're doing this really well. We've proved it before against UDG, and now we're doing it again here in Oasis. They're really wanting this, especially if they win this series against Oasis.
Yeah, I really like the FLA playstyle, right? It's like they're spiders. Every time that I see FLA, it's like they're always weaving webs during for the whole map, and after you see it, you're just gonna get taken down after. The spider is just gonna eat you. You're on their webs already. You're trapped. You can't do anything. That's usually the FLA playstyle. That's why the reason some of the teams defeat them is because they take the webs down before it's built. And that's how you defeat FLA. But Oasis, they got weaved onto the webs of FLA first. And I hope they know how to take down these webs onto game 2, because I'm really excited to see on how they turn things around.
That's true. I mean, how do you even counter the webs? You gotta just remove the spider right off the bat before they build one.
If you move a lot, you're just gonna get weaved in more, right?
Exactly. I mean, that is definitely the play, and it reflects the history of both of these teams. Every single time Oasis won, it is always Oasis winning the early game, and FLA isn't able to, take the game back for themselves. So this time it's the complete opposite, and I'm excited to see what the draft is gonna look like.
Whew, I wish that they have something on their belt right now for the side of Oasis. I'm not sure if it's gonna be an Qeon ban. I mean, it's not... Arise wasn't really a big of a threat until the late game, and where he used almost all of his revives. It can get countered if they use an assassin in the mid lane against an Qeon, which is a good counter most of the time, because Qeon is very, very squishy. So if they get the level 3 advantage against an Qeon is just gonna get shut down. So I think Oasis is not gonna go for that.
Yeah, that's the thing, especially with the team swapped on sides. Like FLA's on blue side right now, so they can't really have that surprise red side last pick. So it is Oasis that could potentially get that jump in now that they're on red. So Camille and Set is now out of the equation. So Camille again could potentially be first pick because you can flex it in a lot of areas. So Oasis, FLA removing the Enchanter, so nothing that can enable any of the hyper-scaling carries like the Kaisa and the Vayne. So Zed being taken out right now for Oasis.
Yeah, kind of expected that they're going to go for the Zed ban, because they were really respecting Arise's Zed, because last week he was just a monster with that set. So because Zed has been banned, FLA could just take the Camille pretty easily and give the Fiora to Oasis. But the problem here is, if they don't get the Gragas like what Raph did a while ago, that might pose a problem later on for the side of FLA.
Yeah, that's true. They can take Gragas here since it's open. And Morgana is open as well. That is the difference
there you go.
in the draft. Yeah, exactly. Gragas is open. They need that. Now they can set up for a poke comp as well. Or if they want to go for default with Demon Kite going on the Corki, that's also still very possible. So now that's a different story. The Jace is now being taken. So FLA can still go back to their own formula of pick composition. I mean, Camille Thresh, Camille Morgana, big single target combo. But no, don't fix what isn't broken. They're going back to Danny on the Senna.
Yeah, going for the Senna, going for another tank in the bot side would be pretty great for the side of FLA. That could potentially transition into more damage for their side. If Oasis is going to go for this, they want to disengage, or rather, disrupting the position of FLA. So what they want to go for FLA is that very independent champions is what they need. And if ever they have that, typical combo. Galio and to the Camille, which is really great.
Yeah, the Venn diagram combo, Hextech Ultimatum into Hero's Entrance. There's a lot of globals going on right now. Hero's Entrance into the Dawning Shadow. So really excited to see. But it's pure utility. The last two picks of FLA is definitely going to be on the damage portion. So Oasis, are they expecting another Qeon potentially? Are they expecting Assassins for Doming this time around to set up for that? I mean, he did play carry earlier. And Oasis going for the previous formula with a little bit of mix. They have scaling. They have that potential 4-1 split push for this pickup on the Fiora.
Yeah, liking the insurance that is Fiora onto the side of Oasis, but they need to ban... FLA needs to ban Demon Kite's Corki, especially that it's a big problem when it comes to taking objectives. The package, especially going for... What do you call this? The zone potential of the package is just very big, especially that they're going for an engage composition. So they need to get that down. But, Qeon has been banned though.
Yeah, they're definitely expecting that, because they know that, okay, Danny going utility, we know that the damage is going to be coming from Doming and Rice this time. I mean, who knows? This Galio could, this Camille could still go towards Doming or on Calm side. So Oasis just want to make sure. For FLA this time around, we'll see. Corki, I feel like Corki should be banned here, because I feel like it's very important, because they've already seen the damage dealers on the side of FLA. So Demon Kite can possibly go for utility as well. I mean, the Ashe is also has been picked as that utility. Varus as well. So it can formulate this poke composition with the arrows, and as well as the acceleration gate combo poke coming from this Jace.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Definitely gonna go for it if ever they have the locks onto Demon Kite, but usually they really just go for Demon Kite having the carry. If the Vayne is up, they can take it. But what I like for FLA is that there's a bit of, or rather, some of the assassins that are still up in the
Oh.
game right now. Oh, they actually went for the Lux.
Hey,
So
carry
on the side
cam.
of for the side of FLA, what's good is they can use a Kali for Call or for Arise, which is a very big problem also that they need to look out for. They have a lot of squishy members on the side of Oasis.
That's true. I mean, Akali was banned earlier. Oasis didn't want that because they know that for
Yeah.
FLA, you guys are locking all of these utility, and they're going for the Renekton this time around. So that can potentially go towards Calm side. And with that, it is again, we know Renekton as being that early game bully. Once he gets ahead in the game, pretty hard to try and eliminate. He's just gonna have a lot of damage. So I wonder what the response is for the other damage. Twisted
What?
Fate.
Really?
They're doubling down on the globals here.
Okay. They want to go for big rotations, especially that Calm, or rather, the Camille has an easy time to rotate. So they can take a lot of takedowns, get the split push, get the stunts onto one target, take that target down, then we're good. At least now it's a 4v5. So that's what they're going for here in the side of FLA. I'm just not really confident in having Demon Kite onto the backseat
Yeah,
right
makes
now.
sense.
Yeah, they have the Ragnarok onto the Olaf, which is great. But yeah, like what I said a while ago, I'm not confident having Demon Kite onto the Lux. I'd rather have him onto an ADC role.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They Oasis in the draft kind of squished them already on having Demon Kite as utility because there's like what Jace, Fiora already pretty much locked in. Tank's already being banned by FLA. Seth, Garen, Darius gone. So the other option that we see usually is a Nasus top to play it safe. With the Twisted Fate lock-in, you're going to be worried for Esila's life at the early game because you know that they're going to be after his life, open up early the first tower of the game, which is top side, into another Rift Herald. So that's why they locked in the Olaf, because I can run away from danger. I have sustain. I can probably kill someone before I fall down if I get tower dove. But that's the thing, right? The Hextech ultimatum is gonna lock you even though you're screaming with your 2 axes and activating Ragnarok. You're still gonna get locked down into that cage. So this is something. Never mind though, it's gonna be Renzi on the jungle instead. So Isilla has to be careful instead of that Olaf.
Yeah, they need to be very, very careful. What I'm afraid of, I forgot to point out a while ago, is that FLA does have less damage compared to what they have during the last game. They had the Twisted Fate, they have the Senna. I'm not expecting Senna to be dealing a lot of damage into the later stages of the game. More so, it's just a constant DPS, but not that big, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Doming would be the only big damage potential onto the side of FLA on the late game. And Oasis does have a lot, and that's what I'm scared for on the side of FLA.
Yeah, they've got a lot. They got Isilla. They got Rens who's gonna hack and slash. I mean, eventually, an Olaf will be very vulnerable in the later stages of the game, just because when you press Ragnarok, while you evade CC, you can't really evade damage. So that's just you're gonna just eventually get shredded before you get into the middle of the fight. So for FLA though, that means they spell Arise, level 5 Destiny. We're gonna visit topside. Isilla, very squishy. We can set up a dive here. So we'll see if that's gonna be the case, because that's gonna be the case.
right. Oh, I mean, bot lane though, they're starting a fight, but there's not enough damage coming to both of our sides though. They just have a lot of CC, but Demon Kite, he's ticking down. Danny's just dealing a lot of damage here, forcing them to get the Honey Fruit as early as they can.
Yeah, that's just a lot of poke. Winds of War into Danny's first skill, that's just a lot of poke. So Demon Kite just forced to get the shields down. And once you get the light binding off,
oh no,
you're vulnerable.
Yeah, they came in Dragon. They have, oh no, Dominic is here. The damage came from him. Just took him down. Dragon low in HP, has the barrier though. And that is just gonna get the takedown. Or rather, that was the shield coming from Demon Kite. I'm so sorry.
That was just a lot of poke. They set this up. This is a very heated 2v2 in the bot lane. Every single time someone's low on the side of any of the duo laners here from either of these teams, it's the tower dive setup. So again, for Dragon, if you body slam forward and if you don't hit anyone, you're just going to get greeted by the root of Danny. And again, once you get the light binding off and you didn't hit anyone, FLA's dual lane is going to be so confident to just, okay, let's go. There's nothing that can root us. There's nothing that can punish us anymore.
Yeah, but playing through the early game, and Doming is the late game champion. He gets a 2-0 top side though. Here comes Danny, goes for a gank onto the top, and that is Flash Burn already onto Isilla.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect because look at FLA's numbers. They're almost level 5. That means they're setting up this kill on top side. Potentially get turret plates, maybe even the First Blood Tower like they did earlier.
Yeah, getting a First Blood Tower is really crucial for FLA, just for them to just weave their web throughout the map. And FLA just slowing the game down, just for Oasis to not have enough space for this. Level 5 Arise, that is the call. And if ever, he might take anything on his hands to use the Destiny even before the objectives come in.
Yeah, there's a single ward, right? Like this advanced ward to see whether or not Arise is going to go near in range of the Destiny to visit top side. So Esila has a little bit of warning. But again, he has no flash for the next few seconds. So that's the window that Esila should be careful from advancing too much. But look at what Eduf is doing. He's making sure that he has priority in the mid lane so that he can, make Arise hesitate a little bit to go top side and Destiny teleport, or even get a bunch of turret plates and punish if ever nothing's going to happen there.
Yeah, he backed away for the roll just so he's ready for the objective. And it's gonna come in into 20 seconds. Rip Herald probably is going to get be the target for Oasis here if they want to go for it, because Renzi is already onto the top side. But now that they switch places, Rafi is in the mid lane, or Ryzen is onto the top side, they're really going to contest this with Herald for sure.
Yeah, they want to be in range of again, these important globals.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for the bot lane though. I'm kind of expecting, because Calm is in the bot lane, so they just want to use the Destiny just to react if ever they're going to go to the bot side to take this cloud trade.
Yeah, they're setting up for easy.
Okay.
Whoa!
Yeah, Dominus, the stun comes in, the ignite is popped onto EDAP. They still have the flash to work with though if ever they still want to fight. But because of that timing, Oasis can take this down. This would be good for their side, even without Isilla. But remember, we have the Destiny onto Arise. So if ever they are gonna go for this, that is gonna go bad for the side of Oasis. That is the reason why FLA is still contesting this, because they know if ever, we're not gonna be outnumbered anytime soon.
Yeah, they know everybody is pretty much here. Look at this. If Oasis keeps prolonging this, they might lose more turret. Oh, Destiny!
Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum onto the bot side, was able to get the takedown. They might go for more. Renzi is really strong at this point in the game. They got the takedown. Dawning Shadow won't be able to do anything. And that's going to be FLA taking down. Zombie will be the last one. And Oasis takes a 4-for-1. And that is a Cloud Drake on top of it.
Yeah, they got Ed off, but at the same time, Renzi was pretty much free to keep hacking everybody else on the side of FLA. So that's, I mean, the plan was, okay, 4v5, we got this. But at the same time, there's a lot of damage coming from Oasis with Esila, Renzi, Eduf, and the fact it was a 4v5 situation because Arise was at the top portion of the map.
Yeah, and as we said a while ago, they don't have enough damage on the side of FLA in the early stages. They need to wait for the late game for Doming to deal it. And looking at the replay right now, that was just so much damage, especially for Demon Kite's ultimate. The final spark was able to deal all the damage right there onto them.
And this could be take 2 now of the fight that we saw earlier.
Yeah, they had the smite. Renzi goes in, and that's a takedown already onto Raph, not even reacting. But FLA knows that it's a takedown anyway, so let's get away.
Yeah, this is the perfect retreat where you have to manually walk away because you don't exactly have that Gragas power of the cast to just scare everybody.
What a nice dodge to the light binding there. Dominus just to build up some rage for FLA, but yeah, they're just gonna back away. They don't want to go for any fights right here. Because of the rotation that FLA did, Oasis knows we can take down top lane because all of them are in mid lane anyway. If we take this down, a lot of their towers are gonna fall down.
Yeah, they were probably anticipating that Oasis was going to set up a dive, so knowing that FLA invested a lot of members towards mid, that's what they're doing. Oasis gets another tower in their hands.
Running her hands, and that's going to be the takedown already onto Danny. Another cast. This has been a very underlying theme of our games, right, P2? Whenever there's a Gragas, the casts are going to be great. And that has what worked for Dragon right now.
No, they got Danny. Just as hold that.
Oh,
the cancel!
he was taken down. Oh no, that is the cancel onto Arise, and he's just gonna get taken down in the bot lane anyway. Arise, that was just unfortunate, and FLA gets another that onto their side.
Yeah, Destiny denied by Edoff there. And yeah, that was quite unfortunate. I mean, FLA, because the towers are slowly falling, they lost their window for tower diving Isilla from earlier. And I thought that was the setup, but because of the lane swap, because of the objective timing spawning, FLA lost that mini window to get Calm ahead. And now he isn't. He's 2k behind Isilla in his matchup.
Okay, they don't have any vision, and oh no, they need to be afraid of this. There comes the shield of the Ranch, and the Hextech ultimate of that combo is gonna come out, but not enough damage. Here's the takedown, here's the turnaround. Renzi onto the backside was able to get the kill. Donnie's Shadow to shield all of his teammates, but oh no, Estilla is still on a rampage. They still have the takedown here though, but that is gonna be the blast plan, taking them down. A 3-4-2, very respectable for FLA.
Yeah, FLA saw this coming. Oasis wanted to dive Calm because he was all alone in the bottom portion of the map. And then boom, FLA just turned the tides. And looks like they want to finish what they started here with the mid lane tower.
I really love how they use Danny here. Estilla, oh wow, that is just some confidence right there, flashing in. And that damage though, that is scary. They need to back away because Adolf is already here, and that is what they actually called.
Oasis just denying these things away from FLA.
No.
Cask is not going to be available in the next few seconds, which is the timing of the next Drake, the Infernal Drake. And what you mentioned is a very yummy target. A lot of these teams want this for that damage buff. So FLA doesn't have two important ults, Hero's Entrance and Dawning Shadow.
Yeah, that is something that they need to be afraid of. That's why they won't be contesting this. They just want Dominic to try and steal this out. Will he be able to steal? He was able to steal it, and now he's gonna take down the sacrifice. That's okay. It's all worth it. They got the Drake. We got the steal. Let's get away. That's a good sacrifice for Dominic right there.
Yeah, it's mission accomplished already. Now what they're gonna do is gonna try to clear the wave deny of this mid lane take to make sure that they still have control over both river sides. So. Well, 7 seconds on the clock. FLA is going to be ready for the next objective to spawn, so this is still okay for FLA, even though they lost the jungler.
This Camille so far has been stealing a lot of this objectives, and it's really looking kind of tight for the Camille pick. I wish that next time they need to respect the Camille pick, but bot lane though, gonna go for a fight, but we're having a replay right now. That is just gonna be the Infernal Drake being taken down against Doming with just a great one right there.
Yeah, able to get the steal, and meanwhile, it is Calm rather winning that duel versus the Fiora here. So we talked about how, despite Calm earlier on, we talked about his 2k gold deficit over his matchup, but because of the fight earlier, he got a double kill. He was able to, recuperate some of the gold he lost in the early game.
Yeah, I can definitely fearcraft that Doming was there. That's why Azilla fell down in the bot lane. But now, because Doming is into the bot side, Riffherald is just gonna get taken by Oasis, which could potentially take down the tower in the mid lane if Oasis has the priority.
Yeah, FLA's mission now is to clear the wave. Let's see if they can stun lock the, air quote, stun lock the up. Hold that thought.
Yep. Yeah, they don't have enough CC though. They have the slow Hextech ultimate up to the backside. Hero Sentra's gonna come in. That's the right timing. Renzi's down. They don't have the Rip Herald anymore onto this if they want to push, but they can still push if they want to though, which is great.
which is great. It is great. There is still that opportunity, but FLA is just catching the wave rather.
Stoneblade comes in for Wrath. It's just gonna be. He's just super tanky, so He's just gonna be running away, Chad walking to the mid lane, and reset before the next fight comes in.
Yeah, this is, again, no objectives already on the board. So this is now the battle of, can we set up a dive in mid lane? Can we remove mid lane? Because both of these teams have a lot of wave clear to share. Wins of War. We talked about the Galio, talked about the Twisted Fate, and as well, this could be a potential 1v1 here. Look at Calm. You waiting for it. Waiting for Adam to move forward.
Oh, he has a 1k gold lead though. Dominus being popped. He's gonna go in. There comes the stun. He does have the slice and dice, and that is gonna be it. And is just gonna fall down. Wow, what a good show of dominance right there to the top side.
Patience. Calm really showed how patient he was. He was waiting for Edaf to, is he gonna push some more? Is he gonna go home? Most likely. I'm gonna wait a little bit. So he lowers his guard down. And that's exactly what he did. So Calm 5-1-0 at the moment. This is exactly what FLA wanted. But again, talked about mid lane.
Oh, Danny fell. That is a great cast.
That was
again.
another
Even
cast.
if we didn't
Yeah.
see that was a great cast again for
That was
Dragon.
another cast.
This cast have been, oh no, rickling my brain. Calm is gonna go in. Here's gonna go, and that's the Sun. Almost taking that. He's running away, but no, he wasn't able to get the takedown. Renzi would be the one to take that down. Nobody's here to help him out. This is gonna be a Rise falling down to their side, and that is gonna be the mid lane takedown. If ever Doming would be able to take it, but he has in a 1v1 Hextech ultimatum with the hero's entrance. Here comes the damage. Stasis has been popped. They have the shot of Rand to get the taunt, but not enough damage to take him down. Never mind though. Raph was able to take him down.
Yeah, nicely done. Timing. Oh wait, no. That's just the final spark to clear the wave. Not probably
Wait.
trying to kill Doming somewhere.
Or Dragon dodged though, so I was surprised. I was surprised. I was kind of surprised.
That was his own teammate.
Yeah. It was just wary if that could be an enemy final spark
Yeah.
for some reason. And FLA is gonna go here. They have the Hallowed Mist who want to go in, and they are just gonna get this takedown though. Renzi is up. Edaf is not here, so this is gonna be a 5v4. What a good fight for them to be in. I hope this is not a steal. Renzi is in a good position. He has a Ragnarok to work with if ever he wants to go in, but he was zoned out. And FLA, oh no, they want to go for a takedown. They went in. There comes the body slam to this cast in order for them to get disrupted, which is good for the side of Oasis. They're taking them down. 2 has fallen. The next is there. The tree has been taken down. They got the Mountain Drake, but they can take this Baron because they're 5-man strong right here.
Look, Renzi pressing our Ragnarok. I'm just gonna head straight, ignore the front line, and just hack away. And this is the reward, headed straight towards the Baron because there's only 2 people left. And yes, even though FLA did get that Baron, Oasis just has a lot of, just pressing R, just going in, and that's exactly what they're able to do.
Yeah, we do not need it at this point. They don't need to take the Mountain Drake. That's why they're respecting it. Look at how they got a long time here before they take down the Mountain Drake, and that's why after that Oasis was just there. We can take this down because Edaf is already here.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good coming from Raph, right? But there were a lot of key ults that weren't available. Everybody was pretty much low already, and everyone was healthy on the side of Oasis. So FLA, we talked about how they didn't have any modes of disengage, so Oasis can just keep chasing, and FLA will have no escape.
Okay, top side, they're taking down Calm. He's just left alone with his stuff, and that's gonna be the takedown, but he was able to flash away. There comes the Hextech ultimatum, and Renzi gonna fall down with a precision protocol, and that's gonna be the kill. Dominic gonna be the next target. Yes, GA Dragon is very tanky, but he might not be able to get out. Never mind. He was able to body slam away, and that is a trade for the tower in the bot lane.
That's a lot of room coming from Oasis, though. We'll see. We could potentially see a 1v1 here from Calm, but again, this could be a collapse. Will Asila make it?
Yeah, he was.
He does. He's fine. Yeah, okay. So around this time, we brought up how Calm will be the key here for early game. How he can be an unstoppable monster. But eventually he's gonna fall in relevance because Asila is gonna shine with a scary late game Fiora with a 1-4 setup and into the team fights. He's just gonna burst someone down with the vital points as long as he gets them. And again, this is not according to Keikaku now for FLA as the game goes by. This could potentially be whoever wins the Elder Dragon fight like earlier, but it's not the same leeway that FLA wanted it to be because the early game didn't go in their favor.
Right now, Arise is having a hard time getting those kills because honestly, there's a lot of ways to cancel his stun. They have the riposte, they have the Ragnarok, and he hasn't been able to work the magic with the Destiny so far. And that's why FLA is just getting punished. All of this map control that Oasis has is because they weren't able to utilize that Destiny a while ago.
Yeah. Twisted Fate is amazing during the laning phase, so because you can set up dives for your team. I mean, they were ready to do that. Calm, Doming. I mean, look at that. Renekton, Camille, and then Twisted Fate. But the laning phase was so short because Oasis accelerated it, and the timing was a bit awkward because the dragon and the objective spawn. So FLA wanted the dragon, so they had to rotate people, and they couldn't set up the powerful trio that we talked about on diving Isilla. And because they didn't get to see that, and the fact that Renzi got a triple kill early, we all know that an Olaf can potentially snowball out of control, and that's exactly what we saw in some of these fights.
Yeah. Gonna go for it. 15 seconds on the clock for the Elder Ocean Drake. They want to get this though. This is gonna be crucial for Oasis to deny because FLA has a lot of dragons on their belt already. So if they want to go for this, that is the time. They need to strengthen this up. They don't have fast clear like what FLA has, but they can still start it off really easily. Hextech ultimatum onto Renzi. They want to take him down. If he falls down, they don't have any smite. Good flash onto Renzi. Good timing. They bought some time. Dominic's gonna be the target onto the backline. Everybody's coming onto him. He falls down. That's very crucial for Oasis, but they might be able to take down Isilla. Everybody's here. That is good. Hallowed Fist, and that could be the takedown onto him. 4v4. Still a fight that they want to go in. Wrath is gonna be the sacrifice. They need to survive. FLA doesn't need to die here. They don't have enough damage, and they fell down. Arise is gonna be next. Dragon is gonna get close, and that is the takedown. 4 of them are down, and FLA are just running around. Oasis is just gonna take down the towers, and they might end this game.
Yeah, 4 people down on FLA. That's a lot of death timers on the side of FLA. Oasis, just as you mentioned, is poised to win this match.
Okay, they are really going for it. TP's coming in. They have the last member here. 10 seconds of the clock for Dominic. They might end this. They still can't take down Cobb, and this is the game. Oasis takes down game 2. What a great fight against both of these teams. They just got their revenge onto game 1, and FLA was taken down.
Are we going to game 3, baby?
Yeah.
Let's go. I mean, this is such a heated rivalry. We've seen how it progressed whenever they'd meet up from the CBOL Grand Finals into the first round robin, where Oasis has been constantly winning over Fennel adversity. But for this series, we saw game 1. Okay, Fennel, very good lead. Oasis, on the other hand, for game number 2, was able to get that early lead, and we talked about that before, where, you know, Dash, the spiders and the cobwebs and all that, you gotta kill the spider before the spider sets up webs, sets up shop. That's exactly what Oasis did. Denied the win condition of Fennel adversity with all their side lane pressure, and boom, got Renzi ahead. They got Scylla getting early kills, and it was such a hard early game for FLA. Therefore, they were running out of time. It didn't get to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, with how slow FLA plays, Oasis just, what you said a while ago, they just accelerated the game, take off the laning phase. Then after that, let's just do it. Let's just take them down. Don't let them breathe anymore. The web has been taken down. Let's just put the spider onto the boot and take them down. And that's exactly what they did on the side of Oasis. That is a really good play. Oasis has been known to play really fast, and that they did during this game.
Yeah, it is. When we look back at their previous matches against Fennel, it's always them managing to dismantle Fennel adversity earlier into the game, and this is exactly what they did. Accelerated the laning phase, therefore Arise pretty much will have a hard time. The fact that their composition really relied on them winning early, because like what you said earlier, Danny, even though on paper has scaling, and it's not a carry. It's more on the utility side, and it's just really slow DPS on the side of Senna. And the fact that there's only one tank for your side, so you don't have exactly enough space. Even though if you have space, Renzi's just going to ignore anyone in the front lane and head straight to the squishies, and that's what Ragnarok is for.
I mean, it didn't even really happen. Renzi just went in, take down the front line whenever they can, because there's not enough damage on the side of FLA. They don't have enough to take any one of them down, even Renzi onto the Ragnarok, where he most likely is the squishiest whenever he has the Ragnarok. But because they don't have enough damage on FLA, it's so easy. Look at this last fight now. Yes, they have damage to take down Isilla, but it took a long time for Oasis to roam around and take them down before everything happens. And once they were trying to back away, it was just a bit too late.
Yeah, it was Oasis always finding these opportunities, and it was just this big snowball effect, right? Because FLA needed to win early. Oasis was able to get that snowball for Renzi on the side of this Olaf, and those two math equations were able to just get them down. And the Divakai player of the game. I mean, Final Sparks are everywhere, the shields were everywhere, the binding for that additional utility were everywhere. So Demon Kite, his presence. I mean, we saw Renzi getting the triple kill, but who was able to enable the shields and the roots coming from this Lux, coming from Demon Kite.
I really love that even though that Demon Kite wasn't in a marksman during this game, he played really well, especially with this Lux that has been very destructive, as you said, with the final spark, and even doubling down with the Rabadon and then Void Staff after, just for them to have more damage onto their side. Because it's really a great formula right now. So far, Oasis has been winning a lot of games in where Demon Kite is an ADC, but in this specific game, you need to get that early game advantage, and that is exactly what the Lux did for the side of Oasis right now.
Yeah, I love this series because when we look back at the identity of both Oasis and Fennel, they both have strong dual laners like Danny and Demon Kite. Whenever, especially when they're on the AD carry, they're on AD champions. But now that they're they're sitting back a little bit, opting for that utility, putting the spotlight on their mid laners and jungler, and even on their top lane. I love the dynamic. It's so refreshing. It's really nice to watch.
Yeah, I really like that they kind of make them some differences on their playstyles whenever they're fighting each other, just for them to answer the problems that the other is imposing. I really like the adaptation from both of these teams, and I hope they adapt it onto Game 3, because Game 3 is the decider for both of these teams. A while ago, it was Oasis's backs against the wall, but because now they got the momentum against FLA, this might change things up for this series, and we're really excited to see what's gonna happen for Game 3, everyone. We're just gonna be taking a short break. We have been your casters, Dash and Riku, and see you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
The Holy Trinity has spoken, and Oasis again, being the kryptonite of FLA, having a hard time during the early stages of the game, and that's why FLA just got taken down onto Game 2. Game 3, they can still arrange their shortcomings if they want to take up a notch, get that gym badge against Oasis. And again, everyone, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Riku, and we're excited to see the development of this Game 3.
Yeah, it can go either way, right? Because we saw how Fennel Adversity was able to get a commanding lead against Oasis, which, you know, they haven't exactly tasted in a while whenever they're up against Oasis Gaming. Talked about, you know, CBL Grand Finals into the first round robin. So this is a different setup for both of these teams so far, and Oasis time and time again had I wouldn't call it a comfortable match whenever they're up against Fennel Adversity, but just because they seem like to be the kryptonite for Fennel. They're always winning that early game. They're able to mash down and get that home run rather. So Fennel now can this is the last game that they can get revenge, at least for the series is concerned. So I'm curious if Fennel is gonna draft back to the basics where, okay, Danny, you're going for this scaling 80 carry. That's going to be you, and we're going to build around you, and that's how we're going to finish this Game 3. Will Oasis do the same? Because so far the draft has been so hard to draft 80 compositions centered around 80 carries, because enchanters are getting banned, 80 carries are getting banned at the second rotation of bans.
Yeah, I mean, Nami is good, but she doesn't do what a Lulu or a Yumi does. That's why everyone is afraid whenever it's gonna go to a Nami, if ever. That's why they do not take the risk of taking the marksman whenever they can. They go to the safer picks, which are Corki and also to the Senna, which has been really deemed effective for both of our sides. But during Game 2, we have seen Senna having the shortcomings when it comes to the damage, because FLA wasn't built towards what the Senna can do. During that game, they have a lot of CC, but they had like 0 damage during that game.
Yeah, FLA's comp earlier was so reliant on winning the early game, was setting up for the Destiny, setting up for the side lane pressure, was setting up for, again, getting calm ahead on the Renekton. So we'll see if FLA drafts something that has a little bit of late game insurance with, I don't know, maybe the Fiora.
Yeah, I hope they don't jump the gun here for the side of FLA, because a while ago Demon Kite used the Lux and used it effectively in the bot lane to shut down Danny and the Wrath. That's why it was super hard for them to do anything on the later stages of the game, because that Lux was just super effective, especially on the first clashes. The final spots were perfect, so they need to respect that on the side of FLA.
Yeah, that's also a big possibility. They might pick up the Lux if ever, you know, the 80 carry pool is going to get whittled down by the bans. And it has been quite similar, except it's the Morgana popping in and out at the first rotation of bans. So for FLA, do they ban the Yumi? Is this going to be a Camille first pick again? Because it seems to be the overarching theme so far. Who's going to get the set? Who's going to get the Galileo and the Gragas? The Gragas has been such an impactful pick in this series. Raph and Dragon are playing out of their minds, getting the cask, not to disengage, but to get a pick off on any of the squishy members, especially the carries like Demon Kite and Danny.
I'm about to say that I bet that Oasis is going to take the Gragas over anything else for the first pick. Yeah, because it has been effective on the hands of Dragon, and it would be effective on the hands of FLA. So they're taking risks. I really love that they went for the Lulu ban here for the side of FLA. So, they didn't take it. So FLA can take that down and get another on their hands. Camille and Gragas, which is what they used during Game 1, is up and ready for the side of FLA.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good first rotation for your red side, because, well, it doesn't exactly reveal too much, but at the same time you secure very strong picks that enabled your win earlier in game number 1. You got disengage, pick coming from Raph as well, and with a Hextech ultimatum, no, they're going for a different scenario.
Okay, I'm kind of surprised, but
they have a plan.
Yeah, they might have a different plan here on the side of FLA. That's why they went for the Jace Camille, which is, honestly, these picks are still very, very flexible. They can put this on any solo lane. they want to and they can put them in the jungle. And Fiora is still up. Oasis is, yeah, they're gonna take that. I hope that they take the Gragas, get it out of the hands of FLA.
Yeah, because both of these supports, Dragon and Raph, have been playing out of their minds, catching the AD carries. The Gragas has been a stellar, has been performing really well in these supports, and there it is! They got it! They got really heavy engaged. They got 1-4 split push so far with possibly Renzi in the jungle for this Fiora. We still don't know. All of these 3 picks are super duper flex. You can see them in any single role. It's really crazy that Oasis isn't revealing too much with this. FLA is also the same thing because Camille can be flexed in 3 different roles, but with the Lux being picked up, this solidifies that, okay, Danny is going for more of this utility, and we're going to put damage again onto Calm, Doming, and Arise.
Yeah, they have the damage anyway onto a Jace, onto a Camille for FLA, which is really great. Doubling down on the CC with the Light Binding would be good, together with the Hextech Ultimatum. So Oasis needs to ban something that could really give them a hard time when it comes to the CC. They still have the Galio to ban. They still have the Darius if ever FLA could pick that up. But FLA just wants to double down, take down some of the ADCs that Demon Kite could pick up. Because right now, Morgana, Corki, only the Senna might be up for Demon Kite lately.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Removing the Corki, the Senna also
Oh,
as
Senna
well.
is taken down also.
Already,
sorry.
yeah, at the earlier portion of the game. So, I mean, they could still go for, you mentioned another enchanter, maybe a Janna. Gragas and Janna has been the very, the double oppressive combo when it comes to disengage. So Demon Kite can play a scaling AD carry with double disengage with the Janna. So this could still be that angle that Oasis can go for.
Yeah, I hope they go for that though, FLA.
Yeah.
Okay, really?
It's still very difficult though, because you're going to be up against a Lux lane, and the Vayne is going to be forced, or Kai'Sa is going to be forced to lane swap elsewhere, so because you're going to get poked a lot. So I assume Oasis is going to hesitate a little bit on that portion, but I guess a lane swap is also a solution for you to avoid that matchup.
Darius is up if they want a front line for the side of FLA, because they need something to make use of the early game. But Raph gonna go for a Rakan. So they want the Wombo combo together with this, which is really surprising for me. Yes, they have the damage. They just need something to wrap this up for FLA.
I wonder what it could be, because potentially, I mean, there are still a couple of picks, like maybe the Riven can also fit in this composition. You've got really good skirmish, you've got really good mobility, and you've got heavy engage already for Raph on this Rakan. So now Lucian being
I hope that
picked
they
up
would be
for
able
Edaf.
to use that in their favor this time around, because it's really surprising that they could still go on for this. They have the Nami, they have the Lucian to work with, they have the early game potential on their side already, so I hope they would be able to use that.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be early. It's really strong early to mid game, but nope, they're going to go for the assassin route for the side of FLA, and this has been a very common, a very default formula, especially when we look back week 1 to week 2. Yeah, a lot of 80 damage on the board. Early game, Danny Lux is going to deal a lot of burst damage, and the fact that there's, 3 squishy members on the side of Oasis, so they got to be careful with the light bindings and everything. But with Dragon now on this Nami, there's a lot of groundwork. There's a lot of coverage that Tidal Wave provides in these choke points. So FLA should be careful during objective fights.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to... Yeah, I was about to say a while ago that Kha'Zix could potentially come in for the side of FLA, because Renzi has been using the Fiora a lot during this drafts. And during this time, it now comes in. It is going to come down to how they use this Kha'Zix in their favor, especially if it's against a Fiora. The early game is on the hands of the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, there's a lot of a burst coming in for sure, especially, you know, pretty squishy. And we talked about.
Yeah, it's very... Yeah, like what you said, Riku, it's very, very great for the Fiora to have this squishiness right there for Kha'Zix to be able to use in his favor. And right now, it might pose a problem for Oasis that they are not going to be taking this early game, except for Demon Kite having the early game damage. And I forgot to point out a while ago, Riku, Oasis doesn't have a lot of damage. Like, the problem that FLA had a while ago, Oasis has it right now. They only have Fiora as insurance, and FLA, they have a lot of damage on their comp, right?
Yeah, they do. They got the Jace, they got Doming, they've got Calm as well. So for Oasis, they do have a really good source of consistent AD damage, range damage, which is going to be coming from Demon Kite. So that is something. So that is something that FLA doesn't have, but at the same time rich when it comes to the sources on the melee side of things. So now FLA, if they're able to remove Demon Kite away from the equation immediately off of the fights, Oasis is going to be having a difficult time winning these.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to use that in their favor, like what you said. Based on what I'm seeing right now for the side of FLA, they are just gonna use this early game advantage, like what you said. And Oasis does have a lot of CC. They have some disengaged potential together with the Tidal Wave to the explosive cast, but the set could pose a big problem for the side of FLA. What's good here though, they're not a front-to-back composition, so the set can't really deal a lot of disruption for them.
Now, there's a ton of poke on the side of Danny and Arise, right? So they can get picks. This is a very skirmish-heavy comp coming from the side of FLA, so I really like this. Calm pretty low, though.
Yeah, they're going to the top side. FLA
Going
Calm
in.
is super low in HP, but they have Doming to work with. They have the damage, though. But Escilla is still going to survive because they know they have a shield, but
The
they got
minions!
taken down by the creeps. FLA, oh no, that was unfortunate.
That is super unfortunate. I mean, Doming just wanted to, okay, I'm just gonna see if I can burn a flash and for Asilla at least, because, you know, I already visited the lane, you're already pretty low, don't want to get this for naught, and
in the mid
that's
lane.
Calm
Look at this.
going down.
They're dealing a lot of damage to work with here in the mid lane, and that's going to be the takedown.
And this is it. So we're looking at FLA here with what is going to be their set here. Set. Well, set is on toward the Oasis at this point. And this is a very strong team fighting team for very comfortable.
Yeah, and
4-5 fights. FLA again has to get a pick first before they're comfortable, or get pokes, get someone in a dangerously low each time they can burst someone down. Their target is going to be Demon. Right?
yeah.
If he's down, FLA is...
Okay, yeah, grand entrance onto the bot side just to show dominance for the side of FLA. Raph just used it to just zone them down, try to take down some wave for themselves. But now 3 minutes on the clock, we're close to that target that both of these teams are waiting for. Oasis really can go for the Rift Herald if they want to, because they still have the potential advantage onto the top side, because Asilla right now is in a very comfy position.
Yeah, he won here on that fight against Calm. Just very solid all throughout for Oasis. Now, what is the way for FLA to keep winning? We talked about eliminating Demon Kite early to mid game. That is their solution, and they can up for these objectives and just keep bursting people down, get a rise ahead. That's their comfy spot. Danny's going to sit back with more of this utility with the shields coming in to make sure that Doming arrives, and whenever they win, they make sure that they survive, and Ral is there for that big setup to risk with also having a similar fights set up. Oasis, pretty cliche, just boils down to who gets to kill Demon Kite.
Right.
And now Oasis is going to Kite alive to deal consistent AD range damage. So I think the plan that is going to form for early to mid, and the one for we're looking at Oasis prioritizing the river, open up the map and get target for Renzi as well.
Yeah, Dragon and Rift Herald secured, powered by Glow, and that is great for trades. They just handshake onto Oasis and FLA. They're just taking down all that they can just for them to secure the late game onto their hands. But Doming, he's on a ticking time bomb right here to their side. I hope that he would be able to use this on his hands and use it in his favor just for them to get the early game advantage after the second objective comes in. Now that FLA is going for this setup in where they just wave clear in the mid lane, then just secure it onto the later stages of the game. They're just playing it safe, and I really love that they're going for that on the side of FLA. They're just waiting for the chance to strike back because they know they have damage in the late game anyway. Oasis is the one that is on a time bomb. they need to get this early game win, because if they don't, FLA is just gonna have lots and lots of damage later on.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools to punish as well with that 1-4 with CC, because they're pretty CC heavy, so they can hold Renzi down later on, especially that he's squishy, so you gotta be careful. Oasis wants to get this, wants to get Demon Kite ahead versus the rest that can potentially kill him like a Rise and Doming.
Yeah. Potential damage is just gonna come from doming, and top side, still a very, very safe route. I'm seeing Ralph has been moving around the map a lot because he wants to at least get that early game advantage for themselves, because Oasis already has 1 kill top side, fighting it with a Haymaker. Half HP onto Calm, but Ralph is here waiting. They can get the quickness if ever they want to go for a fight on the top side. That's why Calm is confident here.
Yeah, they wanted to see if they can set up a potential kill here. So look at this wave clear, preventing from Oasis to chip down more of these towers. And it has been a game so far of FLA, both of these teams rather avoiding each other till Demon Kite gets Solari Charge Blade, and that's the time they're going to get extra confident in these fights, seeing if they can open up the map. Because even though Oasis has Rift Herald, they still haven't exactly selected which lane they want to open up. Top side could be a potential for Asila to keep roaming. Mid lane can be a potential as well, so that they have more control over the next Rift Herald and as well as the next Dragon. So we'll see what the choice is for Oasis, because those are the 2 options that I can see at the moment. And since it's a little bit slow, I gotta ask Dash, who's the grass type again? Because, you know, Fennel is
Grass type is Oasis. FLA is water type.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. 'Cause Fennel.
Yeah.
I googled Fennel, and it also means it's a cute little vegetable.
Right. I think I might have switched them off here, because Oasis is like a body of water, right? So thinking about it, they should have been a water type. But based on how they play, they're calm like the water and like calm in their playstyle. But the showstopper comes into the tidal wave onto this Haymaker. Would come in, but not enough damage. Raph is just gonna back away, not using the quickness to engage, but to disengage for FLA.
And no one dies at the moment. Oasis really wanted to punish anyone, and now that because FLA have used their ults, they're pretty much, some of them are half HP bars, so they wanted to unleash the Rift Herald in the mid lane just to see if they can time it right, open up the mid so that they can time it for the next Dragon. But since everybody from FLA is there, they didn't call for a reset. They just eliminated mid lane, the Rift Herald, and then called it a day.
Yeah. Call it, and Rift Herald and Mountain Drake coming into their side. They lost a bit of some of their spells, especially for Calm, the side of FLA. And Oasis really happy that they still have some flashes, and some ultimates are just gonna come out after Asila gets the showstopper. Gonna be big for them side, but Doming has been pulled back with a face breaker. That's go showstopper. Doming is gonna fall down with a flash from Asila, and now they don't have any smites onto their side. They need to back away. FLA is gonna fall down. Raph is gonna be the next target, but Asila wasn't able to execute him. That is good though. That is both of her jungles down for both sides, 1 for 1. But Oasis has better positioning onto this objective.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to go down really, really fast. But look at FLA. They want to contest this one.
Okay, they're contesting it. Damage from the Shock Blast. FLA might go for this if they want to. Demon Kite get the target onto Calm. They have the Hexa Cultivator. They take down the Mountain Drake. And Calm is just going to back away. But Arise gets the takedown onto himself. Dragon also falls down together with Raph, taking them on 3 kills to their side for 0 in favor of FLA, and Rift Herald is just going to take down, and that is going to be the takedown in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, jungler, both of these teams had no jungler earlier, so FLA wanted to contest and see if they could get a steal, get that 50-50 on the board, but because of 2 members down, they get this domino effect of having the Rift Herald for free, and that they can respond with opening up the map even further.
Yeah, opening it up, taking it down. FLA wants to take this in their hands, taking the matters on their hands, taking the Rift Herald, and now mid lane is down, which is the comfort zone of FLA. They just want to get that early game mid pressure, just for them to take more objectives onto their side. In Oasis, no, they need to take down mid lane turret of FLA, but FLA up their defenses, the fortresses are up, the walls are in to most of their towers.
Yeah, they're slowly trying to whittle it down, but let's take a look at that replay again. Calm was there to distract everybody else while Arise deals a lot of damage. Look at Raph with the quickness going in, making sure that everybody's just going to get charmed and not eliminate Arise there on that J. So really nice fight and response coming from FLA.
Yeah, they got it. Top Repelled is being put down, and they really want to take this tower down onto their side, and it's looking good. Take this down, but Oasis, everybody's here to defend them out. They have the tidal wave, remember, in order for them to cancel out onto their side, but oh, this is gonna get the takedown though. 2 towers or FLA, which they are happy with. Not that big yet at this point.
Now, this isn't a big, a commanding lead just yet, so the fights again are going to be very determined on if Demon Kite falls. If Demon Kite falls early, FLA will win. If Demon Kite survives and is able to kite, and the peel that Edaf and Dragon has is gonna be enough, they're gonna have a really nice fight. And the fact that Isilla is also there for Engage to deal the heavy damage first, to initiate for the team, see who gets to have first blood and engage. Meanwhile, top side, we get to see Oasis now trying to respond and try to clear down these towers to even out the map score, but so far, Fennel adversity is always there. The fact that there's also Final Spark to clear the wave, because Final Spark is on a very, very low cooldown, especially as the game progresses, so you can clear the wave across the map, and Oasis is just forced to back away instead of hitting chip tower damage on towers.
Getting the takedown pretty great for FLA. Getting the Cloud Drake, very, very important for their side. But remember, most of the players right now for the side of FLA already has 2 items on their hands, which is, I mean, all of them already have 2 items on their hands, which could really boil down to how they use this onto the next ones. They want, look at the FLA. They're really weaving the web right now, right? They're traversing every lane just for them to get tower pressure on every side of the map against Oasis.
And they're trying to set up a dive here, but the rest of it...
Oh no, the showstopper came in already. Arise has been taken onto half HP, and this would be bad for Oasis, or rather FLA, if they want to still go in. They went in onto the backside, but the flashes still up for Oasis. They're really, really confident that they're not going to die every time that Calm goes in.
Yeah, Oasis's presence, the rest of the members of Oasis was just enough. Their presence was there to deter FLA to press the R button, Raph setting up a tower dive, and go. Because they've got Edaf slowly pushing topside, and they're finally able to clear that and able to gain enough space for that. But we'll have to see, as you mentioned, or rather, they have the next dragon is going to be the Ocean Drake. So the sustain gonna be important for Oasis here, because remember, Jenny has poke, Arise has poke, so they definitely need this one.
Yeah, Light Binding wasn't able to hit the right target, and Oasis is just there. They still have a lot of... No ultimates are down for both of our sides, so they are up and ready, fully armed on both sides if ever they want to go for this Ocean Drake. But Oasis, look at this. They're trying to bait them out, trying to take down the mid lane before everything else. Final Spark not going to be able to take that down, and that's why mid lane turret has been taken down. Good advantage for Oasis, and Isilla is primed and ready for this fight.
We'll see if there's going to be a sandwich happening, because all ults are up.
Okay, there comes the quickness onto the Grand Entrance. Wasn't able to hit the right targets, and that is explosive. Cass was able to put them out of their places. FLA has been taken down in positions, but Oasis, half HP on Renzi, they need to back away a bit.
Ooh, yeah, ults are still up for the side of FLA. Pretty patient. Binding.
Yeah, got the binding. Calm gonna go in, but the bubble was able to hit onto the showstopper, onto the back line. FLA, oh no, that was good position, but they got the takedown onto 2 already. It was good. Double kill onto both sides. That is good for Oasis. That is a big advantage, and now they're taking this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Oasis was so confident that they're gonna win that fight. That Demon Kite was flashing forward already, relentlessly pursuing forward for his team earlier, and no fear, because the rest of his team pretty much alive to save him, to get that heal, to get that peel in that fight. So nice engage by Raph at that point, but the cast just prevented the rest of FLA to respond and follow up with that engage with the quickness.
Yeah, got the quickness and good plays from the side of Oasis, and FLA wasn't able to get the right positioning during that fight, because Isilla got a great showstopper onto 5 people, or rather 4 people onto their side, and that's why it was hard enough right there for FLA to position, but Isilla just made it harder. Now, they want to get the places, their towers. Now that they're equal Oasis, they can use this in their favor, because FLA uses this advantage in their favor most of the games, but now that they're equal, it's gonna be quite a bit hard, but goes in with the showstopper, though Asilla won't be able to hit anyone with a face breaker, but they have to flash to back away.
Yeah, Oasis's FLA's composition doesn't exactly have the same consistent damage power that Oasis has in the form of Demon Kite, right? Like they do.
Yeah.
Demon Kite has 3 items already. Infinity Edge, talked about Solari Charge Blade. That's why Oasis was just waiting for that item. And then they also have Infinity Edge. So Oasis is ready to take FLA on. So FLA avoiding now the 4v5, the 5v5 fights, and they're opting for the split push that we talked about earlier for Calm. And that's gonna be that driving force for FLA to see if they can split the map, and that's how they're gonna win.
Yeah. Going for it, FLA just happy and ready for this ephemeral fight is gonna happen. But Oasis, right now, the pressure that they have onto Calm is really big because he has 3 items already. The only one that could fight him on 1v1 would be Renzi. That's why right now they need to invest a lot of resources just for them to take off the split push threat of Calm. That's why Oasis is having a hard time committing on these pushes.
And the response was, Renzi buying a teleport. Will Khan go back home, buy a teleport for himself as well to match the teleport presence of Renzi? That could be a possibility. And you're right, it is Renzi that will... there you go. He gets that teleport. So at this point, it is even grounds right now. Oasis, again, though, is pretty much happy to take on these fights on their own. But look at this. They're starting this Baron. This is risky.
Yeah. Honestly, they're really happy for the side of FLA. Just for whenever they try to go for a fight here, they really need something to hit first. Hextech Ultimatum would be a good way to start the fights, and also Rafi with a quickness to the Grand Entrance, but their composition is not built for going forward after Rafi gets in. Maybe they can take down one, which is great, but what they need to do is to use Danny, utilize the final spark onto the light binding whenever Rafi goes in, take one down, back away. After they reset, Oasis is not in a good position to fight against them anyway. So yeah, they know they don't have damage onto the side of Oasis after the first burst that they do. So FLA needs to use that in their favor.
Yeah, this is... again, the way FLA is going to be fighting is that they don't have consistent damage like Oasis has that can operate in a safe position. So FLA has to get into the fight, but because they're not comfy anymore, because Demon Kite has been a monster kiting into these 5v5 fights, FLA wants to split the map, take advantage of the chaos. Big bonus is if they get to bait out Edaf's explosive cast, that's a time that, Raph can initiate comfortably.
Gonna go in, FLA just is positioned well for the Elder Inferno Drake. They need to deny this against Oasis because Elder Inferno Drake, especially when you have a lot of dragons, it's gonna be bad for you guys. So Oasis doesn't have any damage, but they do have the Elder Inferno Drake. If Deborah comes in, Final Spark is down. So that's gonna be good for the side of Oasis if they want to start the fight. They need to start this fight right now. Face breaker on the tree. That was very big. They still have the showstopper to work with. Quickness comes in. Raph doesn't have anything else on their hands. They can push the top side. Oasis, they're buying. FLA is buying a lot of time for Call to take down the towers on the top side.
Teleport.
He's taking his time. TP comes in. Estilla is low in HP. They're gonna go in. They're gonna be taking down FLA. Oasis is in a really good position, but FLA took them down. 3 people are down already. The ultimatum Demon Kite taken down, but now FLA takes the Elder Inferno Drake and they can get these towers onto their hands.
Renzi wanted to see if he can get a steal, but look at that, FLA was able to split the fight from different points of that Elder Drake clash, and then Oasis was thinking of, okay, our top side is getting shredded by Calm at the same time. This could be a fight. We're going to be focusing on Elder Drake. No, let's take a look at that again. So we get to see a lot of pokes already. Estilla was pretty much low at this point. So we talked about the poke. If they're on low HP bars, that's the time they're going to be comfortable in these fights, aside from killing Demon Kite. Estilla fell down because of Doming's burst, and the rest was able to buy some time for the rest of FLA to be in a prime position. And without Demon Kite's peelers, Esila, Edoff, and Dragon, that means he's just going to be a very vulnerable target for the side of FLA.
Yeah, FLA just takes down the right targets at the right time. And Oasis, they weren't expecting that to happen. They had the better hand, they had the better setups, but because we said it a while ago, they don't have enough damage to continue long, prolonged fights except if Renzi is still alive. After the Grand Challenge, they don't have enough damage to take down most of the members of FLA, and that's what happened during the last fight, and FLA just doubling down on this pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, all they had to do, poke, 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 is still a half HP. Okay, it's go, go, go. I mean, the fact that 3 members...
What?
Okay.
That is a lot of dashes.
I was gonna say 3 members as a Guardian Angel. Yeah, that's a lot of damage still coming from Demon Kite.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that he was like close to the tower, and when he went in with the Proto Belt, he's already on the face of Calm. And now, with the Baron buff, they're just forcing out a lot of reactions from Oasis. They're forcing Oasis to make a mistake before they try to go for a fight. Azilla, what is this one? Danny going in, showstopper. He had the flash for the backside. Grand entrance was just able to stop them down, but Raph gonna be the next target though. Oh no, Renzi has been taken down. They can go in, they can end this game. Now Azilla is the next one to fall. FLA now takes down the Kryptonite. Demon Cut is the next on the chopping block. Oh wow, Ida stasis to buy some time, but what would that do? He's gonna get taken down. Pops the Guardian Angel. 5-man strong. FLA is gonna win against Oasis after the longest time streak has been taken down.
Yeah, FLA denies history repeating itself, able to defeat Oasis. It was a very intense in this series with 3 games, and wow, this team is so it is coming out of their comfort zone. You've known them to be controlled aggression. That's exactly what we saw here, but the dynamics have shifted. Let's go with with Danny being on this utility and then getting the rest of Dumbing and Arise in a comfortable spot with a lot of damage output, just finding the right timing to enter these fights. Yeah, this is Fennel Adversity being incredibly strong, growing as a team, finding more strengths to collect to take them to, the next stage. I mean, I know we're at already week 4. We're just a few weeks away from that playoffs, and I know we're looking into this near future, but the future is really bright for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and I hope that they would be able to get it onto the next ones. FLA has been having this great matches since last week, and I hope they would be able to double down on it and use it in their favor for them to get onto the top, especially on the hands of UDG that they defeated during the last time, giving them their first loss. And now FLA fastly going to the top. and yeah, I really like what they showed here. They just went in for their identity, the same personality that FLA had during the whole time, and they just used it during this match against Oasis, changing some of the champions, but still true to their identity.
Yeah, they were super duper patient, and they got Raph on one of his best champions as well, which is the Rakan. And I mean, Edoff's response rather with the cask whenever Raph goes in, so that they can deny and buy time for the follow-up. But talked about damage, and there's a lot on the side for Arise and Doming, and there's just this one Demon Kite. I mean, Renzi was there to set up for a flank to see if they can create chaos in the backline. But FLA, they love these skirmishes. They love fights that are disjointed. They love fights that are, in one clash there are 2 different clashes happening in a single moment. So this is where they thrive, and they were able to get Oasis into that situation, and that's why they were able to win.
Yeah, they got that. They used that in their favor. They're like what we said a while ago. They're like spiders. They just take control of the map whenever they can, and slowly but surely take down Oasis. Just get them kind of uncomfy before they go for the fight, which is what happened during this last fight. Oasis was uncomfy. They're forcing a reaction from the members of Oasis, and FLA did just that. When the Oasis went in for the reaction, FLA just strike back, and they got the answer that they needed, and they got the win, which was really great on their hands.
Yeah, and the player of the game is gonna be Calm. He did a lot of map pressure work on the third game, especially again able to match up against Renzi when he also wants to respond with the 1-4, and as well as again his presence at his split push was able to create Oasis into this position where their attention is going to be split. They're worried about top side, they're worried about the pokes of Fennel adversity, and as well as they're worried of the Elder Drake that they had to face, which is the thing that they started. So Calm, a lot of presence into the entire series. And exactly why they're able to win this series, and Fennel adversity has defeated the Kryptonite. Again, we look back at the C-Ball qualifiers, grand finals rather, the record was 0-3, and then round robin started for the WCSPH. It was 0-2 up against Oasis Gaming. So this is crazy that now we've seen them grow, and while game 3 was more closer, and game 2 they struggled with their composition of having to win early with the Twisted Fate and the Renekton. The end, they were able to draft this a lot of poke and as well as a lot of heavy skirmish, and that they were very patient, and controlled aggression was their personality, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I really like that they went in for that controlled aggression, like what you said. I love the personality that FLA. They really have this distinct personality, and I'm loving it every time that I see it from the hands of FLA. It was honestly a great battle from FLA versus Oasis, and like what we said a while ago, Rico, it was mainit, like what you said. And they got until game 3, and that was what we're waiting for. Yes, it's literally mainit right now, but still, the matches right here on WCSPH are so mainit. But we are gonna go for a break, everyone, and we're gonna throw this to the panel after a short break. We have been your casters for the first series. I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit to the panel desk.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where Fennel Adversity take the first series 2-1. Yes, prediction. Yes, predictions. And by the way,
Nakaisa ka, ha?
this time, I've included the rest of the casters as well for today. There's some who didn't give me their predictions, so they just don't have a score. But yes, some of us have predicted Fennel Adversity, and yes, I'm just so happy. I'm so happy I'm off to a good start. Like just for today. But let's check out the series highlights over there, because a crazy apple, of course. Earlier we talked about how Oasis always has Fennel Adversity's number, but this time around it was different and they were able to adjust.
Yeah, game one, it really showed Fennel University had something of a pocket pick. First off, it was that action on Arise. I think it was more of the action pick really threw Oasis off on a loop right there, because they kind of didn't know what to do. They had a hard time because their last pick in the draft was the Diana in the mid lane, and it had a lot of questions, because Diana is this champion you usually pick as a counter to a lot of assassins in the mid lane, and since FLA really hasn't shown their full hand yet, just because they still had one more pick in the draft, they had the Jace, which could have gone to the mid lane at that point, but instead Akshan was there. And yeah, as we mentioned, FLA did get the first game of the series with I really think it was more of a draft diff at that point. Come game two though, it still felt like a draft diff in terms of that really went in the way of Oasis. Autolus, do you want to talk about game two?
But yeah, for the first time that we saw Isilla on his favorite champion in the Fiora all throughout the WCSPH, and it's a very
the
welcome
first time?
sight. I
Wow.
definitely have a fanboy mentality when it comes to Fiora for Isilla, because back when he was with RRQ, back when he was with Berjaya Dragons, he's a very formidable Fiora player, and I love the draft on game number 2 for Oasis side. Basically, it's them playing to their strengths, and I know that I did highlight that Clocks has been a so-so pick for week number 2. Turns out, on week number 3, on just the first series, we already have her at 2-0. So, yes. Because for game number 3, we saw...
Oh.
Yeah, I'm back.
I think we're all back.
I think I was back.
Yeah, I think we're all back. It's a tough day, guys.
So okay. Going back to my point for game number 3, what happened was I initially thought that Oasis already had it in the bag. Esela did a very wonderful play against Doming. The 1-2 combo of a set. Just so happened that Renzi overextended again on game number 3. I felt like, this is not the Renzi that I saw during the Seabold qualifiers. Feels like there's something missing in Renzi. And I think it's time for them to at least bring over their substitute in attack. But then again, this is just one series. We saw that Fennel University finally got over the hump. So happy for them. For Oasis, it's kind of surprising that what happened on game number 3 did actually happen. I won't point fingers for now, but I feel like there's something needs to be changed.
I wanna you don't want to point fingers on them, but I just want to highlight them as well in terms of, at least for I feel Renzi was a player we highlighted, and all eyes were on Renzi. I think he did an okay job. It's just that there were moments I felt like he was very, very aggressive, which really stretched his team thin. Also, I just want to add as well for game 3. It felt very different in terms of a Fennel Adversity win, because the game was just so messy. I think a lot of players had their own small misplays and a lot of them objective fights, and it's just really there were a lot of over-aggressive plays as well coming from Oasis Gaming. I think there needs to be a bit of... I think Oasis needs to look back on this series and not exactly taking a huge mistake from their part. I just really think there were small decisions there. If they communicated a bit better, that could have easily been an Oasis win.
But speaking of the win, of course, it did go to Fennel Adversity, despite all adversities. And right now, we can welcome them back onto the panel desk. You know, we have to keep track of our attendance over here. I feel like I want to give a Best in Attendance award at the very, very end of our split, or our season, rather. Let's welcome back Fennel Adversity. And I believe we have Domeng on the line, speaking on behalf of the team. Fennel Adversity, welcome. Welcome back, you guys. And of course, congratulations to you all again for winning the first series of the day. Now, earlier sa panel, we were talking about how whenever you guys face Oasis Gaming, like, you know, there's this rivalry between you guys and they always tend to have your number. Ano ba yung mga adjustments na ginawa nyo? And what was different this time around for Fennel Adversity?
Pinagandaan po namin sila sa sa drafting po. Sa screens namin po.
There you have it. Yun lang, simple lang. It was in the draft and they did their homework. Easy for Fennel Adversity. Second question, let's say that Fennel Adversity goes to the grand finals of the WCSPH. Which team do you want to join you guys for the grand finals?
UNDRGRND po siguro, tapos Team Secret sa grand final. Sa dalawa po.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Little bit of flashbacks, of course, to our Sea Icon series from last year. That's gonna be exciting indeed. Crazy Apple, do you have a question for Fennel Adversity?
Are we back? Yeah, I think I'm back. I wasn't sure if this was asked yet, but I just wanna find out what was the Qeon pick plan, or is it was a pocket pick that you guys brought out because of what you saw from the game 1?
Pocket pick po yun ni Maynard, nilabas lang po namin sa game 1 para para sure na po namin na na mapanalo po namin yung game 1, kasi parang yun po yung tinatago namin. Yung momentum po namin for the game 1.
Right. Yeah, and it showed when you guys won game 1, even though game 2 you didn't pan out as planned. You guys were able to pick it up back up at game 3. So yeah, thank you for that. I think Otolus, you have a question.
Okay na ba? Okay na yata no? Hindi na yata ako nalilisi. Fennel, okay. May nandun kasi kami sa watch party, tapos may bali-balita daw na nagkaroon ng swimming. Totoo ba 'yon? May swimming Adversity. Ako sila. Totoo ba?
Pahinga muna.
Nag-relax lang po ng one day. Nice. Ayun. So, confirmed. May swimming buffs. Pero actually, I also have a more serious question.
Pag-isi siya? Ay. Ba't ka naman natigil?
So, ako naman yung ako naman po yung spokesperson ni Otolus. So, yung sabi pa ni Otolus, Otolus, nandyan ka ba? Okay.
Nagpaparamdam si Otolus.
Ito po yung baso. Yes. So, wait lang. May mensahe dito. Sabi ni Otolus, ano daw yung feeling na ginamit niyo yung strategy na ginamit niyo sa Cebol qualifiers to go up against Oasis Gaming ngayon?
Maganda po syempre po na nabawi po namin yung momentum na makaisa kami ngayon sa kanila. Kasi last time po parang squishy po yung nangyayari na hindi po kami nanalo. Pero ngayon po parang lumakas po yung confidence namin since nalo na po kami sa kanila.
O, diba? Ang ganda talaga ng history nitong matchup eh. Ang ganda talaga. I have one other question na hindi masyadong seryoso. Very curious lang ako. Ano ba yung laman ng Tupperware na nasa gitna ng mesa ngayon? Ay, curious lang ako. Candy pala. Candy pala siya. Okay, curious na ako. Now is the time for all of your shoutouts and any messages that you want to give the supporters of Fennel Adversity.
Shout out po sa mga fans namin sa Fennel na sumusupport sa amin always. And shout out po kay Papa ko na sumusuporta palagi sa amin.
Tatay Danilo!
Shout out po. Shout out po sa girlfriend ko si Nicole na lagi. Shout out din po sa management namin, si Sir Endo, Sir Mac, Sir Reggie, and sa Team Fennel dito lahat kami. And kay Tita Lot and kay sa mga kaibigan ko kay Tita May, kay
Pwede ba mag-shoutout?
shout out yan.
Pwede.
Shoutout ko po yung nanay ko, si Edren po.
Shout out din po pala kay Tamaya and Tito Roy sa mga efforts nila palagi dito.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Alright, thank you so much, Fennel Adversity, and congratulations once again. Good luck on the rest of your games.
BG.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's so cute. Whenever we have Doming on the mic, he always mentions his dad. And was that Sir Danilo, I think? I mean, Danilo. I think it's his name. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. And hi, Sir Danilo. Hope you're watching. Hello. Now, of course, it was so nice that you brought that up, Otolus, that there's a lot of history behind that series. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now, of course, we have our next series of the day, which will be between Sunsparks and RRQ. It is, by the way, our featured match of the day, and we will be giving away either a Timo or a Pengu pop socket, which is that little thing that goes on behind the phone. So if you want to win that, please let us know your predictions. Join us over here. You have no consequences, you just get rewards. We have the opposite. We have consequences only. But of course, this series, Sunsparks versus RRQ, Crazy Apple. Sunsparks managing to get some sparks, right? But they're currently in the I did that. As they're currently in that last spot in our standings, it's a tall order against RRQ.
Indeed, it is a very tall order, and currently they are in the, I would say, bottom of the standings, but it doesn't mean they are out for the count. They still have a couple of weeks to rack up some points, and I think this against RRQ, yes, it is our featured match, and I think it is a very pivotal series for them because right now RRQ is at 6th place with 4 wins. If they take a win away from RRQ, they put themselves in just that's a slightly better position to get them to squeak in to the top 6 to get into the playoffs. And with Sunsparks, yeah, there has been a bit of a spark, and it's all gonna come down to our featured player of the day. We are currently in the Rumble in the jungle. It's gonna be Ace right there in the jungle position, and I think we're gonna see him again in one of those utility champions. We just saw earlier in the previous series 2 junglers that were very good in terms of carries, but on Ace, he has been more of a role player for his team, playing a lot of the Nunu. We'll also see here a lot of the Jarvan, Camille and Gragas as well. But I think the champs that really stuck to me has been the Nunu and the Jarvan, just because of how good the team has been playing alongside it whenever they get Consi on the Vayne or any of these marks. But yeah, I really do. Oh, sorry, was I? Sorry, was I gone? Hey, hello. Did anyone hear me? Okay. Yun. So I think Ace really needs to just have those utility champions. He's gonna play them later on to really help Consi out, because they really are playing to protect the Consi composition.
Yeah, I think that with regards to Sunsparks, we've seen a little bit of an identity crisis from them. I know that this was brought up in the previous panel sessions and everything, but the thing with Sunsparks is that when they actually just play to where they're comfortable, there's that that spark that we keep saying that shows up. And that, that's when we have these miracle moments from this team that we have. They will be up against RRQ though, and RRQ, this is a team that we have seen a lot of versions of, and this is going all the way back to the C Icon series. And there is no denying that Otilus, this is definitely one of the most experienced rosters that we have.
Yeah, and I mean, with all the praises that we have given them, right now it does seem that on the top 6 teams that we have, they have the highest chance of being relegated over to the last 2 spots. Remember, only top 6 will be advancing. So this is a very, very pivotal matchup, or a very important match, because if RQ wins this against Sunsparks, then they will create a good amount of separation against CE and against Sunsparks. It's basically a do or die already for Sunsparks right now. So do not be surprised if they will come out with fire at the very beginning of the series. Now, I would like to also, of course, highlight Chaz. Has been one of the most stable junglers that we have here in the Philippines. And Chaz, again, Chaz is our number 1 jungler, I believe, prior to the season starting. And it just so happened that, this guy is so good at everything that he does. It just so happened that, when it comes to Wildrift, one player can only do so much, right? We still have to have that chemistry between the 5 people, and Chaz is that guy that you have to look out for when against RQ.
Crazy Apple, anything else to add, especially since Chaz, we have noticed that, of course, in any Wildrift game, the junglers have such a strong role in controlling the pace of the game. And Chaz here, we have definitely seen him pop off in a lot of matches.
Right, and Chaz, I think this is going to be also to add in terms of the jungle the jungle matchup that we're going to see. It's a clash of styles. Chaz plays more of that carry role for the team, while on the other hand, Ace plays more of that support kind of style, more of that utility jungle. So in terms of, I think you're going to see Chaz on a lot of this, as we see here in Champions. He gets a lot of the Jacks, the Kazakhs, and the Graves. So yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more of that carry role right now on Chaz. In terms of the jungles, really, I would say in Wildrift, yeah, we do see a lot of junglers carrying, dictating the early pace of the game, but we also see teams that really play around their jungler, making those level 1 strategies, picking strong solo laners really helps junglers out. And with RRQ, I think they have a bit of that edge in terms of that solo picks that they could help out Chaz more. That's why I think if you look at the stats, Chaz almost across the board has the higher stats right now compared to Ace.
And with regards to, by the way, our predictions for this, for today, our panel consequence, by the way, is that we have to show our full work from home attire. I hope that, of course, like the casters we have included onto this as well. So we'll probably put it on Twitter if it is not very broadcast friendly. But stay tuned for that. Of course, we will be sorting those out in the post show, and rest assured that the other casters will be included in this as well. There were some casters that didn't submit their predictions over here, so they didn't get that point. I'm just so happy that I just got off to a good start. That's like,
do we call them out?
Excuse me, Deadeye. I'm like calling them as if they're in the same area as me. It's Deadeye and Sphere. Hello, paging. Send me your predictions. You missed the chance for 1 point over here, but we definitely won't miss our chance for more points over here, because we will be going into our predictions. Crazy Apple. It's Sunsparks versus RRQ. Are you going with it?
I think we have more of a uniform decision on this. But to be honest with how we talked about the head-to-head, I really think it's going to be RRQ taking the series against Sunsparks. I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah. Otilus?
Yeah, same. I'll make it quick before I get snapped. But
No.
whatever. It's going to be
Yes. I think it is also going to be a 2-0 on the side of RRQ. And don't forget, a Timo or a Pengu pop socket that you can win in our giveaway. Just learn to head on the comment section and be creative. Be creative with your prediction, and of course, use the hashtag WCSPH so that we can see all of your answers. The best entries will receive that very special pop socket, and the winners will be announced at the very end of the broadcast week, so you guys better stay tuned. Again, that's just for this match for Sunsparks versus RRQ. I think we have a pretty unified talent pool right now with regards to the predictions. I think we're all okay. But of course, if you guys also just wanna let your predictions be heard by over on Twitter, and you might see them featured on over here in our panel desk, you can use the hashtags hashtag WCS or hashtag WCSPH or hashtag Wildrift Champions SEA. And we have been featuring some tweets, of course, over here, time permitting, of course, because sometimes we know that we can ramble a bit too much, or sometimes our players are ready incredibly early. And of course, if we do have extra time, your tweets are more than welcome here. And Crazy Apple Autolus, I know that it's time is running out, going over to the playoffs over here, and I know pretty much that our 6 teams are kind of set, but right now there is this little tug of war going on, a possible tug of war going on between the 6th, 7th, and 8th position. It's possible that Sunsparks and Cerebrum could try and close the gap if they somehow work together. We're gonna see this second series, Sunsparks versus RRQ, our featured match of the day, is going to see whether that gap is going to be closer or widened even further. Casters, over to you guys.
Teams at the bottom fighting to get to the playoffs. They're at the trap hole, but they can still get up if they manage to defeat RRQ this time. RRQ might feel the clutches of the zombies pulling them down to the grave. It's a classic zombie horror type, and RRQ is running from the zombies. We're just here to see if they would tire out and be part of the horde. What is up, everyone? We're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Riku.
Oh my god, I love the horror theme that's going on. I mean, earlier it was Pokemon for the first series, and now it's horror. Because it's very fitting, right? Because RQ wants to win more points so they are not near the threshold of 7th and 8th place, because they're currently in 6th place. And while they also want to be in the run for seeding, but it's so scary their position right now. They want to be away as far as they can from the threshold of, when we talk, if you're in the 7th to 8th threshold and at the end of the group stages, you're not out of that threshold, then you are eliminated from the WCSPH and you won't make it to playoffs. So it's horror themed. And Sunsparks, they want to keep the dream alive-ish. I mean, they're currently 1-8 in the standings, so it's a little bit difficult for them at this point. So we'll see if the standings are going to shake up a little bit, if ever Sunsparks gets that revenge win in the series against RRQ.
Yeah, I hope so, Riku, because RRQ has been pretty down and up right now during the whole series, during the whole WCS. They've been losing to a lot of teams that they're expected to win against. But now, Sunsparks, with them getting their personalities up, getting Ace the Jarvan, getting him the Nunu, is the key for them to be winning some of the series games. Even if they don't finish it off strongly, at least they take one game out of the teams right here in WCS. RRQ needs to be wary of that, and they need to respect the Nunu, or the zombie Nunu that they've been seeing so far.
Well, you can't see my arms, but I'm doing the zombie pose. But yeah.
Don't worry, it's okay.
Anyway, yes. I love what the panel brought up, right? They talked about the jungler matchup, Ace here and Chaz being just a lot of stylistic differences, as Ace is the one setting up for the team, and Chaz can either set up for himself either on scaling junglers or assassin junglers and make it work. And that's the best. That's the formula that we're looking at the moment. So when we look back at the previous round robin, it was RRQ winning 2-0 against Sunsparks, and it was the formula of Chaz on the Jax and the Kazakhs. But for Sunsparks, their angle was big team fight. They had the Galio, they had the Rakan on their side with a lot of damage from the rest of the squad. So I wonder if it's going to be the same approach, but that happened weeks ago. So this could be a different change. Remember, Sunsparks took a series off of Team Secret. So there is still the possibility of that upset.
Yeah, it's still a possibility that they can win against RRQ here. It's still not impossible. Sunsparks could go for the same thing that they've been doing so far in their hands, using all of those champions in their favor. Getting a lot of CC is the way to go for Sunsparks whenever they get the win against a team that they win against. So RRQ needs to take down some of those champions on the picks and bans, but they're still respecting the fact that Consi could be scary with the Bane together with the Lulu onto Arja. So now Sunsparks, now that they don't have that option, I hope that they know the answer here.
Yeah, both of these teams have different targets. Sunsparks just want to attack most of Chaz's and Devil J's pool just because they had a lot of impact in that previous series in the first round robin. And for RRQ, just a lot of heavy target on the bot lane. So Consi, remember, he can get scary once he gets the core key as well. So that is also an option for them to take.
Yeah, going for the set ban. Still have a lot of champions open here.
Galio?
Yumi is open if ever Sunsparks wants to go for it. And as he said, Galio could be a potential good first pick. But there's also a Gragas. But they went for Haze's Zed for the first pick? I'm kind of surprised. What do you think, Rico? Because, I'm not sure about this.
yeah, I'm not sure either. This is a very early Zed pick, so there are no surprises. RRQ is already seeing that, and they know what to do. They can pick something that has that can neutralize the lane or neutralize any sort of kill potential. And we talked about the Galio before, and it's definitely one where you can't exactly open up for an opportunity for the kill for Haze. And they can also counter it up with something that can match a 1-4 split push later, because that is exactly the game that Zed can bring, aside from the kill potential of the Death Mark earlier to Squishies, but also the split push in the later stages of the game.
Really? Exosen on the Thresh? Okay, this is... I was kind of expecting that it's a Gragas, because Gragas is open and Exosen has found a lot of successes with it. But now, Sunsparks are really just going for the champions that they used to win. Got the Zed, got the Garen, probably a Nunu onto this first rotation, because if not, RRQ would just ban that.
Yeah, I really like this. I really like the Garen pickup as well, because we know that the Garen pick has been constantly banned in the first series, and now that it's open, let's take it, because Garen is really good against assassins, just because aside from your tanky, but you also cancel out combos with your silence. So Yumi now getting picked up. This is turning out to be a very, very interesting draft so far for both of these sides.
I like the Yumi, especially with the Garen. The speed buff to the decisive strike, silence them, then with the last chapter, you can't get out. Probably gonna get a sword to the face from the Dimash Injustice after. And I really like the fact that Garen is very independent. He can go for split pushes. Even if he's not strong on the sieges, nobody could 1v1 against him unless it's a Fiora.
Yeah, he's just too tanky, and again, the regeneration to just regen and then head into the fray again is just a lot of value. A very, very safe pick for top side, if ever. So now, where is the consistent damage going to go for? Because Sunsparks, we know Ace is the setter. What will he use to set? Unless we see a big shakeup where he's going to go double assassin. He's going to go Kazakhs, because we've seen Zed Kazakhs as a big burst of combination, because you just basically burst someone down immediately, whoever is vulnerable. So we'll see now, because RRQ removing Nunu, just as you mentioned earlier, Dash.
Yeah, the respect from them taking out the Nunu. And Ace has been very great with those champions so far. The tanky utility man on their side, getting the Nunu. And if ever they want to go for it, Ace might have a problem, which is most of the time he hasn't found success with most of those, which is, I don't know if they want to take that risk for giving that Kazakhs Zed combo to the side of Sunsparks. I'm kind of feel to go for Jar rather than that.
Yeah, it's the second best tank, I suppose, aside from Nunu. But if they're gonna get Jarvan, which is super understandable because there are two options if you want to reach the Ziggs, right? It's either you pick up an Olaf or you pick up a Jarvan 4. And Jarvan 4, way tankier, way more reliable with the setup because so far they have no engage, so they need... Never mind, Vi is also an engage, so we got the Assault and Battery for your ult, so a lot of single targets so far on the side of Sunsparks.
That's a bit better, because the Jarvan could have been good, yes, but they need something to really wrap up the CC, and now with the single target that they want to, Vi is like the... You know, when a crosser is placed at someone's eye and the laser is there, that is the laser that they need to all hit later on their game, but they went in for the Jinx. Wow, okay. Jinx was Yumi.
We are Kanan here, Dad.
Yeah.
We are Kanan in here.
Yeah, we have both of them, Founder and even Vi, right here on their side. So this is kind of scary for the side of a Sunsparks. It's very volatile to have a Jinx in the game, especially that RRQ has the threat. They have a lot of ways to go to the backline, so Jinx needs to be very scared before she tries to go in.
Yeah, and not exactly, you don't have that secondary beefy front line for you. So RRQ went, okay, let's just double down on people that can immediately remove Ponzi off of the map with the Kha'Zix, Riven diving in, going in as well, and the Renekton. So the biggest question is, would the peel coming from... I don't know, the Garen, the Vi, because usually when we talked about like, okay, Jarvan 4 creates a lot of space because of the Cataclysm for a hyper carry like a Jinx. But at this point, it is them expecting to initiate first and burst someone down. So this is going to be very scary because they do not have disengage. So again, they have to pull the trigger first, kill someone. RQ on the other hand, they can retaliate. They can also strike first, getting Consi immediately and removing him from the equation.
Yeah, what's great about this is that it's easy for RAQ to get some of those targets, because most of the time whenever you're fighting against a Yuumi, it's mostly like it feels more like a 4v5 with the extra stats that the Yuumi gets, right? And that is where RRQ shines the most. They get the pick composition, try to take off one, and then Yuumi jumps into the other person, but Yuumi doesn't really deal, or rather have a lot of pressure unless you're super fed at the later stages of the game, and where the heal just almost gives half HP to whoever you heals them. And Sunsparks need to use that in their favor. Probably if they get the takedown, they are on the better hands, but Sunsparks only has 2 damage sources, which is kind of scared off for their side.
Yeah, how will Sunsparks slow down the game for Consi and Haze to shine? Haze is going to shine on as the Zed here for the split push later on, even towards the death mark. The vulnerable targets could be Chaz and as well as Marky here.
Really, really intelligent for Sunsparks to go for the lane swap, just for Devil J to not have that early advantage against Nasio. They're taking off the laning phase advantage of Devil J, and that is very good for the side of Sunsparks, and they're just giving a lot of space for Consi here to have the resources that he needs to get up.
Yeah, because, you know, when you pick up a Renekton, your job is to win early so that in the early fights, you are going to be a huge monster and a huge nuisance for the backline, which is Consi here for Sunsparks. So it is also a better lane for Consi too, because when you're up against Marky and Exocen here, there is that big potential of you dying with a death sentence and having a lot of hurt, and also not being able to get priority, and the fact that you're also going to be vulnerable for dives. If you don't have priority, then that's a possible setup for a dive. And we've seen Thresh being paired with assassins or aggressive melee champions because you have the lantern to get you out of the tower dive.
Yeah, and what I like about the Ziggs together with Exosun here, they have Ace onto the gank. They were able to cancel one to the Bolt Breaker. So Ace won't be able to go in, but they got the death sentence onto the right target. Nasio needs to use his flash. He has a barrier to work with. He's gonna get out safely with a sliver of health on his hands, but Exosun still wants to go. They have the lantern to work with, but Ace is here. The Bolt Breaker comes in. 4 people are here. But outside the flash to the Keepers was able to secure them that 2 kills with the first blood in the bot lane.
We literally talked about the dive like 5 seconds ago, and this was exactly according to plan by RRQ. And Devil J, you know, if he's loose in the lane because of this lane swap, there are other lanes winning in the end. It is, you know, Chaz and Helios getting early kills. And remember, during the first series that we saw between these two teams, it was Devil J and Helios making a huge impact. And this could be the same thing slowly building up.
Yeah. Nastro being the sacrifice here in the bot lane, just not having enough of that space because, you know, Marky, especially with the Ziggs, it's really hard to get the wave clear against them. You're just going to get poked in the backline. Yes, you have the passive heals, but it's not enough if the barrage of bombs on Marky just be there on a lot of times. They're waiting for themselves to get to level 5 before most of these ultimates are coming up. Hayes has the level 5 already, so the Death Mark could come in on any parts of the map. He can take down one except for Helios, which could potentially the reason why... No, not potentially. It's the reason why Helios picked their Riven, because he wants to counter Zed.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of shields. And once the Death Mark comes in, you can just land the stun immediately.
Yeah, they don't have the dominance onto Devil J yet, so he's just gonna heal in what they call the Consi gonna be the target. He's gonna fall down. That's good. Sunsparks are just doubling down on this pressure, and the flashes has been used because they were afraid of Helios.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect towards Helios again. He's carrying Ignite, can get that kill on you with one full combo. So they were pretty careful, but nicely done response from Sunsparks though, from getting that dive in. Devil J had to use a flash earlier, so they wanted to take advantage of that small window.
They need to make use of that. They have the flashes down, and especially onto Ace right now. They can make use of it so that Ace, if ever he goes in, is just gonna get taken down. It's a good pick off that he went in for the Gargoyle Stone Plate so that if he uses his Assault and Battery, he can survive for much longer on these objective fights.
Yeah, that's gonna be extremely important. Oh my word.
Oh no, Nashio is just gonna fall. Exosen has been very aggressive with this. Even without enough damage from Marky, it's enough because he's just whittling down on his HP before they try to go in.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you want to do a wave clear as a Garen versus a 1v2 situation with a lane swap, you're going to be exposed by all the bombs in the world. You're going to get hit. So if you're poked out in unhealthy HP bars, that is a perfect setup for a dive here. But it seems to me because two different teams have different control of different sides of control in the map. Well, Sunsparks has control top side, RQ has bot side. That's exactly why they had to secure the ones that they have in control with.
Again, for it, Sunsparks needs to get to the top side. He got it. They want to go for this. Ace would be the target with Herald. Oh, yeah, the tower is gonna go down for sure. Unless they have some answers for it. They don't really have anything, but Sunsparks is just pulling them out. RQ could go for this if they want to engage, but Sunsparks was able to get out.
Yeah, their main engage would be the death sentence here. Definitely, or Devil J just slicing and dicing into a stun. That could be, but the most reliable engage is definitely Exosen's single target skill, which is the death sentence. So RQ will definitely have to wait for that first before going all in on anyone.
Yeah, if ever they try to pull off, RQ looking. That's why they're just waiting for the right time. Nastro has been quite the sacrifice on this part. That's why he has the 0-3 right now, but it's a good thing that he's giving space to most of his teammates. Yeah, they want to get Consi ahead whenever they can, and if ever, they're just gonna pull off what they can here. And it's like Sunspark is just really going for the push if ever they want to go for it though. Sunsparks really has the Yuumi right now. They haven't utilized the Yuumi last chapter yet onto their combo, so I'm waiting for that to happen. Ace does have vision for this part of the map if ever they want to try to go in. And yeah, they're just gonna back away. Try to do it a bit conservatively.
Yeah, they're fine because they have that scaling and with Consi with the dash. Look at the death sentence into Consi falling. Oh dear, oh my, that is not according to plan for sure because Consi just wanted to clear the wave.
Yeah, and now that is good though. That is a good setup that they were able to get the Consi onto the mid lane, and now they transition to the top side. They're not letting up on the members of RRQ. This is not going to be a fight that they're going for. It's a 4v3. If ever they try to go in, Sunsparks are just going to lose on a lot.
Yeah, this is because while Consi had a comfortable laning phase, Chaz and Helios has been getting kills himself, so this is going to be an issue because RQ very, very strong in damage output, and honestly, all they needed to do is pour all their damage on towards Consi, and they're gonna be fine. Again, unless Sunsparks strikes first, and that's exactly what both of these teams want to do. They want to strike first, kill someone immediately, and be happy.
Yeah.
The key to happiness is to strike first, apparently.
Yeah, honestly, that is really what they want for both of these team compositions, right? They want to strike first, try to get the first kill. Haze is that for the side of Sunsparks. On the side of RRQ, they have a lot of ways to go for that. And I'm kind of afraid if ever Marky gets the items that he needs, because Consi won't have any place in the fight if ever the Mega Inferno Bomb would put him on half HP. So that is what I'm scared of if ever this goes to late game.
Yeah, if both of them on a situation, right? Like, for example, Consi can go unlimited rocket mode, but Marky has some explosives himself, and the reach of the bouncing bombs will match the rocket form. Even better, far better range versus Marky. So with that, they have to be careful of the scaling that Marky has as well.
Really, they're just handshaking most of these objectives, but RRQ are just pulling the trigger. They want to go for a fight here after taking this Infernal Drake, which is really good for them. But now, they can go in, they have the dominance, they won't be able to get this. Oh, never mind!
What?
Marky was able to get it with a bouncing bomb. And now they got the referral, they can push mid lane if they want to.
No way! Wow, they
unfortunate.
RRQ had no vision at that part too.
Right.
So that was really good from RRQ. We were able to get that as a big bonus. They got Infernal and another objective. That's crazy. Okay, Dash. The thing that we haven't seen before, we haven't seen yet rather. When you pick up a Yuumi, you normally want to have like extra vision, extra control, so you can assault battery. Never mind.
What? Yeah, Bolt Breaker onto the assault battery. That's gonna take down Chaz, but he's still alive. He was able to survive for a bit, and they can't even double down on the kills. I was afraid of the rocket, though, and and they back away safely.
And they're gonna lose a tower here. Let's see though. There's 2 members already operating to scare away Helios here. It was just one more turret player, and he's gonna back away. Going back to what I want to see. I want to see Assault and Battery into the final chapter. That is a combo that we haven't exactly seen before, because RJoke wants to stick with Consi. Because RQ, there are 3 jumpers. We'll make that 4 if the death sentence kicks in, right? There's Devil J, Chaz, Helios going to be jumping in front of Consi's face. That's why RJoke wants to stick as much as he can on Consi to respond with the final chapter, punish any aggressive play. But one thing that we haven't seen yet that they can do to immediately burst someone down or set up for Sunsparks if they want to go first is the final chapter into the Vault Breaker or...
Oh no, the flash onto the Death Sentence was able to connect, and Ace is there just taking down. And that is not good. RRQ still going for it. Plays in. They have the Demolition Justice flashes, and Helios would have the stun. The knock up would be good. Devil J is going for the stun. Basho is going to pull him down. Then next to the chopping block, Consi is also going to pull him down with the extra right there with the beat. 4-4-0 in favor of RRQ.
This is a massacre. RRQ just speeding up the process. They got double dragons. They've got more or less 10k gold lead. Haze can just keep split pushing and as well try to even out the map score. But every single time, because again, Sunsparks doesn't have that disengage, so it is quite tricky whenever RRQ just doubles down on that aggression.
Yeah, got the kills, got what they needed for side of RRQ, and right now Sunsparks is going for the late game playstyle, right? They want to go for the late game just for them to have damage in Consi, but RRQ is just stopping them at every way, decelerating the power spikes from Consi, try to force fights whenever they can because they know that they can win. They have a lot of damage to work with. And now Consi, again, going to be the target. Play comes in, the Death Sentence is able to hit, and Mega Inferno Bomb is just going to take him down, and RJoke almost getting the bonus though. They have the Death Mark called the Devil J, but not enough damage on the side of Sunsparks. RQ, she's gonna back away. No damage whatsoever from Sunsparks.
You know how confident RQ is that even though they had no vision at that part of the map, they're just walking casually into the jungle of Sunsparks and like, oh hey, there's a Jinx. That ends. And then just eliminate Consi right off the bat. It's really crazy. We talked about the lack of disengage coming from Sunsparks, and that's why RQ can afford to keep doing this basically because they're expecting that RJoke is just gonna respond to with a final chapter, but they already saw that it was used beforehand, so they were comfy going inside the jungle of Sunsparks.
Yeah, they're looking for every time that they can. They try to look for Consi, try to get the Death Sentence, not they don't have enough CC. They only have the Vault Breaker to stop the pushes from happening from RRQ. Yes, they're gonna be able to hit one, but there's a lot of dives from RRQ,
Yeah.
and it's not enough for you to get the pill onto Consi. So Consi needs to back away more, like maybe two O2 attacks away just for him to be safe. Because they don't have enough damage. Here comes the ultimate, Assault and Battery. I think they're not going to be able to get the kill there. That is a good Lantern onto Helios. He survived, and that's going to be the play onto Ace. They're backing away. Mega Inferno Bomb. Not enough to survive. Gargoyle's Stone Plate has been popped. Would that be enough to survive? Yes, it is. And now they're taking... The punishment there is that they're taking them out of range.
Yeah, Sunsparks has no resources whatsoever anymore to engage in that fight. After all the ults and the unfortunate final chapter wasn't able to get anyone rooted because of the death sentence coming from EXO, just stopping the engage coming from Sunsparks, and the re-engage for the flash flay as well was really good coming from EXO. And wow, EXO on a Thresh. We've seen him in tanky. Hold up, top though. There could be a 1v1. Actually, no, I'm gonna continue my point because the 1v1
go.
is done. It's we've seen EXO and the Galago and the Gragas, and seeing him on this Thresh is such a nice thing to see.
The aggression, the death sentence count, I think it's like in the 75% side for EXO. He hasn't missed a lot of those death sentences, and it's also together with the flash. And that's why he's always getting everything that he can, and it's super effective on his hands. I love what I'm seeing from EXO together with the Thresh.
Yeah. He's so confident. He's building full armor because, okay, not really a threat on the AP side of things. I can just build full armor and just keep going, engage for the squad, and just survive a lot in these long-drawn and re-engaging sort of fights. And RQ, this is a huge lead. 3 Dragons already pretty much in a big gold lead, and right now they're just aiming to try to whittle down these towers, find Consi every single time, and then if the game isn't over, then RQ can fight around this Elder Drake for later.
Yeah, got the Elder Drake. They can secure that Elder Drake very easily. They have a lot of leads, 16k gold lead, but Ace want to go for a fight, but they're respecting that 16k gold lead. That's at least 1.5 item from each of them, and that Mega Inferno Bomb. What was that damage? That's just too much. They're going in. They try to go in the Assault and Battery. Not enough damage to work with. The final chapter would hold the members, but not enough to get to kill anything. Sunsparks, they're losing a lot of their people. They're going in. They don't have enough damage. Look at that, Riku. Nobody is falling down on the odds of RRQ. It's just so sad to see because RRQ is just going to end this game and take game 1 against Sunsparks.
Another dominating finish by RRQ against SS. This is... again, it was them finding Consi every single time in these fights. Even during the mid-wave push where Consi just wanted to clear some waves, it was EXO being able to get that death sentence on the board. And you mentioned they decelerated the game for Consi, wasn't able to be that big hyper carry. The way SS really wanted to engage first, but every single time it was RRQ engaging first. So at that point, it was just building of leads for RRQ.
Yeah, it was just hard for Sunsparks to do anything because all their damage is gonna go to Consi. And Consi wasn't able to reach that point where he would be dealing a lot of those damage. Because most of the time, look at this first one. Look at the pressure that they're putting onto the bottom side of the map. They're just taking down Nastio. Nastio is taking a bink off the pressure on the early stages. Yes, Consi was given the space that he needs. But, Jinx needs 3 items to be effective. And it was too late at that point.
Yeah, exactly. It was definitely too late already, and we talked about the death sentence, the proto belt into the death sentence, like no disengage, nothing to save Consi. That's why Sunsparks was so reliant on engaging first, and we didn't get to see those opportunities just because how RQ has been again doing it first. And going back to what you said earlier, Dash, with the lane swap, it's fine because yes, Nastro doesn't need a lot of items to be effective. He can just be a Garen. He still can be tanky. But at the same time, it is Helios getting a lot of those early kills. I was able to set him in the lead in the early game.
That's why. Okay, I forgot to point that out. Consi has the Blade of the Ruin King first item. Okay, so that's the reason why he doesn't have enough damage. Oh my. Okay,
he was
that's...
aiming for the sustain, the safety.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because constantly he has having a hard time surviving, but at the same time, it's just it was just a lot of damage already on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and also on paper it was good because there's a lot of beefy members on the side of RRQ, but it won't be enough to do constant damage. That's why he was having a hard time trying to burst out even the squishiest of targets on the side of RRQ. So that is, this is the globe player of the game, Marky. Yeah, he played so well. I really like whenever I see a Ziggs, the third item Rabbit on Stat Cup, or even second item Rabbit on Stats Cup, because the Mega Inferno Bomb would hit like a truck, probably half HP onto any marksman.
Yeah, for sure. Is able to scare away any of the backline already and go back to the fountain and recuperate. And that's the space that Marky gives and provides, and that RQ needed to even finish the game, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, this is why I love a Ziggs pick against an ADC, because it disrupts the positioning of the ADC, because he needs to dodge the Mega Inferno Bomb. He needs to think about the satchels. Anything that could hit him is gonna be scary. That's why every ADC should be afraid whenever a Ziggs gets picked. Yes, he doesn't have that late game potential, but against you need to be careful because you're gonna get taken down easily by the Ziggs.
Yeah, the Ziggs pick overall is just really good. Just as you mentioned in the laning phase, when because you just have defaultly control of the lane, just because you have a lot of bombs, you've got a lot of wave clear to be, and a lot of poke, and you just have a lot of range in general. And with against heavy AD as well, you just provide a lot of space because of your mines. But yeah, RQ, what a commanding victory against Sunsparks. I love the Jinx pick. It's just that there were a lot of enchanters being taken out. There was no disengage for Consi to be safe. So the pressure for Sunsparks to really engage first and get a kill for them to have a better transition to the late game for Consi.
Yeah, definitely agree. We all love Powder, right there, Riku. But yeah, but again, RRQ, at least they were able to run out from the zombies right now on the side of Sunspark. So this is good. This is good looking for game 1. I hope that they don't trip on their way to game 2, so that they won't be able to get, pulled down onto the clutches of the zombie to their graves. But now, again, that was just game 1 of our day for today. We still have game 2 for this series of RRQ versus Sunsparks. We're just gonna be taking a short break, everyone. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective.
And yes, RRQ is fully armed for this game. The zombie battle is one-sided. They have the cure against right now, and it has been really good during the last game. It was kind of a very hard situation for Sunsparks, especially that they went in for the Jinx game. But still, they can turn things around after this. And again, everyone, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today, and I'm here with Riku. And Riku, take me to game one. What happened right there?
Okay, so what happened was RQ just storming the entire map with Exosense, Thresh, and then just finding Consi, using the death sentence, and with Consi absent, their consistent damage is gone because they fielded in a big pure tank, they got a bruiser, and they've got Zed for the big single target damage, but he's there for sure to split push. So if you eliminate Consi, the consistent damage, range damage is going to be gone. But again, we saw the Yuumi. We never got to see aggressive plays coming from Ace with the final chapter on the Vi, with the Vi rather. So it is RRQ just very confident to start the fights themselves. There was also a lane swap, but then this lane swap enabled RRQ to get Helios ahead, which was again the story of last time, the first time they faced in the WCSPH, where it was Devil J and Helios creating a huge impact in their games.
Kind of scared to pull up lessons on the side of RQ. That has been the time whenever our pick composition onto their hands and use it in their favor, and they just snowball after that. That is what I'm waiting for RQ, especially when it comes to times that they are on the back end of things. That is when they pull off most of the time. They try to go for death brushes, and Sunsparks, they need to get that Nunu on the first rotation right now. That is what I'm praying that they go for during this game.
Yeah, I think they can leave the Zed into the later portions of the draft and prioritize something that has a lot of mystery for the draft. And again, and see if they can draft the assassins later on in the last few rotations. So I don't know. RQ, when they saw the Zed, when they saw what they were trying to do, they knew what the plan was in mind, and they were just very, very aggressive. And they knew that Sunsparks didn't have disengage. Okay, we can just keep going.
Yeah, they know that most of the time Sunsparks drafts Consi with ADC's marksman, and the best answer there most is get the burst damage. Don't the ADC farm up whenever you can and use that in your favor. That is exactly what they've done during game 1. I hope they do it again on game 2 if they want to really not get any space for Sunsparks to take game 2.
We'll see now what the priority bans are going to be. I mean, the theme so far for week 4 is ban the enchanters. Don't let these crazy AD carries shine with Kai'Sa and Vayne picks. But if Fiora now getting banned out of, are they expecting Chaz to be in the jungle with the Fiora? Or because again, Helios, Chaz, and Devil J can play a Fiora. So I see why Sunsparks want to take this out.
Yeah, they went in for the Fiora again, banning the Vayne to the Camille. They have a lot of these priority targets. They're just really not letting Consi to take that Vayne whenever they can, because they don't want that problem in their minds. They just want to have the powder problem that they had a while ago, which they were able to answer. Now, this is good. Sunsparks just needs to take those priority picks again onto their hands in order for them to come back from this.
We'll see now if it's gonna be a 1-4 setup for Sunsparks again with the Zed, or 1-3-1. And looks like the Zed now being taken out. I think it's also respect on Helios. Helios can play a very mean Zed as well, so they're removing that out. And for RQ, just removing any setters for the team fights and as well as disengage. So there is still that Yumi, but RRQ didn't have any problems facing the Yumi pick on Sunsparks' composition.
Yeah, we went in for the Yumi pick a while ago. Not the problem. It just was more of a liability on the hands of Sunsparks a while ago. So RRQ knows that, and they're just using it in their favor. They got the Riven for first pick for Sunsparks. That is really cool, but RRQ again, because of this champions that were up, Gragas and also Jace, we have seen it on game 1 for FLA and Oasis. They have been effective picks for their hands.
Whoa, okay, Akali now being picked up by the side of Sunspark. So I'm very excited to see Hazes Akali for sure.
Right.
But there's still that mystery for Riven. Is that gonna be? I think that's gonna be a Nostro Riven. So Ace will go for either the Jarvan, and unless we get the big switcheroo. Oh,
there you go.
There's the Thresh for okay. I'm beginning to see what Sunsparks want to do. So while they do not have AoE or wait, they don't have a reliable disengage, the Lantern is going to set up for dive. So they need wave clear. They need a possible Ziggs here if they want to replicate what RRQ did earlier. But I feel like RRQ is going to ban that anyways, because for Sunsparks, they're slowly assembling a potential 1-3-1 setup, which they will need wave clear for that 3-man.
Yeah, and again, with that, because they have the Thresh anyway, they use the Bears just for them to have that early game potential on their hands, get the burst before Sunsparks would be very destructive. Early game objectives is the key to win for the hands of RRQ if ever this composition is really gonna be it, because they really do have a lot of damage. They just need to work on the CC on their side. Sunsparks, I'm really on the part or phase of my thinking when they had the Riven and the Akali during the first rotation. There's a lot more champions that you can prioritize, but they went for this. They're confident that they can make this work.
Yeah, exactly. They're confident with the setup that they have, that they can outmaneuver and out mechanics RRQ with these champions with the Riven and the Akali. I mean, Hayes can play a pretty mean Akali, so I definitely see that. The fact that RRQ also has this Varus, which is a very vulnerable marksman in the backline, no way to no mobility whatsoever. So it is that either Exos and Gragas that is going to be a key to disengage. So look at this though. Will we see an AD carry Consi, or will we see him on the AP this time around?
Okay, that's what I want to see. Marquee already has the Varus. Right now, they don't have enough choices for the side of Sunsparks if they want to go for the ADC, because they have the Ezreal, the Senna probably if ever, but it's not really a good combination together with the Thresh, but it can work if ever they want to go for it. But still, Consi needs an ADC. I hope that he changes his ways, go for a Lux Morgana, because they're out right now.
Yeah, I think Lux, Morgana, Ziggs even is a very good select choice for the bottom portion of the map, because they already have damage. Akali for AP, AD for the Riven. It's not the same with the ranged. Oh, never mind!
Oh,
so
really?
Okay, no Vayne Kaisa with the scaling. Okay, so Sunsparks' plan is to rain down the hurt. I mean, Kaisa, Sunsparks gonna be forced to lane swap again, because up against the Varus lane, it's painful. You're just gonna get poked out. We talked about the Jarvan before, and that's the setup. That's the space, the terrain space that Sunsparks can provide. Consi is the Cataclysm.
Yeah, if ever, they went in for this. We have the Consi factor onto this hands. If ever it works out in their favor, I'm kind of afraid that Sunsparks can go. Yeah, but RIQ went in for the Fizz. So this is Consi. You need to be careful, because if ever you get the chum in the waters, you're just gonna get taken down really fast, even with the killer instinct on his hands. What's at least good for the side for Consi is that if he gets the chum in the waters, he can use the killer instinct to weave out of his teammates before the chum in the waters hits any of his teammates right there. So yeah, just sacrifice himself if ever that happens.
Yeah, I think that's also a little bit of leeway, because earlier in the previous draft that Sunsparks did is that Consi was the only reliable member for damage. Now, if Consi is gone in the fight, there is still Haze, there is still Nastro in that situation. So it is still really good. I think the biggest question is, will Consi reach hyper carry heights? Will Sunsparks be able to survive the early to mid game? Because RRQ this spells a lot of like lane dominance. You've got Marky at the bot portion of the map. You're paired with a Gragas with disengage and heavy engage. So and Helios as well on this assassin. So again, their targets are these squishy members of the sides of Sunsparks, and there's just a lot to choose from.
Yeah, they have the... Most of the time when you have an ADC like Kaisa, it's a very volatile ADC. You might have problems in the early stages of the game because you don't really have enough range to go for fights. Yes, you have the DPS though, but you need to be in close proximity of most of your targets, which could potentially pose a problem because there's a lot of engage from RRQ. So on the side of Sunsparks, yes, they have Consi absorbing the pressure, and that could be a leeway for Nastio to pop off during the chaos that's happening. So that is something that they need to use on their hands for them to win this fight against RRQ.
Exactly. This is definitely the key. And the fact that they also can set up for dives, I think the biggest question is where will they gain access to their wave clear? Because if you want to set up a dive at bot side, there's a Gragas for the disengage, there's a lot of wave clear from the arrows coming from Marky. And because when you lock in a Jarvan, if you lock in a Thresh, there's that single target disengage with a lantern to get you out of the fight if things don't work out too well, or when you're in too deep, too far long. So I imagine they want to set up for dives with this. Now the biggest question, how? They have to get priority, and up against these champions like the Varus, like the Fizz. Devil J is gonna chill on the Garen. If he gets dove upon, I think that's fine because he's a Garen anyways.
What's great about the Garen, to be honest, Riku, with this composition inside the Sunsparks, nobody could 1v1 him. Even Hayes would have a hard time to 1v1 against Devil J at this point. So later on, Devil J they need to invest a lot of resources if they want to take Devil J down. And for sure, Devil J is just going to go on a split push, even though he doesn't really have a strong siege, but he can pose a threat on some parts of the map, which Sunsparks needs to answer.
Yeah, definitely. There's that. There's also, the fact that I like what you said, because Garen is the combo canceller. He has silence. If Nastro and Hayes go in, then boom, it's easy silence to break your combo, and you're just stuck there staring at the Garen in front of you. Like, what do? I have to wait for the silence to expire before I can do anything. And that is the window that RRQ can take to punish any sort of aggressive play coming from Sunsparks. That is if Devil J is nearby.
Yeah. RRQ is holding all the aces right now. They have it all on their hands. They might even get a full house right here against Sunsparks because they have a great composition on paper, especially if it's against Sunsparks. But Sunsparks, this could work out just because that Consi factor in the late game might pose a threat. Because later on in the late game, we all know how Kaisa is. Kaisa in the late game is a monster and could potentially end games like what I've seen from last week Demon Kite has used this and was super successful and was really scary. So I hope Consi would be able to do that.
Yeah, the biggest question is, yes, will Sunsparks be able to transition well by getting Nastro and as well as Hayes in a comfortable laning phase early to mid game so that they can transition with Consi being that hyper carry? Or will RRQ win the game early again, get Helios ahead, get Mark in a very oppressive laning phase to poke out Consi and Arjuk in this? Because looks like there's no laning phase. There's no lane swap, rather. There is a laning phase, Riku. There is no lane swap. So Consi's going to be relying on the Icadian Rain for that wave clear and then just play safe at the bottom portion of the map.
Yeah, we had a bit of a laugh there, but
yeah,
but it's great. We're still on the laning phase right here.
Yeah,
we're still on the laning phase. Maybe later we won't have the laning phase, but level 1 they're still top side though. Double J and Nastio are not chilling. Ignite has been popped to the top side. Nastio needs to take that Honey Fruit just for him to get back on this game. What I like is that Nastio has the barrier, so if ever they try to go for a fight again, Nastio might have the advantage onto the top side.
Yeah, I think that's really good, right? Because Nastro can deter any Demacian Justice burst and time that with that barriers to be able to win that duel at the top portion of the map. But so far, it has been close. Just as you mentioned, Summoner Spell is up for Nastro, and he will be able to possibly win that fight if ever they go at it again.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to actually win that on the next fight. RRQ really just pushing the pressure. They're putting all their boxing gloves on, taking off the kid gloves on their hands, and they just really want to put the pressure on every part of the lane. Look at the way the stages of the lanes right now, the stages of the waves. They just want to put the pressure so that in the next objective, they have the goal that they need to get that first item.
I don't think boxing gloves are best against zombies, Dash.
All right, for sure. You're just gonna get eaten.
You're just gonna get eaten, bitten, and you might turn into a zombie yourself. But this is what we expected, right, Dash? Like the priority for Marky at the bot portion of the map. There's the potential dive that they can set up because you have that priority. And therefore, towers are getting chunked really, really fast. Like their RRQ bot lane is on their way for that second tower plate.
Yeah, they're just taking. Look at the amount of pressure that they're putting in right there onto the bottom lane. Conti is having a hard time again. They're really putting the pressure on the right parts of the map. Put it on the bot lane. Shaz is there to support them out, but it's a good thing that Ace knows that, and he's just gonna gank this later on just to give some space for Conti.
Yeah, just to try and relieve pressure. Arjo pretty low, so I don't think this gank may continue. Unless look at Arjo.
Oh, they want to go for a fight though. They have the Cataclysm, but the flashes are still off, so they're not taking any risks on the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, that's a good call. Again, just as you mentioned, it is there to relieve that pressure because, you know, RQ might get a first tower again without even needing the Rift Herald.
Yes, let's kind of pray for Nastio here. He's on that threshold, and where if the Demolition Justice hit, he's dead, probably. So RRQ really is just putting the pressure. I love this. I love this pace of the game that RRQ is doing. They're forcing Sunsparks to be very reactive and not get any place along the map because the waves are them. They're taking the waves on their own.
Yeah, they're getting that priority to be able to roam around the map, which Arjik doesn't have the luxury of. So the only time he gets to roam is back timings and not exactly within the little scruffle in the laning phase, just because Consi is gonna lose the wave control versus Marky here on the Varus with a lot of pokes and a lot of range. But the rotation is coming in because the objectives are now spawning, and I feel like RRQ, if they get a pick, they can take both objectives if they're not if they're healthy and HP bars.
Good timing for RRQ, because look at this, Sunsparks doesn't have anyone here. Consi and even Hayes is not on the right positions, but because they backed away, they respected the place that Ace is in Archuk. They didn't continue it. I thought it's gonna be on RRQ's side already, but because of this, everybody's here. They don't have the space that they had a while ago.
That's completely different. It's gonna be a 4v4. Sunsparks definitely needs Nastio to be present in this fight to be able to burst down Marky.
That sentence comes in. Shaz gonna be the target from the waters to stop them out, and this is gonna be the fight that's gonna kill already onto Consi. Perfect timing right there. He still has the heal, has the flash, so they can take this Cloud Drake if they want to.
Love it. It is the backline access that Consi can provide for the team, and Arjuk with the Lantern to get Consi out of danger. While they're able to get the jungler off, it is still a win because Consi getting that first blood, getting that first kill was really good on again, this guy says that SS is just waiting for them to scale. RQ in the meantime, low death timer numbers, so they can still go back to the dragon with Chaz.
Yeah, for the dragon, RQ still, even though they lost one member a while ago, they lost Chaz, they're still happy taking the Cloud Drake. They really need this to help Devil J out whenever he tries to go in. The extra movement speed would be very, very much needed.
Definitely, it's gonna help them. If ever RQ gets that early lead as well, it's gonna help with their with their roams. If Helios wants to find isolated targets for him to assassinate, because he can immediately burst someone down like Consi, like Natjo, to get Switch on the waters on board. Oh! Flash.
Oh wow, good call for the flash from
Oh.
Marky. They want to go for a flight. Exo Sun goes in. The death sentence wasn't able to hit Arjuk. Now he's gonna get punished. And this is the flash force onto him. Almost getting the demotion justice,
my
but now they have
God.
the flag and drag to the flash in order for them to stop them from getting in. The engage is still up. They want to go in. They was able to get the kills, and that's the last arrow onto the heads of Sunsparks, and that's a 3-4-0 in favor of RQ.
Yeah, beautifully done. Sniped by Marky over there and able to eliminate Hayes. And that looked to be a overstay coming from Sunsparks. I mean, they got the tower in the mid lane, but at the same time, RQ had a lot of tools to re-engage, and Arjuk was the first one to fall, and it just SS just followed in with the engage, and because they're pretty much trapped in that predicament, RQ was able to clean up Slate and eliminate Consi and Ace and Arjuk as well.
Love the fact that RQ just doubled down. Yeah, you're gonna get the first kill, but we'll take the after. So now during the next objective, they can really go for this. They might have the second item after, before the objectives come in. So that is gonna be good. That is good timing for them, especially if Marky and Shaz gets those items. That's a lot of poke damage before Sunsparks even get to touch them.
Yeah, Chaz and Marky is just going to deal a lot of hurt before objectives. That's why Sunsparks is going to be super hesitant to get in and start Dragons or Rift Heralds first. They have to engage, force RQ back before they can start anything. So that is exactly why they couldn't get into the Dragon Pit from earlier despite winning and getting Chaz. This could be a dive. Exosun is prepared for it though.
Yeah, Devil J, not the best target if they want to go for a dive, especially that he has the Gargoyle Stone Plate. They'll take a long time before they take him down, and maybe a Demolition Justice is actually in order if ever they try to go in, so they need to be wary of that before they try to go in. But something that I would like to point out, Riku, they want to go for a fight here.
Yeah.
Chaz is going to go in and Cataclysm on the back, like explosive cast to stop him out, and that Stasis was able to buy some time, and they got the turn around, the reverse Uno card against Sunsparks.
Yeah, they were anticipating it. They read that Sunsparks didn't back and wanted to go for this attempt on Devil J's life. They stuck around, and boom, they are rewarded, and they were able to retaliate. And looking at the situation now, RQ gaining a lot as Sunsparks trying to find the scraps off of the map to see if they can get Consi more gold.
Devil J holding the fort in the bottom side, but they have Arjuk onto there. They have the death sentence, but doesn't really need anyone though. I mean, that's two people, and no damage just came through. What I would like to point out a while ago though, I love Kaisa, but what I hate about Kaisa, look at the itemization. She can't even deal a lot of damage because she doesn't have the right items yet. She needs to go for this just for her to evolve the Icatian Vein, and that is a problem that Sunsparks has right now. They can't go for fights because he doesn't have the items yet, and now he does have, but it took a long time.
Yeah. That's why we talked about earlier that there's a lot of pressure on Nastro and Hayes to pick up this early to mid-game slack, because that's where, after that, that's where Consi is gonna shine. So they're having a difficult time in these fights because, again, every time, well, Nastro isn't at present just yet. They're getting chunked by Marky's poke before anything else. They really have to pull the trigger first and get Marky off the board. Something I want to point out though, Marky has Shadows Enchant. It's a double two birds in one stone.
Oh, yeah.
Marky! I mean, EXO, gee.
Okay, I was afraid. I was afraid if ever EXO just stepped to one more, that could have been a kill, but Cataclysm was forced to use the Gargoyle Stoneplate. EXO Sen buying some time, not enough damage. Some of the waters has been used, and that is the turnaround. Arjuk is down, and they're gonna go for more. They have the Chain of Corruption, they have the CC that they need, but EXO Sen, next target, he falls down. Marky doesn't have enough damage yet, but the back line, look at Nasho, he's just gonna take him down, and they still have Consi. He's gonna be dealing the damage, but look at that, Helios is bursting everyone down, and this is gonna be the ace. The shot plus, no, he wasn't able to hit it, but it was able to get the ace, and RQ takes a 5 for 3, and I'll take that any day.
Yeah, that seemed like a very close, a close fight in favor of Sunsparks. But the fact that Helios was pretty much alive and healthy, even if Marky fell in the hands of Nastro, it was still Helios being absolutely scary. We talked about the counters to hard to reach backline, and the access that you get is Ace with the Flag and Dragon to the Cataclysm. But there was a problem. Helios was still pretty much alive. Even Marky was pretty much eliminated by Nastro already. There was still a lot of damage output from Helios and Chaz, and that was definitely enough for them to turn this fight around.
Silver lining though, that was kind of close. That was a close call, to be honest. So Nastro, like what we said a while ago, but before that, they're going for a fight. They had the Bandit Slam onto 2 already, and that's a kill. And wow, they're going for the next Consi. Just fell down without even anything. Wasn't even able to use anything on his book. He doesn't have the killer instinct, and Whippearl just gonna get taken down.
And it's just a lot of damage. If you're caught by the Chain of Corruptions by Marky, or maybe an Exocen cask to get someone out of position, there's just too much damage. There's too much single target damage, and you won't be able to get the Lantern out of the fight, disengage. It's just too fast, too much.
Yeah. That's a lot, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Sunsparks, okay, might go for battle at the top side. Haze still following. They want to go for a 3v3. They don't have enough damage here, but they have a chance to work. But if ever they try to go for a fight, but RQ really knows their limits. They want to go for a fight here. They are really going for it. They're trying to bait them out, and that is it. The back line, though, Marky gonna be the target. They're following him out. Haze was able to flash in. Nastro, not enough damage, though. That perfect execution was perfect, but not enough to get the kill onto Marky. Now they're still 5-man strong. 1 falls down. Chaz was the sacrifice, but 2 was traded for him, and the bot lane inhibitor turret is next. And that is it. RRQ just won that perfect.
Oh my god, and they even want to end the game possibly. No, they're going to back away. We've seen a bunch of exclamation points. Wait!
Okay, Cargo Stoneblade didn't even do anything. RRQ was able to get a kill. Helios is a monster. A little devil monster, that is. Wow. Wow, what a great kill right there.
Yeah, RQ is just so comfy in this fight to the point that they can do this. Like 2-man, push the bot side, even though it was a 3v4 situation at top. RQ is just so ahead to the point that they can buy some time. Even if they die, they take down a tower already. And yeah, this is RQ with a huge lead already. And now they're just splitting the map, splitting the fight, and they're happy to do that.
Yeah, they try their best to reach Marky every time that they go for a fight. But the problem here is they can't reach him. And even if they try to reach him, he does have the Guardian Angel, he does have the Hex Drinker. So it's not a lot of damage still. Because they need Consi to reach the backline if ever they want to take down Marky. But do you really want to get there? Do you really want to get to that point? That is really the question here. But RQ going for a fight. Devil J is really just super tanky. He can just go anywhere. He's like the...
Yeah, Devil J goes where he pleases. And it's... for access and for damage. And his second completed item is a static shiv. So this delays some more damage. This is just definitely for that clear because bot lane is open, so he needs more clear than the Icadian Rain. So this is gonna be tough.
Yeah.
This is the Rift Herald charging towards the bot side, and it's Nastro. They needed Nastro to eliminate some of these squishy targets, and he's not gonna be around because he's gonna be busy defending the base.
Yeah, they're going for a fight. Nasjo's not here. He's trying to get the bot lane, but now Devil J is just in front of everybody. Look at how tanky he is. He doesn't even care whatever happens. Arjik was left alone because he used Death Sentence. Now he's getting punished. Now he was forced to use the flash, and RQ is happy with that. They can't engage aggressively now on the
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult for Sunsparks to defend.
Yeah, they tried to go in. Sunsparks, yeah, they used the cast, but Ace, this is just gonna survive here, and they are gonna go in. They try to go though. I'm kind of afraid if they try to go in. Exocen now half an HP.
Nice.
With Slash was able to get the kill, was good, but it's still the support. They still have a lot of damage to work with. RQ. Okay, they're backing away. They're trying to cut their losses right here, but Chaz was able to do the damage. Market flashes in. They tried to get the ball, and that is it. The ace for RQ, and that ends the battle right here and then. Sunsparks gets taken down at 2-0. for the zombie battle from RRQ and Sunsparks.
And RRQ wins over the Horde there, Dash, as it is a very dominating 2-0 against Sunsparks. And look at that. They're
The
so
celebration.
happy doing a little
Yeah.
dance.
Oh my,
yeah, that was a RQ had full control over the map, over the objectives, got Helios ahead, and for the entire series, really happy we got to see EXO on the fresh for the entirety of that for one game of that series. But again, it's a repeat of what happened in the first round robin. RRQ is just a very dominating finish from early to late.
Yeah, RRQ is just very strong right now. The way that they play there is that Sunsparks wants to get into the backline whenever they can. That's why they drafted Nashio. That way they drafted their Jorvan from Ace. But they didn't have enough of that access because Devil J was just so big of a threat. Yes, he doesn't deal damage, but he silences us. That's why they can't even ignore the fact that Devil J will not be dealing damage because the silence is just a big thing to look out for whenever they try to go. And also, the factor that he has the Dimash Injustice, they need to be on a healthy state whenever they try to go and fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even Nastro was forced to, take barrier in that matchup at the top portion of the map and unable to take Ignite just to see if he can dive into the backline and also respond with his own Ignite. At this point of the game, in this highlight, RQ was just too far ahead, so they can split the map like this in a 3v4 scenario, 3v5 scenario even, as they already eliminated Nastro. And Helios and Devil J were tag team and taking the towers down.
Yeah, they have, look at this, during the last stages of that fight, they have 15k gold lead. That's almost 1.5 item. So that's why they're just super confident on taking them down. Yes, they were able to take down Exosun during this last fight, but it didn't matter anymore because after this, they just got taken down. The pokes came in, and Helios, look at that, half HP on Consi, and he was one hit by just one spear from Helios. And wow, they're just so much ahead.
Yeah, with the Helios didn't have Chum the Waters before that fight, and then he was already moving forward, waiting for that timing when it's up. So crazy game coming from RRQ.
Yeah, this is just so good, Chaz. This is honestly very much deserved for Chaz getting the player of the game right now. The Shock Blast hurt, the threat that he is during the fight, especially couple that with Marky. There's a lot of poke potential on their side. So every time that they go for a fight, someone is half HP, and they just go in with the Dimash Injustice.
Exactly. There's that big finisher we talked about. Poke champions paired with the Darius. No problem. We got the Garen on the board with also an ult for a big burst. And Chaz was able to get all those objectives, was able to get all those setups for his team, and again providing a lot of damage output. And 95% kill participation. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's just everywhere. He's just putting his name right there on during the fight. And the rotations that he did during the game was just really great for their side, for their benefit on the side of RRQ, and they just won most of the fights, especially the earlier stages. Taking down Consi was important just for him to be... We all know that Kaisa takes a long time to ramp up, and because of the itemization, he won't even be able to join the fights and be relevant. During the last fight, yes, he was able to do some damage, but not enough, and that was just too late. Again, like the same storyline we had during Game 1, it was too late for Consi.
Yeah, they were really relying on that Consi late game scaling, but RRQ has been winning the early game, just as you mentioned, and full control every single lane, setting up dives, getting all the objectives, and boom, it became RRQ 2-0 against Sunsparks.
What I like about this is that RRQ wasn't pulled back to the grave by the zombies, and they were able to successfully get the cure against Sunsparks right now. And now they're happy. They're just happy with their standings, getting 5-5 on the board right now, slowly competing with the teams at the top. So they still have a chance to get right there, get a better chance, or rather a better position onto the playoffs if ever. Now again, that was just Series 2, and we still have Series 3 and Series 4. We're just going to be throwing this back to the panel. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit for more Wildrift action.
together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open sky.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where RRQ take the second series of the day versus Sunsparks. Now, before we go into our series highlights, I just want to say the Filipino broadcast is so educational. I just found out what an axolotl is. That's Fizz.
It's the alien-looking thing.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Fizz, yeah. Thanks, Yasu Meow. Thanks, Yasu Meow. I was like, what is that? I was like, yeah, what is Fizz? He's not a bunny. A bunny
Axolotl.
doesn't look like that, right? Yeah, so I was like, oh, and it's so cute, by the way, in case you guys want to
Super.
look it up. I don't know. I just thought I'd share. Today I learned. Anyway, jumping into our series highlights. Riku, of course, you just came from that matchup, and Sunsparks again struggling over here, but RRQ seems to be looking quite comfortable. But I also have to point out, we got the arcane draft over here
Yeah.
in game one.
Yeah, the Vi and Powder, the Vi and Jinx combo, but it was very. They were torn whether or not to keep Arjuk together with Hansi all the time or with Ace, because they needed to engage first, because they didn't have disengage. They needed to strike first before anything else. But considering that there's just so many melee champions that is going to be a threat to Konsi, that's why Arjuk was torn. Always making sure he's sticking with Konsi to get the final chapter whenever RRQ decides to dive in, but that wasn't the case because RRQ was always getting the win on these skirmishes, and that's how they're able to get that early lead.
Yeah, and to me, Sunsparks on game number 1, I think that's already the 5th consecutive game that they have not drafted an AP champion. Normally, you would see Hansi, on traditional marksman, and then Hayes following it up with an AD still. So that's one thing that I respect because that's what they think is working for them. So yeah, on game number 2, I was quite surprised that they are now willing to draft an AP champion for Nasjo. Unfortunately, against the Garen, it's really hard to a point that, the Akali would have to build Rod of Ages against, the sustain that Q will have as the Garen. And I also would like to possibly just, do a quick monologue about Jace Jungle. Jace Jungle, we saw Jace Jungle twice already for today. And the reason why it's very effective is because you can actually maximize your clear speed when you are on the hammer form. If you are on the hammer form, you have cleave while clearing the jungle camps. So in theory, you would think that Jace Jungle won't be as effective, but it actually is very effective. It actually is very fast in clearing the camps. So yeah, it's a pleasure to see now teams picking up this Jace Jungle because I believe it's one of the strong picks that we have in the meta right now.
Yeah, I I think it's one of those things where if you see the enemy jungler isn't going to be invading you early, you're not up against a Lee Sin or something, or maybe a Kha'Zix, because a Jace is very squishy and can be vulnerable. So if you know that all your lanes are going to have priority and you have enough space to farm, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Definitely this discovery over here, right? And it's nice, of course, to see something like that in the professional scene, especially since we have a very dynamic game here that changes almost every week, and rest assured, of course, almost every single month. And now, of course, let's bring over here to the panel desk RRQ. I believe we have Devil J representing the team, and I have some interesting questions for them actually, but I am going to give the mic to Riku first, I believe.
Oh.
Hello, welcome, Devil J, and congratulations on your win. I'm going to give this. I'm going to give the mic over to Riku first.
Oh yes, first of all, congratulations ulit sa panalo nyo against Sunsparks. My first question is, yung RRQ, yung team nyo is the introduction of week 1, it was a completely different team kasi pagdating ng succeeding weeks, ang daming mga roster changes. Sa tingin nyo ba, itong arrangement na to na meron kayo is the best form of RRQ, or meron pa kaming ma-expect na changes within the roster of swapping roles?
Siguro po ito na, kasi ito yung pinakamagana na sa lineup namin. And ito yung parang mas madalas, taas yung win rate namin. Thank you.
Awesome. Oo nga, sobrang ganda ng arrangement and performance niya.
Was that their final
in the
form?
recent weeks. Yeah, final form na, no?
Wala nang pawian, no? Touch po. Devil J, pare, tagal na namin curious. Yung Devil J mo, yung IGN mo, anong storya niyan? Devil Jin ba yan from Tekken? Kasi tagal na namin talaga gusto itanong eh.
Oh!
Ano po?
So it is really
sa
Devil
LoL PC kasi, sa LoL PC po kasi yung ako si Devil Jin dapat yun yung IGN ko. Eh, masyadong marami yung kaya Devil J lang yung nakasya. Pero Devil Jin po talaga.
Oh, sa Tekken talaga.
Okay.
Cool.
See?
Okay.
Di ba, Mika?
Yeah.
Devil Jin, let's go!
Yes.
Shout out to
Okay.
L.
So apparently tama nga yung suspicions ng lahat na hindi si Devil Jin nandito na sa Wildrift. Devil J, baka Devil Jin na yung sasabihin ko. Devil J, I have a lightning round for you. So basically magtatanong lang ako, tapos sasabihin mo lang kung sino sa team yung parang nagpi-fit sa description na ito, okay? So, sa team, sa RRQ, sino yung first na matulog?
Si Charles po. Chaz.
Okay. So si Chaz pala yung
Morning guy po yan, morning guy.
Talaga? Wow, respect. I wish I was a morning person.
Healthy lifestyle po yan.
Wow, talaga? Kaya pala magaling mag-jungle. Sino yung pinakamagaling magluto?
Si Marky, chef po yan.
Wow!
Chef boy.
Talaga?
Opo. Chef po yan si Marky.
Gusto ko yung walang hesitation talaga. Marky, wow. So, sino yung pinakamatakaw?
Yung coach po namin, syempre.
Yan, si Coach Kaigo ba?
Opo, si Coach Kago po.
Sino yung, kung maghihiram ka ng pera, sino yung una sa team na lalapitan mo?
Syempre, yung paldo po sa amin yung isang coach, si JM.
Oh.
Kaya libre po ang mamaya niya ng Jollibee.
Wow!
Bida ang saya, let's go.
Congratulations! Yun talaga yung mapapa-congratulations. Diba? Sino yung mas madalas nagpapalibre?
Ako po yun eh.
Wow! Buti lang kung friend mo si Devil J, diba? Ang swerte mo. Sino yung pinakamatagal usually sa banyo?
Si Charles din po. si Charles po.
Okay.
Thank you so much
sa
for
banyo
that.
daw.
Ano kayang ginagawa, pre?
I love how maybe the rest of RRQ. Kaya pala. May concert pala sa
May
sa banyo.
concert.
Opo, mga first 5 minutes lang po, tapos napatayin na.
Well, there you have it. Devil J, thank you so much sa masayang lightning round na ito. Do you have any shout-outs or messages that you'd like to give all of the supporters of RRQ?
Shout out po kay Boss Ricky, Boss AP, Boss Nano, and the whole team RQ. And shout out po sa, kay Rinda po, Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Devil J. Congratulations once again. And yun, shout out to all of your friends na ipapalibre mo apparently. Thank you. Okay, we now know Chaz's secret.
Mishima. Okay.
Yes.
And we now know Devil Jin talaga.
We now know his true identity here and the rift. But I love it. I love how probably the rest of RRQ was maybe a little lost. Like, what are they saying? Why is he just saying our names in the interview and wondering what went on?
I think they have the most players with special someones. I mean, RT, EXO.
Cute.
Feels like almost everyone in that group has the Joa buff.
Oh my gosh. That's a special award. That's a special award indeed. I'm wondering.
Best in Joa.
Best in Joa. Now, I wonder what special awards we're going to give out in this third series over here that we have. It's going to be Team Underground versus Grindsky Esports. Sister teams. Two teams really so closely tied to each other. And, of course, on the side of Underground, I mean, Riku, what more can we say about Underground? They've been stellar throughout this whole WCS.
Yeah, they've shown how confident they are, and no matter what composition that they draft, and no matter if they build around Larawan or not, he's gonna play the Vayne and he's gonna create space for himself. Or the threat of Sayo, Mitsura, Dawn, or Thrust, no matter what they pick, they provide so much threat to the point that Larawan can shine a lot. And I'm looking forward to what they cook up, they draft up later, just because of again, we saw them get their defeat the first time up against FLA and as well as Team Secret. So we'll see if they can get back that super duper big confidence, super duper dominating series win for the rest of the round robin. And for our Rumble in the Jungle, or as you like to say, Riku, our Jumble?
Jungle.
Jungle.
Yes. We have Sayonara over here, and I'm just really eager to hear your thoughts here on Sayonara, especially since, we just came from seeing Chaz, right? Sayonara is also one of those junglers that, can really shine on the Kazakhs.
Yeah, I think after seeing week 1 to week 4, I think Sayonara is the best jungler on my list at the moment out of everyone in the WCS. He can play everything, anything consistently. His mechanics are on on point rather, and as well as champion pool just really either enables himself or enables the rest of the team. So he has a very strong showing in the competition so far.
And on the other side of this series, we have Grindsky Esports and Oculus. Of course, no secret, these two teams are so tied, very, very closely with each other. Grindsky Esports, though, up against Underground, they're still fighting. They're still the David and Goliath matchup.
Yeah, there's actually an undocumented history between these two. Because back in the CBL qualifiers, when UDG was still running their name under AXS, they met each other, and it was actually Grindsky that did eliminate them from being the CBL representatives. So there is actually history between these two. I've heard that Tonte is still feeling under the weather. I saw some posts, and I think that should still be put into consideration. But you have to know that whenever you play Grindsky Esports, you're not playing 5. Or you're not playing a 5-man stack, but rather you're playing a 6-man stack, or maybe even a 7-man stack, because the drafting of these guys has been so superb, has been so good. So I cannot just sit here and not commend Coach Rek for the wonderful drafts that he really pioneered for this team. And I think that that could be the advantage over UDG. We know that UDG does not really have a coach, and Grindsky Esports does have a coach. So when we talk about the drafting, that could be the focal point for Grindsky Esports. Remember, they are willing to play the carry jungler. If Lulu gets unlocked, they will be willing to play Lulu mid lane and then possibly have a carry jungler in the Shyvana. And yeah, just to follow through our theme for today, which is Jungle Jumble, we are going to highlight Chinese one. Chinese one has been so good as of late. I know that like KDA isn't really showing that much. 2.85 is pedestrian at best. But make no mistake, he's dishing out a lot of damage. The average damage percentage of 23% for a jungler just goes to show that, you know what, he's doing his job in trying to kill enemies. That's it, right? Regardless of him dying in the end, it's pretty much certain that he has dished out a lot of damage. And you could see the champions that he's been playing is all about that damage roll. The Fiora, the Camille, the Pantheon, even the Shyvana, right? All of them are all about damage.
So does this mean, as we check out our head-to-head over here, does this mean that we could? Did you send Coach Rec any requests, by the way, in the jungle?
Oh yeah, I did. Yesterday, I asked. I did send him a message. Dr. Mundo, please. That's it.
Dr. Mundo. Is that literally what you just sent? No walang hi, hello. Dr. Mundo lang tinay. You just type Dr. Mundo.
I think what I said was, oh, tonight, papik Dr. Mundo, hey. That's it. Like just a one-liner. And he said, okay, because he was telling me na parang they were already trying different drafts around the Timo. So there's
right. Yeah.
So they say, I mean, he said, okay, mas madali yung Dr. Mundo. They will try it out. So yeah, looking forward.
Well, Rico, they did say that Timo, we might be able to pull that off in the playoffs. I'm not sure if they were joking, but they were smiling quite a lot. If that helps.
I mean, we've pretty much almost seen everything, right? Like we've seen UDG, we've seen Shyvana, we've seen Master Yi in the jungle in a competitive scene. So at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see a Timo too.
Yeah. And at this point in our season as well for WCSPH, I mean, these teams might as well. They might as well try it now before we head into the playoffs, right? And who knows? Could have some new discoveries over here. And I know Oculus is indeed very, very excited for those requests because, as he mentioned, the Shyvana did come to life, and it was pretty epic indeed. So Timo, maybe? Dr. Mundo, maybe? We are gonna see as we head into the third series of the day. But before that, I need your predictions. I think a while ago we all got some points on the board, and I think it's gonna be the same for this unless. So I'm gonna ask Rico first. Which way is this gonna go? UDG or Grindsky?
I think UDG still has a very strong showing. Every single lane is really, really good, and even though they lost to Team Secret and FLA recently, I think they're still a pretty strong team that can defeat Grindsky. So yeah, it's gonna be 2-1 UDG.
Ooh, Oculus.
Right. I'm going for a 2-0 for UDG. I'm asking, people around it. They say that, day number 1 is not the day for Grindsky. Specifically, Berting, I talked to him. He said that, they're kind of weak. Day number 1. Unlike Fennel Adversity, because Fennel Adversity actually has a running curse. Week numbers 1 to 3, they swept day 1, day 2, and then on day number 3, they fall down. So this time, I'm just trying to follow some trends here. And for me, UDG is still the better team, bar none. Okay, if Grindsky would win this, it will have to be off a magnificent draft again by Coach Rec. And I don't think it's easy to outdraft UDG just because of the champion pool that they already have. So that's going to be a clean 2-0 in favor of UDG.
Yeah, very good points indeed. I also think it's going to go the way of UDG, and I think it's going to be a 2-0 here for our predictions. I'm taking note of the rest of the talent pool's predictions as well, because our little consequence for today is to show your entire work from home or cast from home attire. Which if it's not exactly broadcast friendly, we'll probably post on Twitter. So be sure you guys.
I'll put an emoji or something.
looking very much forward to that and to seeing everybody's styles for today. I know it's been a very hot and humid day as well, so that is bound to be a factor. That is bound to be a factor indeed. I actually just came and I got a drink from downstairs, so I'm pretty okay. I'm pretty okay. But it's gonna be really interesting to see. Indeed, I know I mentioned this earlier. GG Sphere is quite a veteran at this, and does this often, quite often. So he probably already did it. It's probably already up on his Twitter.
Yeah, just waiting to hit that upload button. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the GG Sphere we know.
Indeed. So if you guys want to stay tuned for all of those results and work from home attires, please do follow the whole all of the talents over here and keep your eyes glued to the hashtag WCSPH. And you can also participate on Twitter. You may see your tweets on over here on the panel desk, and have your thoughts shared with us and the rest of the community as well. Now, again, this is our third series of the day, and yes, indeed, it looks like it's going to be a sweep for sure with regards to the predictions from the talent pool over here. But as Otlus mentioned, there could be some wild cards. So I'm just going to give a quick thumbs up, thumbs down over here with regards to Grindsky's little hints of some champions possibly making it onto their draft. So I just want to ask you guys if you think thumbs up, thumbs down, if you think Rammus is going to make an appearance.
I hope.
Wait, I want to see Rammus.
Thumbs up,
I'm just gonna do a thumbs up. Yeah,
Oh my gosh, you think Rammus is going to Timo? Yes! Is it I think this is all a thumbs up.
If I had a third hand, then we'll see like 4 thumbs ups.
And on
wanna
Luce's
see my
request, a Dr. Mundo. I think it's
Of
all
course,
down.
let's do it.
This
Thumbs
panel
up. Those are
definitely
the
wants to
champions,
see
so-
it all, Grindsky Esports. We hope you're ready because this is our third series for the day. Team Underground versus Grindsky Esports. Casters, take us into the rift.
Welcome, ladies and gents, to the WCSPH group stages, now in the fourth week, third series this time around. My name is Dadai, together with me is Dash, and man, Team Underground versus Grindsky Esports. Dash, it has been a couple of weeks since we have seen these two teams battle each other in the rift. So many things have happened. What do you expect in this rematch?
Yeah, it was a big stomp during the last time that they met each other during the first round robin. And now Grindsky, remember, the panel has spoken. They said that Grindsky was the reason why UDG was taken off of the C-ball. And wow, that is just super great to see. And Grindsky now, they lost during the first round robin. I hope that they change things this time around. Because honestly, Grindsky has been playing so well during the last weeks. Team Underground last week was lost 2 times. And Grindsky so far during the last weeks has a 5-1 record. They only lost once. So now they have the momentum that they can use for them to turn things around against UDG.
Exactly. Momentum is the game once again here, and Grindsky performed after that Pansol buff. They did have a perfect week there, 3-0. Will this be the start once again for Grindsky to have this rematch and win against UDG? But of course, our panel said this is not going to be easy for the side of Grindsky because UDG is still considered as one of the top teams in our league. And here we go, Dash. Will we be able to see some pocket picks? Dr. Mundo, Rammus, Timo, and here comes the draft. Reddickton Lulu being batted away.
Man, I just hope that Grindsky just picks those off. I mean, what the panel said, I also go for the 3 thumbs up right there for all those champions to come out on this game for UDG and Grindsky. These are both of the teams that have really weird picks on their hands. And I hope they have those weird picks right here during their fight.
And here we go. Speaking of picks, we are going to start in the bands, Dash. That is going to be the respect. This is the difference between the first meeting and the second one because we are seeing respect bans from both teams here. Lulu has been taken out, Olaf and Galio for the side of UDG. Here comes the set and the Yumi, which is the Bane there. The Yumi Garden connection, the first we have seen there from Dawn, and as well as Orthros been taken away this time around. Oh, the opening, Camille.
Yeah, I really like that they opened up a lot of these priority targets, especially when it comes to bans. They have the Camille, we have the Fiora and Jace that are still up if ever that comes out. But what I like about this champion is because if you first pick them, it's okay because it doesn't really give a lot of info because you can flex them anywhere. And there you go. The Jace comes in. Grindsky, if they pick the Fiora here, it might be a problem. I hope they don't because they already have the Camille to work with on their side.
I think this is very similar for the first series. You're opening on the Camille with a response on that Gragas and Jace. And now it is going to be Darius being picked in for the side of Grindsky. This is why they banned the Olaf though, because they want to negate those crowd controls as well, because UDG has a great team fight right now. But in this moment in time, we are seeing, of course, a Lucian pick coming in from the side of Grindsky. And we have seen Bambi here on this champion as well. Will this be a mid champion pick here?
I'm looking at this draft and I can see that Grindsky could still pull a curveball onto us right here, Deadeye, because honestly it's still possible for them to change things up because most of this champion is very flexible except for the Garen and Darius. You're expected to have them on the same lanes just for them to fight each other, just have the Juggernaut Brusco fights in the top side. But still Grindsky could still pull off a Shyvana here if they want to, because they can still go into the jungle. The Camille could go in the mid lane, because if it's fighting against a Jace, could still be a possible fight that he can win.
Yeah, this is what's great about Grindsky right now. Their improvement before the group stages, we expect them to pick those typical comfort champions here. But now Grindsky, the flexibility is here. We are now seeing that somehow these champions can be transferred, can be flexed to different roles right now. You have mentioned, of course, that Shyvana could probably go in for the side of Grindsky. I think they also need Qeon's comfort champion here as well to be locked in, because the stats said it. Almost a quarter of the damage output is coming from Qeon here at the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, I can see an angle on where Grindsky could still use a Zed to Bambi or maybe even an Ahri that could work out in this composition. Because if they're going for Darius and also a Camille anyway, they could go for a big composition for their side. They just need one more damage source that could settle this thing up, and one more CC source for this third side. And this Grindsky composition is already golden. But UDG, they still have a lot of things to work around for. Because there's a Garen pick, yes, there's the independence of the Garen, but they need to double down more if they're gonna go for a path of CC or they're gonna go for a path of more damage.
Yeah. So much tankiness coming in on the side of UDG. Will this be a hard carry to be locked in for the side of Tactical here? And we have seen Bo now transitioning for that offensive supports into Enchanters. But meanwhile, it is going to be UDG securing the Fjords this time around. Could possibly go for the jungle here against Sayonara, or it's going to be a Jace.
That's good. Taking the hands off the Fiora, that is what I'm looking for. They needed the damage, but now they need someone to wrap up the CC. Yes, they have the Gragas to work with, the explosive cast, the body slam, but it's not enough to help the Jace, to help the Fiora stick to the targets that they need. So that's what they're looking for the side of UDG. But now, classic combo, Lucian Braum in the bot lane. So they have the pressure that they need there. So Grindsky has a good position here. If we're just taking a look at it on the basic settings for them, they just need one more damage source and it's all good.
I agree, Dash. Man, I think this Braum is a beautiful pick for the side of Grindsky. Of course, as we see here, UDG has make it 4 melee champions coming in. And Tactical, this is a quick fact here. Tactical's Orianna is still
undefeated, right?
Undefeated, yes.
Right.
100% win right here. This is going to be the 5th time he's going to lock this champion here. They have a big Bamboom team fight here from the side of Grindsky. The Braum, the last 2 picks for the side of Grindsky is beautiful for me.
Honestly, Braum and Orianna was great to wrap things up. I love the fact that they've used the Orianna on their drafts, because honestly, on this one, they have 4 melees on UDG. So if all of them go in, if all of them engage, Shockwave is just gonna hit them like a truck. Yes, on the early stages of the game, it wouldn't be a lot of damage, but as long as the fight goes on, as long as the game goes on longer, Orianna would be a lot more scary.
Plus the Darius. We shall not forget the Darius here. Darius loves close quarter combats as well, and these are target champions, and that
that's
execution
Bambi.
skill coming in from the side of the Darius is very, very strong as well. So this is very interesting. Again, Autolus has mentioned is one that with regards to the drafts, Grand Sky right now is making some experimentations here, and also they have a very big champion pool as well. And I'm very interested if this team comp right now coming in from Grand Sky will be able to topple down UDGs. And here we go, Dash, the start of our third series, Grand Sky Esports versus UDG, the rematch.
That's the question that is going to be the question here, if ever they would be able to answer that. But starting off with both of our junglers still on the opposite sides of the map, I'm really not sure at this point if they're going for the clear to the bottom side of the map, try to gank whenever they can, as early as they can, just for them to give the advantage to their laners. If they're going to be investing some of their resources, like here in the bot lane, you're going for a fight though, Larawan just went for the body slam already.
This is the poke you needed here for the side of UDG. Both teams are very aggressive, especially in the early stage of the game. But look at tactical here is positioning. That body slam, the flash been burned as well. The first blood for the side of UDG.
I love it. I love that UDG went for that fight. They know they had the body slam, considering that Larawan has the ignite too. That's easy enough for them to win. What's interesting here though, Orthros is the one using the Senna, and Larawan was the Gragas. So this is a bit of a change of face. Seeing Larawan with the Gragas is something that I was not expecting right now. And they got the first blood. So that is just a cross on my side. That's a check mark already. Gragas on Larawan. That's great.
Now that you pointed out, Dash, is this a part also of these experimentations coming into the side of UDG? We'll know about this one, but it is usually Larawan going for that Senna pick to carry the game in the later stages. But in the meantime, Grand Sky and UDG, with regards to their standing here, it is going to be 6-2 here for the side of GS. UDG has 7-1. So what if UDG will lose this series here? I think they're gonna tie up our standings here. So there's a big there's a big statement here in this series right now.
I like that you pointed that out, Deadeye, because honestly, that is what Grind Sky wants to go for. They want to tie up with Mitsura.
Oh, Bambi, but this is a save coming in from Sayonara. Bambi Flash is out, but still being chased. A pickoff for Sayonara.
What a range from Sayonara, especially with the launch. Almost getting the kill. I thought Mitsura is gonna fall down there, but now they got the kill again. Another notch onto the belts of UDG is a very big one to their side. Now Bambi is just gonna have a hard time. I love that Bambi has the face rush here, going for the safer route, especially against most of the engaged champions that they have on the UDG.
Man, I think the power spike here for the side of Grand Sky is when their ultimates are very available here. But hold up, thought there's going to be a 2v1 situation in the middle lane. It is going to be Mitsura outnumbered, a pick off for the side of Grand Sky.
Yeah, I said nice because Bambi was able to trade out the depth that he had a while ago in the mid lane. And that is good in order for them to stabilize the goal that's happening on most of the parts of the map, and getting that advantage for Bambi is really important. We all know Orianna takes a long time to ramp up, and when she does, that is where she bursts down even the tankiest of targets.
Now this is interesting, Dash, when it comes to 5v5 team fight on those objectives. It is where the Grand Sky will shine for sure. But UDG's kits here, they do have the explosive cast just in case to go for the poking potential here. And 4 bruisers. I'm very excited what's gonna happen against Dante's Darius here, as well as Foe's Brom here. But in the meantime, on the top side, Sayonara going to go for this rotation. Dante holding his ground, preparing for this Rift Herald takedown.
Good timing, wave clear onto the top side just for them to have better positioning for the Rift Herald, but Grand Sky knows that. That's why they're just gonna trade off. That is just a shake off on their hands. Get the Rift Herald, let's take the Drake for our sides. So far, I have been having a lot of favors for stacking Drakes for this one, but the Mountain Drake is really hard to take down, and getting that extra shield would just help you get the more fights in your side. But bot lane though,
Speaking of fights, going to dive in. The Rip Herald has been taken already for the side of UDG, but meantime, it is going to be a pick-up once again for the side of Grand Sky. The Rip Herald been summoned at the top side. This is going to be, of course, the first blood turret incoming for the side of UDG.
Good kill again by Grindsky. That is the Rip Herald secured, powered by Globe. The side right now of UDG, and Grindsky just takes a dragon, but Lara one being very aggressive, but top side though, they got the tower already. I think the Rip Herald might get another bonk onto the... No, never! Oh wow, they were able to cancel it out. That's great, Deadeye, but bot lane, they trade the towers.
That is going to be a trade in towers here. It is going to be a disengage for the side of Grand Sky. In the meantime, formation for the side of UDG. They want some blood. Here comes Sayonara pushing forward. Hexic ultimatum, try to go forward and counter attack. Glacial Fisher, but it's not enough here. They're calling for the follow up here. The Valkyries coming in from Tactical there. And look at Bo trying to hold his ground. And Demolition Justice is not enough. Bambi flashes out. It is going to be a disengage this time around for the side of UDG. But Tante on the flanking maneuver gets one. And the flash for Offrost backs away almost for the side of UDG.
Deadeye, that took a long time for them to wrap up the fight there. UDG just wasn't in the better position during that fight. They lost a chunk of their damage because Sayonara went out after getting that first kill, so they don't have enough more damage for them to win because at this point, Mitsura is not fed yet. And that's why he wasn't able to get those damages in for the side of Grindsky. And because of that, they got punished. They gave 2 kills to the side of Grindsky. That's not what you want to give for Oriana and also a Camille.
This time around, Grand Sky preparing for this death rush attack. Bo with a Winter Spite. That is going to be the slow. The concussive blow connects as well. A pick off against Mitsura this time around.
I love how basic that is. Whenever you see someone concussive blows, get that with a Winter Spite, and that's enough. Get the first kill. We have the advantage. They're not going to go for a fight. So let's find more ways to take cover on this map.
This is how scary a Braum is, especially during the early stages of the game. That concussive blow, that 1 second stun, many can happen here, especially if you have the support needed. But this is the team fight we've seen Dash on the bot side.
Yeah, the bot side team fight, like what I said a while ago, Sayonara was super low in HP, and they can't even take down Bo. Bo took a lot of time. They tried to get the Demolition Justice onto Bambi, but they weren't still able to get the kill there. There's just a lot of defenses coming in from the side of Grindsky. That's why it was easy enough for them to survive under the turret. And UDG, if they weren't able to finish it, they were just punished so hard there.
Yeah, I was just laughing here at the back, seeing Tante's jumping in and everyone's flashing out here on the side of UDG. And this is how scary, of course, the Darius is. But here in the 7-minute mark, we are going to see this lead still at the side of UDG when it comes to net worth gold, but that is not yet that big. So Grand Sky, this is the time. This is their power spike here in the game dash. They have ultimates available here, waiting for this opportunity, especially on the objective takedown. UDG must be very careful. They need this pick off first before they go for that objective.
Oh, remember this item pickups here for the side of UDG. Mitsura picked the Zonya's Hourglass as early as he can because he knows he might be a potential target. So this 0 for Mitsura is now taking a longer time for getting his items. Manamune, he does have it, but it isn't upgraded yet, so it is gonna be hard for him to get more damage in there. So Grindsky just needs to work around the fact that they're delaying most of their items. Use this in their favor. They have the items, they have the Ocean Drake, and if they get this, they have more sustain for prolonged fights.
Oh, it is going to be UDG going to go for the contest here. That Glacial Fisher stopping the combo and the Hectic ultimatum with a follow-up. Sayonara is there, but it is going to be Dawn providing the space, going to push through. Low on life, a double here for Sayonara. This is going to be Qeon's back down with a hook shot as well, being chased still. But that bomb tried to go run away. Qeon's sliver of health. Honey Fruit, will it be enough? No, it will not. 3 kills for the side of UDG.
Wow, a great 3-4-0 for the side of UDG, able to take down the right targets. Was getting Tante, he was at the backside, wasn't able to get anything. He wasn't even able to pull his ultimate up there. And UDG, we all know how good they are at team fighting, and they just showed that. Crosshair placements were on the board, right targets have been taken down, And getting that Ocean Drake was crucial because having a bruiser heavy composition needs a lot more sustain. And they got the Ocean Drake.
Now, Grand Sky, will they be able to go
the
for
steal!
the contest? Oh, a steal! It is going to be UDG forcing the team by the shockwave, but no damage follow up from the side of Grand Sky. UDG presses through. It is going to be a kill, explosive cast of the backlines as well. A double here for the side of a Bambi here on that Orianna, but still UDG with a cleanup here in the battlefield. Tactical being caught here out of position. Lara 1 for the chase. G&Ds try to go for the support. Here comes the hook shot and a tactical sweep. A 2 versus 1 situation right now. Will he be able to survive in this situation? Badislam away. He did! And it's going to be the Hextech coming in from G&Ds now. Orfrost holding this ground. This is a brilliant fight. Oh, the burst! The damage, the outplay! UDG still winning that skirmish.
Oh no, Xiaomi could have gotten the kill there, but Orthros, he survived. He positioned onto the wrong target, and that could have been a double kill onto the hands of Grindsky before they fell down. But again, UDG came at the right time. They provided support for their teammates and got the kill that they needed. Right there, UDG is just showing how good they are at taking team fights, and Sayonara positioning into the bot side isn't helping because Grindsky Bambi is left alone here to the bottom side. He might get dove here. Deadeye.
Exactly. But, look at the UDG. Just saying, stay calm, guys. Stay calm. We got this. We got this. But that is heartbreaking, Dash. The series of skirmishes we've seen so far. There you go. It is going to be Lara 1, though, holding his ground here, the 2 versus 1.
Yeah, remember this fight, though. Look at how it all came down. Chinese went to the right target, got the Hextech ultimatum. Then, they're 1 HP. But look at how the targeting all came down, but they won the fight, though.
Yeah, again, this is going to be Sayonara Gods, but the stasis has been popped. Lara 1 on the forward, but on the backline, Statical is there, and that is been clean, but still, too many bruisers, too much sustain, too much health for the side of UDG. Another outplay here in favoring the side of Team Underground. Grand Sky, yet no answers 3 times in a row.
Too tanky for the taste of Grand Sky. They can't even do damage, even to Dawn, even to Lara 1. Ultros is just so far away, so he's just on the safer side of things. So Grind Sky, right now they know the problem. It's being put on their faces. This is your problem. Are you gonna go for it? Are you gonna skip it? They can't take any fights at this point in the game because Xiaomi and Bambi doesn't have the damage yet to deal with these problems. They just need to wait for the right time. If ever Bambi gets the Rapidons, that is the time. That is the call. But right now, it's not the right time.
Yeah, exactly, Dash. You know what? In paper, this team comp coming in from Grand Sky, you have incredible power when it comes to a 5v5.
Yeah.
But no damage, man. You pointed it out, Dash. No damage here coming in with the side of Grand Sky.
Yeah.
So many CCs. We have seen that one, and we have seen the epic combo wombo, but still this bruisers coming in from UDG, surviving that initial burst, and that means chaos for the side of Grand Sky after on. But this is going to be Chinese. Hiding the brushes here. Lara 1 spotted that one. Going for that retreat. But in the meantime, the top side, split push is happening for the side of Dawn.
I was afraid for Chinese there, because if ever he tries to go in, Lara 1 is just so tanky at this point. He can't even kill him if ever they try to go for an Hextech ultimate, and that could have been a recipe for disaster. But now, Infernal Drake being taken down by UDG, very much needed because they need that late game damage potential from the Infernal Drake. Grand Sky isn't even taking it. They are not in a position to go for it because right now, there's a lot of tower pressure because their mid lane turret is now down.
Wow, UDG playing it perfectly here at this moment in time. Rift Herald, of course, for that diversion. But in the meantime, of course, Grand Sky going to go for the split push. This is the best they can do here at this moment in time. But UDG did not successfully go for the pickoff. They are going to disengage for now.
Yeah, they weren't able to see most of the members from Grand Sky right there. Now, going for very much a slow pace for the side of Grand Sky. They really need to slow the game down until most of their champions are really at that point in where they can out-sustain rather, UDG with the Ocean Drake, with the Infernal Drake. Perfect combination of Drakes here for the side of UDG. So they just need to wait it out. Wait for the right timing. And the ticking time bomb, that is Bambi and Xiaomi, is just gonna make it work for themselves later on.
All right, I'm seeing the optimizations coming in from Grindsky Dash. They prioritizes the grievous wound items here. They have the Bramble Vest, they have the Executioner's Calling, they have as well as the Meronomicon here, but not enough damage here. But Xiaomi will be picked off for sure here.
Wow.
This is great once again for the side of UDG. Numbers advantage, pushes through. Here comes the crowd control. Running away, Tante holding his ground, explosive cast, putting him out of position, flashes back out. Dawn here still absorbing all the damage. That is going to be a shockwave, but then again, the calling is not enough. Mitsura backs out. Oh, that's going to be concussive blows. That is the stasis, but not enough with a poke coming in from Bambi there. UDG should be very careful, but they are still very aggressive at this moment in time. Grindsky, they still fight back here amidst that chaos that happened on the top side.
Silver lining for Grindsky. It's really looking good for them that they are... UDG is making some mistakes right here, but they want to go for a fight still.
Oh, 3 versus 2 situation, the root, but the stasis coming in from the side of Bambi. Flash is back, but Flash in coming in from Sayonara secures that kill, but the fight goes on here. It is gonna be now again the crowd control, the shroud. No targets available for the side of Grindsky. This is very crucial. UDG with a cleanup once more.
Wow.
Eliminating players for the side of Grindsky and securing this mid turret here.
Yeah, the amount of healing, the amount of sustain that UDG has with this team composition, Sayonara being in the spotlight. Every time that they try to go for a fight, the heals are gonna come in, especially that they got the Ocean, they got the Infernal Drake, and they take fights whenever they can because they know they can out-sustain Grindsky at this point in the game. So that is what UDG is using, and because of that, they were rewarded, and this is the Baron Asher secured, powered by Globe, and it's such a great way of showing UDG that they're still at the top, they're still the kings, and Grindsky, yeah, the Rising Dragons, they can't rise because the Dragon Slayers are here.
Oh my goodness, especially having this Baron buff right now, powered by Globe, for the side of UDG. Of course, they are going to be a difficult situation here for the side of Grindsky for sure. It's... The situation here, Dash, for the side of Grindsky was that they can own the team fight, the big team fights there. He pointed this out, not enough damage here. And we have seen the progression, especially for Tactical, now has Immortal Reminder. I think this is a great addition for the damage, but is it enough? Because we have seen, though, that Grindsky still can bite, but UDG, hold that thought, though. It is going to be a flanking maneuver coming in from Xiaomi with a Hexing Ultimatum. Caught off guard, Orfrost will pick off. This is a great team fight coming in from Grindsky. But on the flanking maneuver, UDG for the counter punch, going to go forward here in the middle lane. Now 4 versus 4 situation right now. This is an ongoing siege we're about to see, but Dawn is here, going to go for the pursuit with a judgment here. Mitsura on the backlines, providing firepower on the top though. Tante low in life. The Sterak's Gauge been pop up, but this is an inhibitor turret falling down on the top.
So Yunara is just so fed right now. He can go in whenever he can. He does have the CC coming in from Ladder 1. And Orthros falling down was supposed to buy time for Grindsky, but UDG always finds ways around the map, take someone else down just for them to not take this objective. Elder Cloud Drake, especially right now that UDG does have 2 Drakes on their hands, would be pretty much a lot more destructive on the hands of Dawn, on the hands of Sayonara, because they can go for this fight to move around faster.
This is it. All teams, all players here, ultimates are available. Grindsky willing to take this one, willing to go for the team fight, but it is going to be UDG having the driver's seat. They are looking for blood. Xiaomi has been picked with that body slam. Automatic Hextech Ultimatum has been used to flashing out. It is going to be a chase though. Dawn on the forward there. It is now out of position. The stasis being bound up. Glacial Fisher eliminating the combo on the backlash for the side of UDG. So many bodies falling down. Sayonara here. Flashes back out. No, Mitsura with a double. Instantly joining in the team fight there out of nowhere. It is going to be 3-man down for the side of Grindsky in trade for 1.
What a great fight from UDG again. They just weave in, weave out, throw in, go out, and that's exactly what they did. And now there comes War right here, Deadeye.
This is gonna be a zone. Mitsura here pushing forward. The burst, the damage. GA pops here. It is gonna be Mitsura still surviving. A tactical backs out. Look at that one. Mitsura flashes in. Keep under the turret with a barrel roll. Oh, this is gonna be an ace and a game-ending win for the side of UDG.
Good show of skill from UDG right there, Deadeye. That was so much for me to take in. And now we can say UDG still at the top. Grindsky can't even chase it down. I mean, it didn't reach the point in where Bambi and Xiaomi were relevant. That's why UDG was able to just double down on it, use this in their favor. We still have the advantage because we got all. We got the Infernal, we got the Ocean, we got everything that we need. We're fully armored for us to fight them even in the late game. And Grindsky, that was just so hard for them. They got silver linings here and there, but they weren't able to follow the pathway of that supposed win condition for this side. But UDG, they just showed us they are still strong and golden right now in WCSPH.
Yeah, they are just very strong here in the game one dash. And I really thought Grindsky could pull it through with those objective team fights there. But I didn't consider that the damage is lacking, to be honest, here beside Grindsky. This was perfect. Here comes the rundown of our replay here. Lara one of the Gragas here. Man, this guy, even in the supporting role, still having the carry characteristics in his name here.
Yeah, got it. That's great. That's what I love about UDG. Look at the way that they position around fights here, right? Grindsky had great shockwaves, great follow through, but they don't have the constant DPS. I would like to point that out. I forgot to point that out, that they don't have the constant DPS. Yes, they have the late game damage. Tactical could have been that early game damage that they need for their side. Yes, Tactical was able to do that, but because there's a lot of tanky members for the side of UDG, he wasn't even able to do that, which was the reason why they lost a lot when it comes to the damage support.
Yeah, plus this first two objectives being taken by UDG. This is a disaster indeed for the side of Grindsky here. And this momentum was just increasing. The snowball effect for the side of UDG is here. And they have transitioned their itemizations to, of course, the previous wounds prioritization, but not enough damage yet. Yes, you've mentioned Tactical already has those three items locked in his inventory, but that was not enough. Too much tankiness here, too much firepower as well in the back lines. There you have it. Sayonara, Dawn, or Lara 1 Mitsura as well. And even though you have this Braum, you have this Darius, they still manage to pull it through. UDG, different level here.
Okay. And just look at it this way, on the side of Grindsky, yes, they have the Braum on their hands, which potentially the only reason that Braum is there is for them to get easy concussive blows, right? But because of that, because of the fact that all of the members of UDG are all melee, one of his skills isn't working. I mean, the stand behind me is there, and the door that he's using can't even be used because they're all melee. So no projectiles to cancel out except for the explosive cast, except for the barrels. But overall, it was just easy for UDG to use the Braum against them. And that's why UDG was able to work it out.
There you go. The player of the game. It is going to be Orthros with a 92% kill participation. Just because, of course, when it comes to a team fight, all you have to do here is to go for the poke in the backlines with that Dawning Shadow additional sustain as well. Incredible game for this guy, as well as the totality of the team as well. UDG secures the first game here in the best of 3 series. Will this be again another repeat here we're about to see, Dash? Will UDG secure the series 2-0 once again? But this is still too early to see because we have seen Grindsky's performance as well on the previous weeks here. I think, this is going to be a chance for Grindsky to go for their original, of course, strategy here on the comfort picks. We haven't seen it yet, but the game 2 will be an opportunity for them to combat.
Yeah, honestly, Grindsky just lost in the battle of drafts for this series. So far, it's it was hard. It was hard for Grindsky to be able to get the space that they need in order for them to get the advantage that they need for the team there. UDG just was everywhere. Get the damage, get the CC. Sayonara is fed. Okay, the win condition is there. If Sayonara is fed, he's all the damage that we could need. Even if there's some tanky members for the side of Grindsky, it's still not enough to take them down. Couple that with the fact that they got the Ocean Inferno. I have been saying it a lot, but that helped on the side of UDG to be able to sustain more during the fights.
And that was still the first game, ladies and gents, here in the third series, Grindsky Esports versus Team Underground. We are going to see the second game, the match point game, after a few minutes break. This is Dada together with Dash. See you in a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back to the third series here in our fourth week of WCSPH group stages. My name is Dada. Together with me is Dash. And Grindsky Esports has been doubled down in the first game. Let us see if this is going to be the match point game here for UDG. What do you think about this, Dash?
Yeah, I hope they don't run out of time here for the side of Grindsky. They could be the only one right now that could go toe-to-toe with UDG on this on the standings that we have right now. If ever they take down UDG here, that just means that they're tied up. So that is the goal for Grindsky here. But if ever they lose, still okay. They're still at the top of the leaderboards, and UDG would be on the top on the first of the leaderboard.
Exactly.
So that is exactly what's gonna happen here. It's just a battle of placements for all of these teams, and I hope they would get a favorable position during this group stages of WCSPH.
Or do you think the curse that Grindsky Esports first day is really not favoring them? As Otuluza mentioned there.
That
their
could go,
first
right?
day or the start of the week. But let's see if that curse is not real or not. But anyway, it is going to be Grindsky's time to win this second game for them to push the distance into the deciding game here against UDG. And again, I have mentioned the growth of Grindsky comparing to the first week. Now we have seen champions popping out here. You have mentioned on your TikTok, Dash, that was great. That Grindsky here, the Shivana pick, the Nasus pick. We haven't expected it to come actually for the side of Grindsky. And we have seen Dante on the Zed. We have seen Bambi on the Garen. And look at how this team, the Grindsky, is also evolving as a team here. Before, we can predict, they are just going to win the early game, snowball from there, and that's it. That's Grindsky. But this time around, they know how to control their macro plays. They know also how to secure the late game. But against UDG, we have seen that on the game one, that UDG still, despite, of course, we have seen incredible drafts, but they have outdrafted, of course, beside UDG. They still manage to take that one in a clean manner.
Right now, that I can see it in a way that Grindsky is really antsy right now because they don't want to play around when fighting against UDG. But the reason why they were able to win a lot of those games during the last 2 weeks is because they're not afraid to use weird, crazy champions on their hands. And now they're going for the same thing that they did a while ago. It's almost the same bans from both sides. They had Xiaomi again going for this Camille. I hope that they change things up this time around before they get in against UDG, because UDG, they're just gonna pick what they did a while ago. Whatever worked is gonna work again this time around.
All right, Duji, with regards to the drafts here, UDG, somehow no pressure on their side here because this is going to be the same draft. We are going to reflect the same champion picks as well. But Grindsky, I have a hinge. You have mentioned, of course, the packet picks. What makes them unique, what makes their team win the series. Will we be able to see a Timo, a Ramos, Dr. Mundo? Let's just see here.
I hope so.
In the second pick. I hope. But it's going to be Fiora here this time around. Of course, we have seen UDG log in. Grindsky will take this challenge.
Okay, Camille with the Fiora, get the lockdown, get the grand challenge. That is what they want to go for here. They want Shinies to get fed. Dante in the top side with the Camille. If they can pick the Garen here for the first rotation, that could spell doom for UDG because that's a lot of AD damage already, and they just let Tactical go for the Corki if ever, but they want to go for the safe route, went for the Thresh just for Bo to play a bit more aggressive than what he did a while ago.
I think I love this one. Bo on the Thresh, it's one of his comfort champions as well, very aggressive. And we can see Grindsky here will want to win the lane here on the bot side. But still, same picks here beside UDG. I think this is the perfect time. This is a perfect display for the Grindsky on how to counter these drafts coming in from UDG. They have been bullied there with those bruisers in the game 1. Same picks coming in from UDG here in the game 2. It's time for the rematch here. They now have that initial picture of how this composition will do by the side of UDG. They must have a counter here.
I'm scared on how beefy UDG is because right now, at least UDG knows what is the problem from Grindsky. They don't have a lot of those champions that they need in order for them to be successful this time around. Taking out the Corki was really important just for them to not have the DPS that Grindsky is looking for. But now, yes, they have the CC from the Thresh, but they need one more. Just for them to have one more and one more damage source, just for them to get the balance on the side of Grindsky. But UDG, this was safe. they can go for another Senna composition here from what they have right now.
This is interesting. Yeah, we have mentioned, of course, that lack of damage coming in from Grand Sky. Now, this is going to be the missing link here for the composition right now for the side of Grand Sky. Can go for the first AP, can go because they are lacking that one on the game one as well. Will we be able to see tactical here on the AP champion? Because the Corki has been taken out. I think UDG is going to prioritize, of course, tactical champions here at this moment in time. But UDG secures this Riven here. So many bruises. 4 melee champions still being locked in.
This is when Morgana is a good pick. If ever Tactical would want to get that on his hands, yes, you have the wave clear. And also, if there's a lot of melee champions on the side of UDG, it's easy. And also, yeah, I forgot to point out, Orianna could still be a good answer to this. But they need something different. They need something more in order for them to be successful for this one. Because so far, Orianna wasn't effective on a very bruiser-heavy matchup. They need something to wrap things up, and they went back to the tactical and Bambi, Lucian, and Orianna. I hope this time around it will work.
Okay, basically the Brom has been taken out here. It is going to be a fresh right now, has incredible damage, especially in the early stage of the game here. Can go provide that setup for the box, still have synergy with the Orianna Shockwave. And speaking of Morgana, here we go, the last pick for the side of UDG. My goodness, still looking strong here for the side of UDG this time around.
Honestly, that was what I'm afraid of. If they don't take the Morgana, UDG would take it. And UDG would just be happy for just getting that spell shield onto the right target, especially if that's a Yonara holding onto the Riven. That is a lot of damage mitigated. That's a lot of CC mitigated. Not going to cancel the combos from the Riven, which is really hard to deal with if ever he gets a Solari Charge Blade as early as the third item. So, Grindsky, without the front line, without beefy targets on their side, it might be hard to set up things for Bambi here with the Orianna.
And this is what interesting here as well, Dash. The item progression of Grand Sky here. What is going to be the item progression here for the side of Grand Sky? Will they go for that defensive steal in the early strip game? I think they need to secure those team fight objectives as well, because on the game one, that was secured by UDG. That was the start of the snowball effect there for the side of UDG. Grand Sky, without this early lead here, gonna spell disaster because those beefy tactic champions will still going to crash down here against the lines of Grand Sky. You have mentioned this one. Is Bambi will be enough for the front liner? Because I feel scared as well for them, because UDG are still looking strong, looking for the first blood rotations, 5-man here in the middle lane. Almost, man. The dark binding. That binding, just a bit of a love tap there. But anyway, this is going to be the start here of the game 2 between UDG and Grand Sky.
If that dark binding actually hit onto Bambi, he should have been dead. He's most likely gonna be dead right there in the mid lane. It's gonna be hard for him, especially against Mitsura with the Jace in the mid lane. What I like about the Lucian Jace, you don't really know who's gonna win. They're just gonna stall each other out in the mid lane, and Bambi gets a lot of time for him to build onto the Black Cleaver to be effective on the fights that's gonna come on the first objective.
All right, it was tactical. It was Bambi rather on that Orianna on the first game, but this time around tactical still, of course, unbeatable here. No loss on that Orianna. He will secure this time around on this game too, but that sentence connect coming in from Bo. I think this is a very aggressive lineup here. Let's see if this is going to be a, of course, a unbeatable Orianna still for the side of tactical.
Yep. Orianna, tactical, this might be this much on his record if ever they lose this, but that sentence was able to hit.
The play and the blast shield is just very, very good here. Just eliminating that crowd control combo against the side of Grand Sky. On the top side, Tante on this Fiora. I do believe this is going to be the second time you're going to use this champion as well. Sayonara on the Riven though is just very scary here. And he is invading here on the top side. Probably could be a first blood pickoff but they are going to play it safe for now, waiting
Yeah.
for the perfect opportunity.
They can
This is
dive.
going to be a dive here. Yeah, Dawn. Here comes Sayonara, and decisive strike. Got silence. Makes the deal. The first blood in favor for the side of UDG.
Good use of the targeting of the turret for the top side. UDG just made it work for themselves. They get away, get in just to the right timing, and after that, take down Tante, burning all of his summoner spells. That was good. Getting that first kill was crucial for them to shut down Tante in the top side.
Exactly. No summoner spells here. And look at the lead already. That lead, the Bramble Vest being secured for the side of Dawn. It is going to be a punishment indeed for the side of Tante here. But in the meantime, of course, on the bot side, Bo and Tactical still holding their ground against his two. Laro won on that Morgana. When it comes to a team fight, I think this is a great addition to the team draft as well, coming in from the side of UDG.
Yeah, what's great there though, Chianese has been able to delay most of the power spike coming in from Sayonara because he was able to get the buffs from there. But Sayonara knows that and is just gonna go for another gank at the top side.
Oh, without summoner spells, it is going to be Tante. Very vulnerable this time around at the top side. He knows about this one. Spider senses taking in. Now it is going to be Sayonara back.
Yeah, it's a good thing that he has his spider sense, was able to smell that from far away. Sayonara, just because they know that Sayonara doesn't have any camps on the bottom side of the map, they know that he's just going to go to the top side, try to recover, try to have a band-aid solution to what happened. But because of that call from Chianese, they were able to get it. They were able to get safely. Tante resetted, and now they have the right timing for this 30-second objective that is coming out.
And here we go. Chianese trying to go for the vision game. Sayonara. Oh, the pincer movement though. Hook shot, backs away. Still it's safe here. But Dawn pushes through. It is going to be Tante going for the 2 versus 2 situation here. That is going to be a love tap poke as well. Bamping joining in. I think they are forcing this team fight here. And Chianese just taking this jungle camps against Sayonara, cutting off his economy here. It is going to be an out for Chianese. And Sayonara struggling to find that farm.
Yeah, they want to force fights here for the side of UDG before they go for the fights. Chianese is not in a good state of gold. Or he backs away, he needs a bit more just for him to get the Triforce before. I mean, the objectives are out already, so UDG is preparing for them to go and fight these objectives. Now that Sayonara picked up the Black Cleaver, they can go for their target. Ocean Drake, no, never mind. Rip Herald. They saw Grindsky going for it, so they're just gonna go for it. They're just gonna go with Contestus.
Oh, indeed. Lara 1. Or Frost in the vicinity here. Bo backs out. Sayonara is going to go for the contest here. But look at this one on the sides though. Dawn providing the zone. Bo with the play and the buffs being used. Action ultimatum with a bottle up and tactical sweep for the additional damage. But it's not enough. It is going to be UDG still winning the team fight here. Taking that Rip Herald and Grindsky scattered back.
5-man strong for UDG for the Rip Herald, and because they were able to take down the right targets, they are rewarded with another objective. Ocean Drake could still be contested. Grindsky doesn't have the tools yet to fight this. They need to be very patient because their win condition is for them to let the late game sink in. Let the champion simmer, let them marinate first before they go for the fight. And Grindsky, they only have first items now. And if ever Chianese goes back, get the Triforce, that is when they contest this Ocean Drake.
And there you go. They are preparing here for the bot side river. Sayonara providing vision. Speaking of vision, Mitsura secures that one. And they do have the Rip Herald here for the diversion just in case to go for this objective here. But anyway, Grindsky, they're still waiting for the perfect opportunity here. Looking out for UDG's positioning.
Yeah, waiting for the objective. Ocean Drake is up. And everybody's just not even contesting it. They're just putting on vision. And at this point, both of these teams are saying, this is not a good risk to take. Let's just let the gold stabilize. Let them simmer on the gold gap before we go for a fight. But because of what they're doing on the side of UDG, Grindsky is getting those items, and Grindsky could be confident anytime soon to take this Ocean Drake.
Exactly. Now we are seeing here prioritization for their itemizations. We've seen so far in the game one more on the defensive side, but here they are going for that damage here. I think this is what they need. Now Grindsky I think they are looking for a pick-off first before going to go for this objective takedown. But I think UDG is also doing the same thing. Vision Game is the name of our game here between these two.
Yeah, the key here is for UDG to just, for UDGs to just wait for the timings, the right timings, because Lado1 would just show up the waves anyway, get some wave clear from himself, and Grindsky won't be able to push anything. So they're stabilizing the gold here, waiting for the next Rift Herald to come out. Remember, Sayonara still has the Rift Herald. They just need to take down one on the side of Grindsky, because Grindsky is not showing any holes in their defenses. That's why they can't put down this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're just watching each other's movement here. And speaking of which, it is now going to be UDG clearing the wave in the middle lane. Probably a diversion right now. Rift Herald is still available on the hands of Sayonara. But no. They're still going to wait it through. Wait for the next Rift Herald objective going to spawn out, because one mistake here. I think Grindsky right now, I do love this controlled aggression, but usually you see them going for that pickoffs, especially with the Thresh coming in from Bo. They're a very aggressive team, but they know the victory conditions here. Holding this time to get their champions have the proper optimization and go for the team fight.
Yeah, they're sure that right now Grindsky has the tools for them to fight. So UDG is just waiting for Sayonara to get his items before they try to contest anything, and they're not taking any risk. This is really a new UDG to me, that they're not taking any risks, waiting for the right timings. This is much more of an FLA playstyle rather than a UDG playstyle.
Exactly.
And I'm all up for it that UDG is adapting to what Grindsky is doing.
Oh, there you go. The Rift Herald already been summoned here in the middle lane. This is the diversion we're talking about. But this is going to be a push though for UDG on the bot side. Bambi here with the calling. It's not enough though to go for the defense. But Lara1 out of position. The Stacy's been popped here. Flashing back out. Reinforcement has arrived. He's been picked off, but there's going to be a trade here. Sayonara with the broken wings. That is going to be a wind splash. And Xiaomi backs out. Dawn here under the turret. Demolition Justice for the execute, and that is going to be a flash out, but still being picked off on the side of Grindsky. Sayonara out of position. It is going to be UDG blowing the trades. Oh, the one is left on the side of Orthros here, and that is going to be a follow-up for Mitsura. They are very confident to go for this tower dive.
Wow, good tower management from the side of UDG, taking that kills. That could have been a 2-for-2, but UDG makes it a 4-for-2, and now getting that advantage, not really big of a gold lead. Looking at how this fight started, because Grindsky used most of their ultimates already, they don't have anything more on their hands to fight against UDG, and UDG knows that. Let's just dive them. Without anything on their hands, we can take this risk and take more. We're not ready to take a 2-for-2. We want an advantage. We want a notch up to our belts, and that is going to be Bambi, that's going to be Xiaomi, and they did just that.
And this is going to be a team fight once again. The Ocean Dragon already been secured beside of Qeon. Now out of position, Bo. Here's the sacrifice. That is going to be objective being taken here beside Grindsky. Re-engage! The Hextech Ultimatum, explosive cast for the follow-up. But this is going to be UDG looking for more indeed. Bambi with a calling, but no one's been picked up there. Xiaomi is the target. He will fall. 4 players are down for the side of Grindsky.
Wow, could have been good because they got the Ocean Drake there for the side of Grindsky, but because they went in for more fights, and divided fights is not the way to go for, especially on a team like UDG where you have a lot of damage going for more.
Oh my goodness, man, UDG Dash, they are just tower diving here. And now the Flay coming in from Bo. Dawn backs out, still managed to survive. The Black Shield is there, additional sustain. It hurts, man.
Yeah, this is what we're saying about the Black Shield factor on the hands of Lara1. Grindsky can't even use their minuscule amount of CCs. They only have the CC on Tactical, they only have them on Bow, and Lara1 has the Black Shield, so that just cancel out on whoever UDG is targeting. That's also the reason why Sayonara can go to very aggressive. Anyone from the solo laners can go for aggressive plays whenever you can, because Lara1 has the Black Shield, and bot lane Tante can be the target.
Body slam. Speaking of aggression, it is going to be barrel roll for the follow-up. Shock blast here for Mitsura. Hextech Ultimatum. That is going to be the cast for the counter-attack. And now the blast being used, but Dawn absorbing all the damage on the dodge. damage on the shockwave as well. It is going to be UDG going to re-engage this team fights. Bambi here on the front line, and the rest of Grand Sky will back out.
One more tick, and that could have been the death of Dawn with the Ignite ticking on his head, but he's still able to survive. That is just very lucky for Dawn, but UDG again, they're just putting the aggression, putting the pressure on Grind Sky, but they're still going for a lot of this aggressive pushes whenever they can, because that's just because they can. Just because they can. They have an 8k gold lead, 7k gold lead, and they're looking for Sayonara being the target.
Oh, very tanky, man. Very tanky. Now the re-engage once again for the side of UDG. Body slam at 2. That is going to be a CC being controlled again the side of Foe. He was been pick off. The station's been pop off, but there's going to be Grand Sky holding ground. Sayonara flashes back, still manages to survive. Big chase here, but it's going to be Xiaomi. Sleeper upheld, out of position. Being killed there in the process. Look at the counter punch once again for UDG.
I take back my words, Ed. That was not lucky. That is calculated by Sayonara. And what was that? Lara 1 just getting that black shield onto Sayonara, and together with the 80, that was enough for Sayonara to survive with like a sliver of health. Just one breath, just one whoosh, or anything that could touch on Sayonara, he should have been dead. But Grind Sky, because of the black shield, the hook shot wasn't enough for them to finish it all. And UDG is just working Lara 1 to his score 100%. 8 Rs right here on the side of UDG.
Man, the mechanics coming in from the players of UDG is just insane here. And now they are looking for this next objective. Infernal Drake is up under 20 seconds. Diversion play once again. Summon the Rift Herald in the mid. This is going to be preparation coming in from UDG here for those objectives. But this is going to be a Baron call here for the side of UDG.
Ooh, going for a sneaky Baron call. No vision inside of Grind Sky, but they can smell it from a mile away because they know the distraction of the Rift Herald. Dawn might go in for a fight here. Xiaomi is going to be the target of UDG.
Oh, the pincer movement. The shockwave did not hit. The flash out coming from the tactical here. This is going to be chased from the side of UDG. Explosive gas. That is going to be a first. Tactical is falling down in the process there. Bambi with a calling here. Stacy's been popped, eliminating the DPS damage. It is going to be a Dimash Justice for that execute as well. And another player falls down from the side of Grand Sky. UDG. How in the world can you do that, man?
Not even finishing anyone. They just put most of the members of UDG to low HPs, and nobody was there to help them out finish these kills. And that is Grind Sky is losing again. They're losing all of this, and their Baron is taking. Xiaomi is up. Would he be able to steal it? That could buy some time if ever they were be able to steal this.
Oh, Chinese! Oh, he's been caught here. No steal for you. It is going to be Mitsura providing the zone. A free Baron once again from the side of UDG. Mitsura with an outplay. This is just heartbreaking here for the side of Grand Sky.
Yeah, that is just really, really heartbreaking for the side of Grind Sky. Can't even finish the kills. They're 15 down against UDG. That's a really big win for the side of UDG. But I was expecting a bit more, like a 20k gold lead right now, but they are still on 10 because Grand Sky is fighting them with pushes. And that's why UDG doesn't really have a 20k gold lead right now. So this could still be a chance for Grind Sky that they can use after getting some shutdown goals against UDG.
Probably they can use that one, but UDG is not giving that breathing space here against Grand Sky. They know that they can own this right here, right now. They do have that Baron buff as well, looking for that inhibitor turret siege here against the side of Grand Sky. Will they be able to hold their ground? Meanwhile, the Fiora going to go split push, but is going to be Orfrost forcing the team fight. Speaking of which, Hextech Ultimatum has been used as well. Xiaomi backs out here, but too much sustain, and very healthy UDG still up for grabs. Trying to go for the damage, taking down again players of Grand Sky one by one. Bo's the last survivor. No, an ace, and a game-ending win once again for UDG.
UDG still on top, takes the win against Grind Sky. What a great way to end things up. On their side, they were able to take every advantage that they can, every objective. Tower pressures on their hands. not even giving the tower in the mid lane. That's why they don't have pressure on the side of Grindsky whenever they try to take objectives, and that is what UDG use. It's almost the same on what FLA did a while ago on Oasis, but it's a different spider on the hands of UDG, a bit more aggressive, a bit more upfront. And that is the personality of UDG here. They just use the same composition, use this full bruiser composition, make use of it. And the problem here for Grindsky is because, like what I said a while ago during game 1, they don't have enough damage. It takes a long time for a Camille, for an Orianna to deal some damage. And the Lucian is not really the answer for that early game damage for their sides. It could have been better if that is a different champion, if that could have been a Corki, but Corki has been banned a lot of times. And Bambi with this, and even Tactical with the Lucian, they use the Lucian well, but against this composition that UDG does work with, Bambi does like 0 damage every time.
Man. Exactly, and I've seen that one, the calling, and Lara 1 on the Morgana just absorbing the skill. And that is insane. And that is not even a pure tank here from the side of UDG.
Right.
And another aspect here, Dash, the team fights. Oh my goodness, UDG just tower diving time and time again. They do not care. They do not give a crap here. They just go in to have some kills against Grindsky. This is just heartbreaking, to be honest here. And this is just a great outplay as well coming in from Mitsura here against Xiaomi. And this is the game. The Baron buff call. Oh my goodness, UDG performed very, very good against them.
I like that every time they go for a fight, Deadeye, is they always lose because they can't finish one target. It's like almost one Mitsura, Sayonara, 1 HP. They don't have enough ways to burst them down to finish them on the side of Grindsky because they all deal DPS damage, all burst damage, not enough to execute anyone. And that is the reason why they weren't able to get a lot of those kills. Yes, this is well deserved. Lara 1, even though that he didn't deal a lot of damage during this game, because of the black shields, because of the Ares, the shields that he has done, he was worked to the core. And that's why they were able to win. And whenever Grindsky goes for a fight, there's the soul shackles to stop them on their tracks.
This is what I like about Lara 1. Whatever champion, may it be an AD hard carry, may it be an AP here, he just delivers. He even goes for the Kraga support on game 1.
He's Mr. Universe.
Man, yeah, Mr. Universe. Lara 1.
He does everything. He's Mr. Universe for sure.
He does everything. That's great, man. That's But anyway, man, I give props here to this guy, Lara 1. It's just insane. Incredible performance indeed. And of the whole UDG. I think their drafts here, this is going to be the first time as well I've seen pure Brusco team comp here.
Right.
They have just locked in and they still managed to pull it through. This is how scary the side of UDG is. And now that is why they are still on the top of our group stages.
Yeah, they're honestly, UDG is just literally flexing their in-game and also in real life muscles right here. They're flexing it using bruisers, using this composition. UDG has always been known to use any composition that they can, and that is one of their personalities. They're very flexible, they're very adaptive, and that's also one of their weaknesses, though, that sometimes FLA and Team C get used for them to get the win. But right now, during this game, Grindsky has been taken down by that same strength and weakness of UDG right here, and getting themselves up there onto the top. I'm loving that UDG is still putting the crown onto themselves and getting those wins against the teams on WCSPH.
Whew. That was the third series, ladies and gents. Lara won the Mr. Universe together with the whole UDG secures this series 2-0, a sweep against Grindsky. And we still have the last series, guys, so take a while, of course, because we are going to take a break, throw it into the panel after the break. And this has been your casters, Dada, here together with Dash. See you in a bit.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where Team Underground take yet another win under their belt with a 2-0 against Grindsky Esports. Otalus, I have to say before we jump into our series highlights, unfortunately, no requests, no requests just yet. Maybe they're planning for something for those special requests a little later on the side of Grindsky Esports. Of course, they're the ones who are taking special requests over here from Otalus, of course. But yes, jumping into those series highlights, Otalus, we'll have your thoughts on the series first.
The match started in the drafting phase, I believe. GS, UDG not giving an inch. And again, there is really some strength that has been found in the first rotation for the red side of going for the Gragas and Jace. It's just so flexible. Gragas could go on multiple lanes. Even the Jace, you can flex it on the jungle. It's not giving too much information, and when it comes to damage, Gragas and Jace packs a punch at the early game. Game number 1, we saw a lane kill by the Dragon laners, Larawan and Orthros, and that's a good sign, because I did highlight the fact that in their previous weeks they were the ones being bullied in the laning phase, right? They're just able to find some momentum come mid game, and that's how they usually won. Now that they're winning lane, this is even a scarier form for UDG. Kudos, of course, to Sayonara. Whenever UDG plays around Sayonara, good things happen. What's your thoughts on this, Riku?
Yeah, I think Sayonara, we talked about him a little bit before the series even started. And Sayonara is just an incredibly consistent player. In UDG, no matter what he picked, Fiora or even this Riven, he's still able to set up for himself, set up for his team, and it felt like the whole entire series was a very the Sayo show, like the Sayonara show. Like he got a lot of kills, he got a lot of aggressive movements in the entire series, and it was, especially when we look at the dynamics shifting, because previously, time and time again, Larawan would play the Vayne even though there's no setup. Whether or not there is a setup when it comes to picks surrounding the Vayne, it don't matter. Larawan can set up for himself. But this time around, seeing him on Gragas, and as well as the Morgana, that's a very, very scary dynamic because that means you can enable Sayonara more when he picks carries in the jungle.
And speaking of consistency, we just have to say Dawn. Just, still on the Garen and still, on the spin to win. I think this is a spin to win all the way into the playoffs, of course, for UDG. Without a doubt, definitely one of the powerhouses here. And, that ticket to the playoffs looking pretty safe indeed for Team Underground. So let's bring them back over to our panel desk for our post-game interview. I believe we are going to be speaking with Orthros this time. And let's welcome them over. I think they're ready. Hello Arthros! Congratulations and welcome back dito sa ating interview. Rico, I'm gonna give this to you first before I proceed with my special questions for Arthros.
Sure. Arthros, congratulations again to you and the team for winning that series. And yung question ko, kasi you're super strong sa kahit anong support na champion na gamitin mo. So I was wondering, anong style ka sa nag-e-enjoy? Enchanter o kaya sa mga heavy engage supports?
Mostly talaga po nakadepende po sa mood. Actually po, opo. Tulad po ng sinabi ko dati, pag naglalaro po ako ng champion, ramdam ako yun. And tulad po ng, kunwari po, ang gamit ko is Enchanter. Ramdam ko po na parang doktor ako na nag-heal ng kampo. And parang nahihil ko.
Wow!
Parang ramdam na. Pero kapag si Orthros po sa personality ko, pag nagising na si Orthros, gusto niya suntukan. Kaya minsan, napapa-engage ako napapakat talaga. Ganun po.
Ganun pala yung dynamic. That's so good.
Ang galing. Method playing pala to si Orthros Diba? Yung parang paggising niya, tas feeling niya, parang gusto ko mag-taunt today.
Taunt.
Okay. Nasigalyo yung lata.
I woke up today and I chose violence. Okay, let's go.
On the loose, do you have a question?
Orthros, pare, I think this is your first time to really be interviewed as Orthros dito. Last time, I think na, kumbaga parang may sinasamahan ka. Simpleng tanong lang, kailan ka maglalabas ng Orthros jersey, Team Underground? Kasi, syempre, may presidente ng fans club at alam naman ni Mika, alam naman ni Rico kung sino yun. Syempre, bibili ka agad ako. Di ba? Agad lang yun, Mika.
Sa ngayon po, wala pa pong merch. Pero sisikapan po na panalo para karoon po ng sponsor. Pero ayun po, sa ngayon wala pa po talaga. Pero we'll do our best po para umabot.
Hintayin natin yan, Mika.
Not impossible.
That's it for me.
Not impossible. Orthros, I think, I don't know if you saw yung interview earlier sa RRQ, but we're going to do the same with you dahil medyo perfect attendance naman yung Underground dito sa panel. We are gonna have our lightning round. So just simply answer the question with yung teammate niya sa Team Underground that fits the description. So first, early bird. Sino ba yung early bird sa Team Underground?
Si Larawan po.
Wow! Okay. The early bird catches the word. Makes sense. Yung pinakamagaling magluto.
Si Sayonara po.
Oh! Curious, ano ba yung specialty ni Chef Sayonara?
Fried egg and hot. Kaya na po, lahat. Especially kaya na po. And maanghang po, mga maanghang.
Uy, spicy food.
Bet ko yan. I love that. Kanino ka maghihiram ng pera sa team mo? Yung parang kung maghihiram ka ng pera, sino yung una sa team na lalapitan?
Si Don po. Recently po, hindi po hiram binibigyan niya ako
Wow! Sana all. Sino yung madalas nagpapalibre?
Papalibre. Si Mitsura po.
Wow! Ang swerte pala ng mga nasa Team Underground, no? Si Don, nagbibigay lang ng pera, tapos si Mitsura, nagpapalibre. Swerte nyo! Sino yung pinakamatagal sa banyo?
Ayun po. Ako po.
Gusto ko yung honesty. Gusto ko yung honesty. Yung RRQ kasi kanina, sabi nila si Chaz kasi may concert daw. May concert din daw. Din ba sa banyo? Pag ikaw yung...
Opo.
Ayos yan.
Gusto ko yan. Thank you so much, Arthros. Do you have a message for all of the supporters of Team Underground?
Thank you po sa mga support sa amin. Patuloy niyo lang po kaming supportan at gagawin po best na po. Yun po.
Alright, thank you very much, Arthros. Yes, go ahead. Shoutouts.
Shout out po kay sa family ko po na naging nandun sa akin sa hard times ko, sa kay family, sa people boys, kay Glenn, kay Chris, kay Princess Dan, kay Kyle, kay Hero, kay Casey, kay Pong, kay Primo, kay Prima, kay Hehe, kay Sir Spec, kay Umeg, Yutarot, Anjero, Talia, at dun po sa ate na nanlibre sa akin ng extra rice and gulay. Sige po.
Oh, wow. Napakaswerte talaga ni Arthros, no? Ang dami nagpapalibre sa kanya, pati yung ate. Arthros, congratulations. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Lahat ng mga nagpapalibre ko, Arthros, deserve talaga niya. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a guy. What a guy. You know, that's why he influences everybody around him to just treat him well, because he's definitely one of the chads here in the WCS for sure. Now, of course, we do have our final series of the day, which is going to be Cerebrum Wildrift versus Team Secret. And Otlus, of course, when these two teams last met, it was very interesting. Granted, Team Secret was, of course, still finding their footing that time, but Cerebrum Wildrift, they got one game off them.
Oh yeah, the last time that these two teams met, we saw the Nemesis do it thrice because there's been the
we saw the impossible.
Renekton versus Nasus, and I want to see it again. I think that if there's a team that can really control pocket picks like the Nasus of Evil, it's going to be the experience that Team Secret already has. I feel the Team Secret is slowly but steadily crawling back into form. And for Cerebrum, they're just about to, do their playstyle. That's it. Is there going to be another flavor? We will find out. But I'm loving what they want to do. Basically, to just play around Xiaomi. Fleur will be on the engaged support champion. Ivalice has been on the Lulu duty recently. I want him to be on the Nasus, actually. Or Dr. Mundo. Because why not? I mean, that's the thing, right? So for Cerebrum Wildrift, you just have to wait for them to group up at 4 minutes or 5 minutes, because that's their identity. And since we are highlighting the junglers, we are going to, of course, talk about Xiaomi. Xiaomi, so far, when it comes to kill participation, I believe he's number 1 or number 2 amongst the junglers here in the Philippines. And that happens when they play around you. You could see that the champions that he has right now, or he's favoring, that's the Jax, that's the Riven. Those are the two most picked champions by Xiaomi when it comes to the carry junglers. I'm thinking that maybe they could squeeze in the Shyvana, because that worked for Grindsky. So I'm thinking, that there are same elements in that they could copy or that they could borrow and use against Team Secret.
And for Xiaomi, it's that's the thing about Cerebrum. Xiaomi and the rest, they really bring out a different side of them every single week, and I love it. There's just something so endearing about this team. But on the other side, we have Team Secret, and I've learned my lesson. Riku, I've learned my lesson. I'm done. I'm not doubting the team anymore. Just like all for Team Secret, it always goes so wrong for me whenever I do. But yes, definitely. This is the team, of course, that we have the highest expectations for, and of course, with all of the reasons of 2021 circuit that we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we're looking at Team Secret. This is a team that has a lot of international experience. So just like Ottolus has mentioned, they're slowly ramping up to their form. And we'll see, again, this match against Cerebrum's, on Cerebrum's side, this is going to be a tall order, because there's still that leeway, because it was a 2-1. And we'll see, as long as CE gets to stick to their formula, with heavy skirmish, which Team Secret for sure is going to anticipate. I feel like there's just going to be a lot of early game fights here. So Team Secret has a lot of faces rather. So either they could go Chewy Varus or Chewy Ziggs, and then the rest of all the heavy skirmishes, skirmish picks will lie on Azar, Trevor, and Tatsuri. So I'm excited to see Roxas Thresh as well. A lot of, whenever we check out Roxas streams, and then there's a lot of in the comment section like looking forward to this Thresh. Maybe we get to see it again.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, his Thresh is insane, and it's really interesting too because like the face off between him and Floor, that it's gonna be that tug of war for that champion. But of course, we also have our head-to-head in the jungle, of course, for our Rumble in the jungle today, which will be between Xiaomi and Trevor and Autolus. This is gonna be exciting for sure. It's gonna be quite a challenge, of course, for Xiaomi because Trevor over here definitely has all of the experience in the world backing him up.
Yeah, and it's contrasting playstyle because Trevor is not really going to be played around on Team Secret, unlike Xiaomi. So if we're going to look at the head-to-head stats, we could definitely see that there will be an advantage on Xiaomi when it comes to the damage, but the KDA, no questions there, and the kill participation, Trevor still is the motor of Team Secret. So Xiaomi plays around him, Cerebrum plays around him, Trevor makes Team Secret work. I think that's the best analogy that I can give out here, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, last year, Trevor, there were certain compositions like the Unkillable comp where Trevor was playing Olaf and everybody just picked up enchanters and utility champions just to enable Trevor. But now I feel like it's a different story for this season where, yeah, you're right, Autolus, it is Trevor enabling the side lanes, enabling his carries. And so it's going to be a stylistic difference here for, again, everybody else from CE going to rally around Xiaomi. Trevor going to see how he can enable the lanes.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting one, of course, and an exciting one indeed because we know that when these two teams face off, there are some strange things that happen in the Rift for sure. I mean, there wasn't just the triple Nemesis duel, but we actually saw two Rift Heralds.
Oh yeah,
I believe, and one of their other things, which I didn't realize was
one at the
possible.
top, one at the bottom. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I actually want to see. I know Infinity's doing this myth busting thing. Like, I want to see if he can like recreate that. And what what impossible circumstances there needs to be for him to recreate that, and if it's actually possible, like in a high pressure setting. But yeah, those are just one of the many things that happen when you have Cerebrum, Wildrift, and Team Secret. And of course, now we head into our predictions. Mine are already set. Okay, every time just Team Secret comes on, I'm just gonna go Team Secret. I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson with this. I don't wanna go against them anymore. But Riku, which way is this gonna go?
Yeah, I think this is definitely going towards Team Secret 2-0. I think it's going to be a very clean game for their side, but I think that's one of the tests that Team Secret has to face. Has to be a clean game for that victory.
Autolus?
I just want Nemesis duels to happen again, please. That's it for me. But yeah, Rico said it best. I think Team Secret is now crawling back to form, and this should be a clean win as a statement game for everyone. The TS is back. So for me, TS 2-0.
Yeah, and you know what? In terms of our panel predictions and talent predictions, actually, should I say, which in the consequences, we have to show our full work from home attire, and we all know how that fashion has been going.
I think I'm safe now, right?
Yeah. No, you're pretty safe.
Because Riku's prediction earlier was a 2-1. And my prediction was a 2-0.
Right.
Yes, my prediction was a 2-0 as well. So
you're
we
safe.
have, in danger, we actually have Riku, Dash, Apple, and on a technicality, GG Sphere. GG, because when I asked for the predictions, he hasn't replied yet. But I have a feeling, like GG Sphere actually, like, he doesn't quite mind because he tends to post home attires like anyway. So I feel like it's just like a normal day for him. Almost.
Yeah, and we learned something new again from the from the Tagalog broadcast. If we had the fish earlier, now we have the original potato girl, right?
We do. By the way,
so fun.
As I see you.
so fun.
Basically, yes. not really bullying, but putting me on the spot as well. I love it though. So yes, we do have those. So stay tuned to on Twitter, because I'm not sure if we're gonna have time in the post show for that. On Twitter, the pictures are probably already on there. I mean, it won't take too long indeed. But yes, it seems like we are going for a Team Secret all. And as I mentioned, I have learned my lesson. Just anytime Team Secret comes up, I'm just gonna vote for them, because every time that I don't, it for some reason, it just always works against
It's like
me.
the reverse curse, yeah.
I know, and this has been happening ever since the Icon series. So yeah, Team Secret all the way for me, and it looks the same for the rest of the talent pool as well. But we're gonna see, as we said, when these two teams face off, weird things happen in the Rift. The impossible happens in the Rift. So we're gonna see what indeed happens when Cerebrum Wildrift face off against Team Secret in our final series of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
Nemesis duel, two Rift Heralds summoned at once, and consistent drafts. Will we expect the same scenario with this Game 2 rematch between Team Secret and Cerebrum Esports? My name is Dada. Together with me is Crazy Apple. Will this be a nostalgic match once again, Crazy Apple?
Can you hear me?
And of course, while we wait, of course, for Crazy Apple, and he said to me that let's see if this is going to be the same thing. But Crazy Apple,
can you guys hear me?
Deadeye here. There you go.
Can you? Okay. I think I'm good now. Okay. Going back to your question, Deadeye. Let's see if it's gonna be a repeat, but at the same time, it's kind of different now coming into this series between these two teams, because I think when these two teams first met here in the WCS, Team Secret was looking like, they have a bit of chinks in their armor. They just went against Team UDG and got 2-0. Let's see if they can just have at least a clean weekend. And they didn't at that time. They lost they dropped the game against Cerebrum, giving Cerebrum their first game win of the league. And now here it seems like Team Secret is going back into form, because they have beaten Team Underground. And yeah, I want to say we might see some shenanigans, but at the same time, I feel like in terms of these two teams, Team Secret is their series to look on form.
Yeah, exactly. I do agree with you, Crazy Apple. Momentum is indeed the side here of the side of Team Secret, and I do love how the panel also pointed out the matchup between our two junglers. It is going to be Trevor here against, of course, the side of Cerebrum Esports, which is Trevor. I've seen him going for the champions who can set place. He goes for the Jarvan. He goes, of course, for that utility jungler champions. But on the side of Cerebrum here, we have seen for Xiaomi going on for the carry jungler play. The Jax, the Kha'Zix, the Riven here. It's going to be a difference between these two play styles. But these two also teams revolving around those players.
Right. And as I remember also the panel mentioning that this is a very different look for Trevor, because Trevor in the past has been the player where Team Secret played around him, built team compositions around him. And as you mentioned, he is now playing more of the utility role, a lot of the more setting up kind of junglers. He does play a bit of Lee Sin, but he hasn't been playing Lee Sin in such a way where it is the main carry of the game, that he deals a lot of damage. It's really to set up the team fights. And while on the other hand, Xiaomi is looking to be the main carry for Cerebrum. That's why we always see these pick and bans where how usually plays the AP champions, the bot lane and the dragon lane. So there's a high chance we'll see that there as we get into the pick and bans.
And I've mentioned this in the previous series. This is the change right now when it comes to a rematch because both teams know each other right now. The bans included here are respect bans. They don't want Evilist Nasus here. So basically, I don't think we are going to see our Nemesis duel here. But I don't know if this is going to be a Rengar or the Kha'Zix here popping up. We still don't know. But here we know the first pick coming in from side of Team Secret, it is going to be Jace.
Yeah, with the Jace pick coming from Team Secret, it's one of our priority picks right now. Here in the current meta of the WCS, one of the stronger picks that we've been seeing lately because of how flexible this guy has been. Can go into 3 different roles, mainly the Baron lane, the jungle, and the mid lane. While on the other hand, we do see a lot of good picks as well. I would say coming from Cerebrum because if you just look at the bans, a lot of the bans have been some of the strong picks like Seth and Camille, but Thresh is one of the priorities just because it's rocks. But with the answer of Ziggs and the Lee Sin, at least Cerebrum has locked in a good jungler. It's also a takeaway from Trevor and also that Ziggs, which secures an AP carry on the hands of Hao.
I do love the pick of the Galio, and because I think the Galio pick of Rocks was the Bane, one of the Bane here against CE's team composition on the first match. But with the picks coming in from CE, they do now have the Ziggs, additional firepower in the backlines, and we know that the first series that these two was a Fiesta team fight, a 5v5 brawl, which enables Rox's Galio on the 4-man taunts every time. And I think this is a great adjustment coming in from CE here. Taking down as well those comfort champion of Rox. That is going to be the Fresh as well. But the Corki been locked in and Darius on the other side for the side of CE.
Right. We'll see if that's going to be the same play for Team Secret where they're going to put Galio on rocks, because right now with the first 3 picks from Team Secret, it's very flexible at this point. We're not 100% sure yet if this Corki is going to go into the hands of Chu. We could still go into the hands of Tatsuri. A lot of flexibility there, so I do think if I am the side of Cerebrum, I will be banning a lot of junglers because that's the only thing right now that I'm not seeing with a clear role. Yes, we've seen Jace in the jungle position, but it's not as prevalent, I believe, for Team Secret. Also, it doesn't really match with the current role that Trevor has been playing for the team, Deadeye, because Trevor has been playing a lot of more utility, and Jace does not fit that.
Exactly. And speaking of which, they have banned the Jarvan this time around. They banned the Leona and the Rakan, and they know this is the missing link here for the side of CE. Flur's comfort champions. And you know what? The Zed is pretty much open. I don't know. CE has won a game over Team Secret on the first series. That was a 2 assassin pick of composition with a split push prioritization there against TS. That's why they have won that game. But this time around, okay. They are going to go for the Janna this time around. I do think, I don't know. I'll just check, of course, my book here if it is going to be, it's going to be the first time. Oh, the Yasuo! Oh my!
Oh wait, another one. Okay, Deadeye, I'm sorry. I'll take over from here because we're just so full of emotion at this point. Yasuo, I think we're gonna see a Tatsui Yasuo and Vi gonna be on Trevor. It is still a set up kind of champion for Trevor, and it's a great combo right now in the hands of Team Secret. They are forming a team composition that are really good at fighting at objectives, especially those tight corridors. Imagine going in with the Vi ult, with the Assault and Battery, with the Galio ulti, and followed up by everyone else with the package. And Yasuo is just a big balled up clump ball right now for Team Secret. While on the other hand, we're looking at Cerebrum, and we're kind of glossing over this composition right now. They have 2 of the stronger juggernauts, the tanky boys on the Darius and the Galio, which is going to be hard right now for Team Secret to punch through if they do get ahead. But the thing is, in terms of the team fight, C is going to have a hard time contesting objectives if Team Secret can be able to set up properly with their champions and to chain the abilities. We have been seeing improvements in Team Secret in terms of communication, in terms of making plays, covering for each other. And I think that skill set for them will be put on the test right here.
And here we go, Crazy Apple, the start of our rematch between Team Secret and Cerebrum Wildrift. Will this be another 3-game series? But this time around, we have seen adjustments coming in from CE. Respect bans from each other here. The Yasuo pick, the Vi pick. Here comes the Paki picks we have been waiting for with this series matchup. On the other side, though, this is going to be the second time you're seeing Fleur on the Janna. Usually, we are seeing him on that aggressive support. Yet going for this Janna, a Monsoon is very good for the disengage, for this hard engager team composition from Team Secret.
Right. The Monsoon could be very well used as a good disengage tool, but that heavily relies on the positioning for Floor. If he's able to get into the middle of the fight and use that Monsoon, it's gonna disorient Team Secret. There's also another tool that they could use, the Dragon's Rage. Instead of using it more aggressively to set up team fights, they can use it to as well disengage, kick away one of the members that are jumping maybe on I don't know, Ivalis at that point. But it looks like Xiaomi going for an early gank here at the top side.
Exactly. This is going to be a perfect opportunity. Oh, look at the upper end here. Azar flashes out, but that is going to be a hammer back there. Still managed to survive there despite that heavy aggression coming in from CE.
And we also see a quick gank coming from Trevor in the mid lane, trying to get Tatsuri immediately ahead here. He's trying to preempt where Xiaomi is as well, but actually it's a subtle where he uses that first ability. But yeah, going back right here to where the map state is, looks like there's a lot of members right now in the bot lane scuttle. I don't think there's going to be a fight soon. So let's try and establish a bit of the win conditions. We have talked about in terms of where I think or we think Team Secret will be good at, although Trevor might be getting pinched here. No, okay. Sorry. Getting sidetracked. But yeah, going back to in terms of the win conditions, in terms of late game fights, it's going to be very much in the favor of Team Secret because they have the Yasuo, they have the Corki. It's going to deal so much damage in the late game, while Cerebrum doesn't really have that traditional late game scaling champions on their team. Yes, Ziggs will deal a lot of damage, but he needs to hit his bombs. And as much as it's easy here in the Wildrift to hit bombs just because of how small the map is, it's not gonna be as reliable as maybe a marksman carry or a Yasuo as a carry.
Yeah, that's true. And so many diving champions as well for the side of TS. You have Vi, you have Tatsuri as well on the Yasuo here who can pick up how on the Ziggs on the back lines. So this is crucial. As you have mentioned, Fleur should position himself very, very carefully here. But meanwhile, on the top side though, Azar doesn't have any flash at this moment, but still managed to escape there from danger against CE.
And now that I want to establish a bit of narrative, which I think could be very useful if there's not going to be a huge taunt right here coming from Rocks.
Yeah, but there's going to be a knock up there with Gale coming in from Fleur. Nice
Pego
save there,
in.
but rotations coming in from Pego. Decisive strike with the movement speed. Shields coming in from Fleur as well. Team Secret disengages on that skirmish.
Right. Right now we're about to reach the first couple objectives at 4 minutes, but let me just keep it a bit short in terms of this narrative. I feel like with the champions that Team Secret has picked, like that Vi, like that Yasuo, it feels like Team Secret right now wants to take this game one, wants to roll with it with a new strategy, and if they do well here, it could very well be a good momentum for them, and that's first blood going in the hands of Cerebrum.
Oh, that was great. I think this is... They really want to punish Azar in the top side, Apple.
Yeah, they did exactly that. Punish Azar must have been a bit too overextended. Xiaomi did use his Dragon Rage and I believe the flash right there. Or no, the flash is halfway there. So it's just the Dragon Rage with the safeguard, getting that quick kill on the top side, getting immediately that first blood for Xiaomi, which kind of puts Team Secret now in a bit of an off timing to challenge these objectives, as well as there's no strength right now on Azar.
Rocks, Justice Punch missing. It's smart there. Pego backs out. And now they are going to transition here on the top side, though. Rift Herald also being surveillance here with the side of CE as well. We are not seeing any actions yet. Waiting for the perfect opportunity from both teams.
Right. And as I mentioned, there's not a lot of strength, but Trevor, though, might be going in.
Assault and Battery, here comes the forward, and the follow-up there with the last breath, and that Hero's entrance did not connect though. Rocks with a taunt. How? There you go, saved by that Monsoon, and this is gonna be Team Secret. Change target against Pego, but that is gonna be an off-come kill on the top side there. Evilis falls down, but this is gonna be Pego still holding his ground, has the vision. They are looking for this contest. Decisive strike against Tatsuri here, no ultimates for the Yasuo, but the package has been used. Chewy here providing defensive line. It's going to be difficult for CE to go for this contest, and Team Secret will secure the Dragon.
While CE has been contesting that, but there's still more fighting here.
Oh, that was a surprise. Tatsuri and Trevor looking for blood. That is going to be a pick-off there against How. Perfect timing. And this is going to be the Rift Paddle being summoned as well for the side of CE in the middle lane. Defense. Oh, look at the kick. The stun on free, but it's not enough. No follow-up on the side of CE. Rift Paddle has been burned. Still defense for the side of Team Secret.
Shelly getting the bonk right there, at least getting one plate. They didn't even get the second plate right there by Shelly. But yeah, going back, as you mentioned before this game started, Deadeye, it could be a very chaotic game. And so far, it has been panning out. It's been delivering in terms of a very chaotic game. But yeah, it all started in the bot lane. Team Secret tried to go for an engage on CE. With a great disengage coming about How and Fleur, they were able to not die against Team Secret. And even though right now there might be a fight right here, I'll keep talking for a while before this anything happens. Although Zalpi might be looking for Azar right here, Deadeye.
Yeah, and Fleur is here as well. 3-man rotations coming in for CE. Azar, he needs to be very careful here. I think he's the favorite target coming in from CE this time around. But in the middle lane, though, it is still going to be pressure coming in from Team Secret. They want this mid turret here. And look at the switch of lanes right now. It is going to be How and Fleur prioritizing the mid turret here for the defense.
Right, and Deadeye, they're just not giving us enough time to set the pace or set anything up in this game for now, just because of how aggressive these two teams are. And you can really see how hungry CE is for this win, because they could very well be in chance for 6th base. Another assault battery.
There you go, the lockdown. How still managed to survive. Monsoon once again, eliminating the combo. Here comes the counter attack. That is going to be a burst against Trevor. Trevor is out. Hero's entrance misses his mark, though, for the side of Team Secret there. This is going to be a numbers advantage right now for the side of CE. Fleur has the vision. Look at the invasion coming in the side of Zalpi as well in the jungle area. Team Secret is trying to go for the brawl. Nice kick there. Rocks in the vicinity. Tower dive indeed. The Gale is there. It misses though. Oh, look at the taunt coming in from Rocks and 2 here. No one's been pick off yet. Tatsuri going for blood. Going to go for the damage. Oh, the Ignite rather.
Oh my god.
Pushes through. Oh my goodness. I really thought he will survive. But no. Still a pick off in favor for the side of CE.
Time to breathe a bit. Too much action happening, and Tatsuri with the flash from Pego was able to put the ignite on him. It just was enough to be able to pick up one more kill on the side of CE. After that after that long fight, Cerebrum was able to pick up 2 more kills on their side, and right now, I think this is what they need to at least get themselves back into this game. Because early on, it felt like Team Secret was really trying to dictate the pace with a lot of ganks, a lot of answers to Cerebrum's aggression. But the thing is, Cerebrum, time and time again, has been dodging a lot of these fights, especially with the use of that Monsoon on Fleur. It's just been a really good job right now on the side of CE. But there looks to be another fight. No, it's just going to be the Tribush with Pego. But in the mid lane, though, there looks to be a siege.
Oh, Fleur flashes out, almost been caught by that Justice Punch coming in from Rocks here. They are in the vicinity coming in inside of CE, preparing for the pickup, but disengaged for now. Not so much action we are seeing here. Of course, Crazy Apple, compared to the first series matchup, that was Fiesta. I've mentioned it on the here. I think they are very, very careful, waiting for opportunities for them to maximize their skill potential.
Right, and it's just been very, very aggressive from both of these teams, and it's CE trying to really push the tempo to their side, trying to pull that away from the side of Team Secret, because they are more of an early pace team, and right now because of that, they had a good timer this Drake, already starting it out.
Ultimates are up here. Package also is there for the side of Chewy. Pego is here, trying to go in the pit there with the blast cone. Trevor knock off. Rocks is here with the flashing out, and everyone is there as well for the follow-up. That Mega Portal Bomb is not enough for the damage here. Team Secret sweeping through, eliminating once again players for the side of CE. Evilist will fall down as well. 3 players in trade of none, and Team Secret has won the skirmish.
Great fight right there from Team Secret. Yes, they did lose the Drake to CE, but with the 3-4-0 kills on their side, they can very well siege down this mid lane at this point.
Yeah, this is very important for Team Secret. They want this mid turret being taken down as early as possible. Now transition here for this repeater takedown, and we are not seeing any contest here. Crazy Apple.
Yeah, there's no contest. It could very well be right now a shove in the top side for Azar. With the recall from Trevor, he won't be summoning that in the top side anytime soon. But the pings right now for the side of Cerebrum are in the bot side. I think Zalpi right here might be looking for a pick. Tatsuri is going to the bot side right now.
Yeah, Fleur is in the backlines as well. Potential pick off. There you go. It is going to be a Gale. It did not connect though. Rox is very quick to its feet, responding for that help here. And now CE converging here in the bot river. What is their plan this time?
Well, in terms of the plan right now for CE, they're really looking for picks. You can really see right there the initiative from Zalpi trying to challenge Tatsuri, the hero Krug right there, catching the Sonic Wave, so Zalpi wasn't able to connect with his first ability. And also Rox just having great games as to go to the bot side of the map.
Meanwhile, on the top side, another 1v1 here. And despite being harassed here on the early stage of the game, it is actually Azar having this economy lead against Evilis here. This is just great recovery we are seeing from Team Secret.
Yeah, and they're playing the scaling game. If you look at their items, Azar immediately went for that Mana Moon. It's already a Muramana at this point because we have crossed the 10-minute mark. It's usually where you get it if you do buy the Tear of the Goddess very early. And with that lane, the top side, he had an advantage because he's Jace. Jace is very oppressive in the top side of the map, alongside with the Black Cleaver at this point, which is very good because if you look at the items for Cerebrum, they have a lot of armor at this point. They have a couple of plated steel caps. They had the Dead Man's Plate and that Sunfire Cape on Pago.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a very efficient item for Team Secret.
Here we go. Team Secret. They are going to go push through on the top side. In the vicinity, though, that is going to be Fleur as well as Zalpi. Trying to go juke his way here. Evilis trying to bait its way out. Will they be able to go for this pick off here? Fleur. I think this is going to be a Proto Belt in with an upper hand. Indeed, Azar quick to respond with a flash. The bouncing bomb did not connect, but still it is going to be CE securing the top target with a trade as well for Team Secret here on the bomb.
Yeah, and just a couple of trades right there in terms of towers. Team Secret was able to grab one on the bot side, while Azar was able to grab, was not successful in defending the top side, but the top side as well is almost about to fall for the side of CE. In terms of towers, Team Secret has taken 2, while only 1 for the side of CE, with the mid lane tower already falling. That is very important at this point in the game. We are at crossing towards the mid to the late game point of our game, and with that mid lane and bot side turret destroyed, there could be a lot of wards right now that Team Secret could very well put in the bot side of the map. CE though still a 4-man unit looking for a pick here in the mid lane, I think.
Exactly. Oh, the pincer movement as well. It is going to be Darius on the back lines, but look at this one. Oh, Pago is very deep there in the middle of the formation of Team Secret. But that is going to be Rip Battle being summoned on the bot side. They need to look this one out. But this is the poking potential coming in from CE here. Trying to deal damage as far away as possible. But Rock is in there for that vision. Going to go for the pickoff. Looking for the target here. Pago is here. Xiaomi hiding into brushes. And transition from Team Secret to this DR takedown. Pago with a judgment. Trying to go for the harassment. It is going to be the Gale. Did not connect though. The package has been used. It is going to be Infernal Mega Bomb there on the bot lines as well. But the state is there for the side of Team Secret. Big Bam Boom. That is going to be an epic combo wombo for the side of Team Secret with a knockup as well. Evil is very low. Chewy with a stasis. And Xiaomi feels bad, man. He needs to pick out the Chewy, but he was being outplayed.
In the end of all that long fight, Deadeye, it was a 5-4-1 in favor of Team Secret. And I think the turnaround of that fight was the package. Chewy was able to throw it in the middle of the river, drawing the line in the sand, or I'd say in the water for CE, and they just stepped on the package, man. And their feet just kept burning and burning and burning throughout that fight. They were slowly being whittled down by Team Secret, and in the end, because of the additional damage coming from that package, a lot of the members were just came very low at that point. Looking at this replay, it all started out with Zalpi trying to go in, trying to get that Drake, but with the initial engage coming from Trevor to take away Floor from this fight, it just disoriented the plans from CE. A lot of the timings were off, and yeah, with the package and a lot of the damage coming from Team Secret, they were able to just clean up Cerebrum from the Dragon Pit.
And they just lost damage here on the side of CE. But speaking of damage, it is going to be Rocks right now, providing this Winds of War poke here against the side of CE's lines. And Team Secret securing this mid turret as well. They do have the BR buff this time around. Difficult here to defend for the side of CE. Potential siege as well in this inhibitor turret. Will they be able to defend this one? Again, the poking potential or the backlines coming in from the side of
Oh,
Rocks.
mid lane, though.
In the mid though, this is going to be a team fight. Chewy backs out with a Valkyrie being chased here over the side of Evilis with the Tonk. And it secures the kill. Last hit coming in from the side of Fleur. It is now an advantage for the side of CE when it comes to numbers here. They did defend the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, good catch from CE. They were able to use the Proto Belt Apprehend to be able to catch a target. But Pago walking to 3 members.
Oh, that brush! Pago instantly popping, of course. There's a defensive skill there. And Xiaomi as well as Fleur try to re-engage. Oh, this is going to be Trevor. And the forward leading the charge. Pago with a sustain coming in from the side of C as well. Another fight back. And Evilis trying to go for the Vanguard play.
It's a 4v5.
Potential. Oh, the last breath on the box. Last surprise, surprise. Team Secret with a big boom there. That is going to be a double kill once again for the side of Rocks. And this is going to be a pain right now. Potential GG push.
Yeah, potential GG push. Howdo getting caught out, getting taunted, but still, a lot of Baron minion size now. It looks like it's going to be the game for Team Secret.
Oh, how? It is the 6 though. He has the clear wave. Will he be able to defend this one?
Oh.
There you go. The backdoor protection is up.
Still
but
20
he's
seconds.
Still left alone. The minions are up. Being left down here to back lines. And this is going to be it. Apple Team Secret will secure the game 1.
Yeah, Team Secret took a bit more time there because the Baron buff did time out as soon as the mid lane inhibitor turret died. But still, getting that win for Team Secret, I feel like feels so much at this point, because as I was trying to get into during the early parts of the game, when we thought it was a bit calmer, then it became very, very chaotic. I was trying to say that Team Secret feels like this is a bit of a pick-me-up game for them. Cerebrum was the team that beat them in the week 1 of WCS, but right now Team Secret's form looks to be on point, and if they want to have like a confidence booster at the start of this week, I think that was a team composition to do it. And with this game 1 win with Team Secret, I feel like when we go into game 2, this is gonna be a very, very confident Team Secret.
Exactly. Man, we missed those smiles. We missed those laughs coming
Right.
from Team Secret. Right, you're right. Of course, Crazy Apple. That momentum here, this is it. Team Secret is now in form against Cerebrum here. But looking back on this game, we have seen that Cerebrum tried to go for the pickoffs, but they are being pushed back by Team Secret.
Yeah, and Cerebrum really tried a lot of things. They really tried to go and answer back a lot of the engagements from Team Secret, but as you've just seen in that fight, that was when Team Secret decided, let's not focus let's not focus Ivalis, let's focus Fleur, because Fleur has been the problem in the past two skirmishes that Team Secret tried to start on the bot side of the map. And when they decided to focus Fleur, which was the Janna, the only big disengage from the side of CE couldn't keep up with the team fights.
Yeah, exactly. And whenever CE goes for the first initiation, it's just chaos thereafter. No follow-up. Look at this one. This is a sweet play, man. The Death Brush once again. They do have the vision there. They do have the vision there, Apple. They know that the side of Team Secret is waiting, but come to me. Last breath, bam.
That was such a beautiful engage from Trevor, using his first the Vault Breaker, charging it up, then flashing so that he could get a lot more members to be hit. He had 3 members so that he got the last breath. But yeah, enough nerding out. We are at our player of the game, presented to you by Globe, Chewy on that Corki, and I think he had that really great play, wherein he went with the package, put it on the floor, and everyone just burned their toes, and eventually Team Secret was able to win that fight at the Dragon Pit.
True. That package is a big deal as well. Difficult to go for that engagement for the side of CE, the slows, the DPS damage here, and all you can do on the side of Fleur there on the Janna is to provide those shields, and that's it. You cannot just use Munsun from there on. Just going to go for the disengage. But for those first initiations, difficult to pull off with that epic combo wombo on the Janna as well. The Team Secret, this is just looking good for them. Crazy Apple. They have secured the game 1. And on the first series, comparing that first meeting between these two, it was the second game that Cerebrum, I think, just won the series there with a 2 assassin pick. Will we be able to see that one on the second game? That is going to be the big question. But for now, of course, the first blood has been taken by Team Secret. So we are going to take a few minutes break. My name is Dadai, together with Crazy Apple. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99, 8 gigs for all sites plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, here in our last series of the Day 1, Week 4 of WCSPH Group Stages, second round robin. Now, it is going to be Team Secret taking down the first game against Cerebrum Esports. My name is Dadai, together with me with Crazy Apple. Now, this is interesting, Crazy Apple, because when it comes to Cerebrum Esports Series, they are doing the same drafts here. Will we be able to see the same picks once again?
The thing is that I think the draft right now for CE is in the bot lane, in the dragon lane, with that kind of combo with Hao and Fleur. It's never gonna change. At this point, they have shown that it's always APs in the hands of Hao.
Yeah,
Fleur is the more, you can say, flexible, and rightly so. He was the one who was banned out in the second phase of banning phase of Team Secret, where they took out the Leona and the Rakan. And Fleur's Rakan is just good, flat out good. It's good. I'm trying to think of more superlatives, but it's great. And Rakan is a very flexible champion in the hands of Fleur. And right now, I don't think that's going to change. When we left off game 1 post game, you asked me if we're gonna see some of the same style in terms of the first series, the first time these two teams met. I honestly think no, because Nasus is always banned by Team Secret.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, they are still respecting Ivalice and Nasus here, and sad to see no more. Of course, Nemesis duel here. We are going to expect here because rightfully so. Ivalice has been very dominating on the top side on the Nasus here. Every team opposing right now Cerebrum Esports first or prioritizing ban on the Nasus. But this is great about Cerebrum here, just showing their champion pool as well. Because, remember their interview, Crazy Apple, they don't care about the composition of their opponents. They don't care. They are just sticking to their guns, sticking to what's comfortable for them. And I have a hunch that this is going to be the same drafts by the side of CE. But the Janna was great last pick for those disengages. We have seen that one. If ever Team Secret engages there, automatically the Monsoon has been popped, and it is going to be Hao safely escaping here, just providing that firepower in the back lines. But when it comes to a big team fight, it lacks the first initiation because they rely for Pego on that Garen alone, and no proper setup here for that 6. I'm looking forward for a change, but not fully 100% so, because I know Cerebrum will just stick to what's comfort for them.
Right, and I think if there's one other change that I want to see from Cerebrum is have a bit more damage in your composition, because Darius and Garen does not provide that. Hayes is a very good assassin player. I think Zed was open through that whole pick and ban phase.
Yeah,
he could have Pego. They say Hayes. Pego is also a very good Zed player. He could have played that instead of them picking, I think, the Darius at the end. So that could have been a adjustment on their side. I think they were just too focused on having Lee Sin for Xiaomi. Xiaomi has also been the player where is one of the main damage dealers and carries for CE. So putting him on a Lee Sin, which can't really do a lot of sustained damage over time as compared to, let's say, a Rivet, which he plays a lot, also the Kha'Zix, is kind of, I think, one of the difficulty settings that they put to hard mode on their side for that game.
And here we go. The draft started here. Crazy Apple, still the Nasus, of course, will be taken out. Now this time around, the Garen will be taken out. They will not give it to Cerebrum. And on the other side, Seth, Camille, probably going to be Jace, but let us see. Team Secret usually going for that priority pick. We've seen that one on the game 1. Jace has been locked in here. But CE, what is going to be the response?
Let's see what to be the response from CE. They have elected to be on the red side for game 2. We have seen Team Secret earlier on blue side. If it's gonna be the same pick for Team Secret, they would be picking Jace here for the first pick. But I do like as well the adjustment from Team Secret. They know that Pego on the Garen was very much a nuisance earlier in game 1, so they have switched up their third ban, putting in that Garen as a third ban for phase 1.
Usually they go for that hard tank engager here for the side of CE. That is usually their team composition. But of course, the Lulu is up here. Crazy Apple. Probably we are going to see some funneling strategy once again for the side of CE. Evilis on that Lulu. We still remember that one probably could still be his champion here in the game 2.
Yeah, for CE, usually Lulu is put on the hands of Ivalis, and I think that CE and Grindsky are the only two teams that flex around this Lulu, both in the solo lanes. For CE, it's on the top side for Ivalis, while for Grindsky, it was mid for Bambi. And I think the difference in terms of funnel, as you mentioned, the strategy wherein you just focus your resources on a carry jungler. The difference with how Grindsky does it is because mid lane Bambi on the Lulu can easily give more resources. Unlike on the top side, it's a bit harder for Ivalis. So that's why I think it's not as efficient when CE does it, but at the same time, having a lot more resources in the Lulu gives the Lulu a lot more items and ability power to give more bigger shields and bigger HP on the wild growth.
So I think this is still, despite of course what Crazy Apple you have said, that was the efficient way that Grindsky did their job. But they didn't care. This is Cerebrum. They don't care. They want Evil is still on the top side here. And there you go. I was about to say that it is going to be a Xiaomi Jax once more because familiarity it is. People, the viewers right now, you have to be familiar with Cerebrum Esports. Very easy to predict here because they are sticking there to their comfort champions. And mind you, even though similar picks we've seen there, every game they improve their gameplay. This is what's commendable about this team. Despite being predictable, they perform very well each and every game.
Right, and you could really see as well the improvement of CE for these couple of weeks. But going back with the picks, there is also a similar theme going on right now for Team Secret. You mentioned comfort has been the main priority for Cerebrum.
Oh yeah.
As Team Secret right now, just locked in the Thresh and the Varus. And if this was last week 3, you'd be going bonkers right now, seeing Rox's Thresh. But right now, we have seen it a bit in the WCS. Has been being let off the leash in terms of bans. That we are gonna see it again here. I hope to see that Thresh show coming from Rox. But at the same time, because of the picks from Team Secret, again, they're going with the same team. They're going to ban out 2 supports in the second ban phase.
Yeah.
Since they already have the Thresh, I think that, it's going to be the Leona taking away comfort picks for the side of floor.
No, Crazy Apple. I'm just focusing too much on Cerebrum, so let me take this time. Oh my goodness, Rox Rash is here! It's gonna be Chewy on the Paris as well! Oh my goodness, the comfort picks are up! And we have seen how dangerous you're on the side of Team Secret. Okay, thank you so much, Crazy Apple. Man, this is very much open. I don't know why CE did not consider this one. Speaking of comfort champions. That's right. Katarina, Chewy, the sniper on the
another one.
Sniper and another one. Oh my goodness, this is just wild, man. This is just wild.
We're in for a treat here, Deadeye. We weren't part of the talent pool last year. We're gonna see what Team Secret was good at here in the WCS here in 2022. I'm just so happy right now to see the Olaf coming from Trevor, the Katarina coming from Tatsuri, and honestly, I don't have the highest hope, for the Katarina. I apologize to everyone who might be very hyped up right now, but just gonna talk for real at this point. Looking at the lineup for CE, they have the Lulu, they have the Lux, they have the Gragas, they also have the Jax. There's 3 of them that deals AoE CC. Yes, it's not as easy to land, but it can still put the Katarina off tempo. It can stop her Death Lotus. You can Whimsy her, Polymorph her, use Wild Growth, a lot of CC, to be fair, on the side of CE. But with the addition of the Olaf, I think we're gonna see more of, on the side of Team Secret, that is, Trevor really being at the forefront of the fights, while Tatsuri will be following up, doing, as we call here in the Philippines, ng pupulis, meaning he's gonna be the guy coming at the end of the fight and cleaning it all up. And that I think that would be the strategy here coming for Team Secret. While on the other hand, as you mentioned, this is a team comp we have very much seen often on the side of Cerebrum. A lot of comfort picks on their side, and it just feels like if they're able to get ahead, they could very well just pop the members of Team Secret. But this Team Secret we're talking about, it's going to be pretty hard. It's going to be a tall task for Cerebrum.
Oh my goodness. You want comfort champions? We'll give you comfort champions. Here we go. The match point game, Team Secret versus Cerebrum Esports game 2. And I'm just excited. I've never seen Tatsuri here the last year. They have just hyping this up. The talents previously hyping this up. Tatsuri's Katarina was a monster. And this is just an honor, Apple, to see the gameplay of Tatsuri here in the Katarina. I'm very excited for this.
I'm also very excited. I do hope that it's gonna keep up with the hype, just because of how much we're hyping this in terms of the picks. It could still fall very much flat for Team Secret if they don't execute this well. But this is very similar, I think, to the flavor of Game 2, where we saw Team Secret really trying things out. Again, as we said earlier in Game 1, this is what feels like Team Secret's morale-boosting series, morale-boosting games, to get into the harder series that we're gonna get into this week and next week, because their playoff lives are on the line, and also a lot of the hopes and expectations of the viewers and a lot of the Team Secret fans really are heavy on them. And if they get a good morale boost at the start of this week, man, it's gonna be just heads up for them.
That's true. I think this is one of the considerations as well why Team Secret has picked these champions, because they are now confident that they can pull this through. I like your points, of course, Apple, in the drafting phase, that there are so many counters here against Team Secret's Katarina.
Early
we are
dive.
seeing here aggressive rotations right now for the side of Team Secret. The 4-man aggressive pickoff here. Fleur and How holding under the target, but the death sentence connect coming to the side of Rox here. The flash is renewed coming to the side of How, but this is going to be Katarina on the backlines in the first blood for the side of Trevor. He will secure this one, but the trade is happening here on the side of CE. One falls down. Here comes Chewy, the sniper, securing the second one against CE.
Yeah, 2 for 2 at the end. First blood did go to the side of Team Secret, but I don't think... Okay, it's over at this point with the body slam away coming from Floor. Unfortunate at the start of the fight for the side of CE. How was the one who got hit with the death sentence. They were trying to... I think Floor was trying to catch it, but How, I think, just walked a bit too far forward, while Floor just at the same time walked a bit too back, that Rox was able to hit it on the Lux. And when you hit it on the Lux, it's going to be an easier time, I believe, for Team Secret at that point to be able to get a couple of kills. It was still equal in trade, and the first blood going to the side of Trevor, but it's a good sign for Team Secret. At least they're getting the Olaf ahead early on so that he could get the damage when we get into the first couple of team fights in the objectives.
Exactly. This is a momentum-based team composition right now we are seeing for the side of Team Secret here. And without the flash right now coming in for the side, how it is going to be a vulnerable target here for the side of Team Secret. But in the meantime, you have discussed here for the matchup of that Evilus on the Lulu, because for sure it is going to be Azar having that maximum damage advantage as well, poking potential of the Shock Blast. All that Evilus has to do is just hold his ground here. Just trying to maintain, of course, this lane while Zaupi on the Jax trying to get his itemizations, getting online and prepare for pickoff in the moment in time, in the later stages, rather in our game.
Yeah, and as we approach the 4-minute mark at this point, we're about 20 seconds away from the first Herald, and it's gonna be the Infernal Drake first.
Oh my.
It's gonna be a fiesta, I believe, when we see the Drake come up. CE right now also starting out their backs, because it is gonna be a very important objective that we're gonna see here. We're gonna look at where or when these teams are gonna go set up. Right now, CE is the team who's going to be first getting into the objective. Looking at a quick item check, Pego so far is the only guy who has a completed item on that Black Cleaver. Rod of Ages as well has been completed on Ivalis, but on the side of Team Secret, they are very much weaker in the items department, because there's still no completed items. Trevor just finished his Black Cleaver at this point. So I do think Team Secret will try to challenge, or at least start out this Drake before CE gets here.
And then, there you go. Team Secret right now, first in the pit. It is going to be Trevor aggroing this Infernal Dragon. But look at the formation here for the side of CE. They are just scattered across the rift. No contest is happening here, but they are going to go for the Rift Herald instead. Team Secret wants this objective as well. They're ready for the contest. That is going to be the crowd control coming in from Rock. The bats has been used, but the flash coming in from, of course, Fleur has been committed. The Rift Herald been taken already by Xiaomi. Evil is sliver of health, but the shields coming in from the side of How for that additional sustain. Pego left alone to defend this mid turret. Transition for Team Secret in this Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, and with CE backing away from that Rift Herald in that fight earlier on, so it's going to be a free Infernal Drake for the side of Team Secret. Now let's go back to why CE didn't challenge the objective, and that's to prevent the snowball from Team Secret. Because if they got call off there, if they lost the fight, Team Secret could have very well snowballed the Katarina alongside the Olaf. Right now though, the Herald is about to hit the top lane turret.
There we go. This is going to be the first blood turret, but look at Azar trying to defend this one, but to no avail. The Herald still is walking through. Oh, no one's picking up the Herald. What? Free bonk here.
Oh no.
Bam. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's a bit of a misplay right there from Azar. He thought that the wave was going to come in a bit earlier, so he left it behind so that the wave would attract Shelly, but Shelly had eyes on the prize. Roxo starting out the fight here.
Proto Belt, that sentence missing its mark there. Fleur is trying to back away as well. Pego still in the vicinity. He needs to be very careful. He knows that Rox is here right now on the bot side. Disengage for the side of CE.
Yeah, good disengage. How getting away from the death sentence, but Chewy getting caught out here.
Oh, Chewy body slam and a combo coming in from the side of Xiaomi with the Wild Growth as well. So many ultimates been committed just to pick up the sniper. CE will secure the kill.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, Team Secret needs to get a snowball rolling. They need to get the Katarina ahead. They need to get the Olaf ahead, because if there's a lot of damage coming from CE, the Olaf's just gonna die, and I think he's gonna be the one who's gonna start out these fights alongside Rox. And if the Olaf dies early, it's gonna be hard for Team Secret to set things up. In terms of the gold, it's about almost 2,000 in the gold lead for CE. Great start for them because they do have a lot of late game potential on their side. They do have the Jax who's gonna scale very much into the late game. Although he could get damage and could be killed by a Katarina if she gets fed. But that's a caveat. If she gets fed, if Jax could accelerate himself, if Xiaomi could get himself ahead in such a way that he can just keep on rolling all over the members of Team Secret, Cerebrum could just very well get this to a game 3.
That's the thing, right? I think this is just CE right now, just providing these lane prioritizations on the sides. And with this first blood turret, they do have the advantage in the economy as well. I'm really concerned as well for this Olaf here, because so many burst damage are available for the side of CE. You have mentioned this one once. Of course, Trevor is out in the picture. It's going to be difficult here for the side of Team Secret to follow through. They have to rely for Tatsuri for the burst damage, but so many counterattacks. And speaking of which, it is going to be now Rox popping the Flay and the box as well. Quick to disengage coming in from the side of CE here.
And that was a bit too aggressive right there coming from CE. A great thing as well that they got away with their lives, but Xiaomi really trying to force the issue, really trying to get that turret. Good game sense right there from Team Secret, having Rox already go into the bot side of the map to help defend the tower along with Tatsui. But right now, I'm looking at the items, and I do think we will be hitting some item breakpoints where Team Secret could go into a fight. That is when we see the Muramana coming from Chewy. He has been stacking that Tear of the Goddess for quite a few minutes now, and we do see as well Tatsuri finishing that Infinity Orb. So he has crits on his abilities, can be able to kill the members of CE a lot faster. Right now though, Herald has been started of Team Secret. Well, CE is just poking and prodding around the river.
It is going to be the test. Oh, Rox went again, stopping the advance with the play, but Xiaomi still having that contest, taking that Rift Herald, Wildrift additional sustain. It is going to be CE with Boss, but the sniper, one piercing arrow eliminates how in the process. It is going to be CE still managed to take that objective.
It wasn't the most perfect of heists from CE, but they were able to steal the Herald in exchange for House Life right there. Right now, Team Secret still trying to challenge this Dragon. CE trying to form up here, but looks like they're gonna have a couple of backs. The bot side, Lucian is shoving the wave.
Yeah, they are still going to disengage here. CE is looking to have their formation intact while Team Secret is already here in the pit. Dragon once again will be their priority here. They have to look out for Xiaomi. Xiaomi's the hard engager, and this is going to be Floor though. Being caught with that sentence again, out of position, flashes back out. And it is going to be the calling here for Pego as well on the back lines. Still not enough damage. Diversion play for CE. This Rift Herald being summoned in the mid. Oh, I gotta believe this one. It is possible to that sentence that Rift Herald as well. First time I've seen that one. Sorry, my bad.
We just haven't seen a lot of Thresh because it's been banned. Thresh is just this champion that has been very hotly contested here in the WCS. But again, going back into that fight, Team Secret was able to secure the Dragon. If you've noticed, CE didn't fight it out. And it goes back to the win condition from Team Secret. They need to get the Olaf, they need to get Tatsuri ahead so that they could accelerate the pace of the game a lot faster. And if CE is able to just take this game a bit longer, wait for picks against Team Secret, because one other thing that I think CE could very well take advantage of, they do have a Lux. Lux is very good with items and picking off targets from Team Secret. If she's able to chunk out Tatsui, chunk out Trevor, chunk out Azar, CE could just turn around and win a fight. But Azar here being very aggressive.
Oh, very low. Look at the damage coming in from Azar there. It is going to be Team Secret having those poking potential here, just having those artillery barrage against CE on the back lines. No answers here. And I think this is going to be how, of course, the advantage here to have those counter-attack as well. But compared to the damage coming in from TS here, this is just heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking when we did see the Chains of Corruption not hitting. I do agree. If it wasn't hit on how, they could have been a pick, but Rock's going for a play.
Oh, speaking of Vic, that is going to be a combo once again. The box been used. Fleur is the favorite target this time around. Backs out with a body slam. Team Secret is going to form again their formation here. That is a nice disengage for CE. And this is going to be defense here. And they are no answers here. They're just being poke and poke here with the side of Team Secret. And CE just going to back away.
Yeah, so Roxo still being very aggressive here, forcing a flash.
Oh, that is going to be that sentence. Shock Blast for the follow-up. Evilis and Xiaomi backs away. Still managed to survive.
Yeah, just a couple of fights that Team Secret really wants to start, but C is not giving them any of that. They don't want Team Secret to snowball out of control. They want to keep this game as close as they can. Right now, in terms of goal, Team Secret is just 2,000 ahead, almost 13 minutes into the game. Rock's trying to bait something out here, maybe trying to bait Floor, but no contest right there coming from CE. We are about to hit the Baron. The Baron's about to come up, and at this point in time, Team Secret really wants to look for a fight that C is not giving. So this game is gonna explode with a good catch, probably either from the hook from Rocks, the Chains of Corruption from Chewy, or the Light Binding coming from the Lux on How.
But this time around, it is going to be CE initiating team fight with the jump from the side of Xiaomi, and Fleur is there with a flash body slam as well. And another jump from Xiaomi here. Very confident the damage here. Why the piercing arrow hurts so much, but Trapper is also very low. Disengaged once again. Man, the nail-biting skirmish in that one.
No one wants to commit to a fight right here. Team Secret with Chewy just poking things out, using the Chains of Corruption, effectively stopping the continuous engage coming from CE. That's why they stopped near the river, because they didn't want to give a kill, because Tatsuri could just jump in and go for the resets on this Katarina. Great discipline from CE right now. And I think just the can feel the tension that it's so it can slice it with the knife right now, and it's gonna explode soon. because we're gonna see another Drake. The third Drake of the game is about to spawn in 10 seconds, and 2 Drakes are already on the side of Team Secret. I feel like CE should look for the contest.
Yeah, exactly. And this Team Secret right now just defending the passage here. To speak of which, another death sentence being connect against Fleur. He has no flash this time around. They are forcing their way through. Look at Trevor. His positioning here, ready for the flanking maneuver. But it is going to be now Cerebrum backing away, respecting damage, poking the strategy here from the side of Team Secret. They do have the Purging Arrow coming in from Chewy. There is Rox here waiting for the perfect opportunity as well. Tatsuri in the brush waiting as well. But this is now going to be Zappy and the forward there. The box has been used. Here comes the final spark. Not enough damage. The sustain is there coming in from the side of Team Secret. The play on free. The finishing play. The cleanup party. Team Secret falling bodies to the side of CE one by one, and this is going to be a perfect team fight for them. An ace in trade for Trevor.
Another 5-for-1. Yes, Trevor was the one traded, but that was the fight that Team Secret was looking for. They wanted to get that clean ace, and right now they are about to hit the inhibitor turret with the death timers on floor at 15 seconds. I'm not sure if this is going to be the game for Team Secret.
Oh, I think it is Crazy Apple. You called it one skirmish, one big team fight. It is going to be a disaster for Cerebrum Esports because Team Secret will still prevail. The rematch is still going to be in the hands of Team Secret.
And that's a very different kind of game that we've seen this whole day. We have seen a lot of very scrappy fights, a very chaotic game, and Team Secret right now showing that they can also play a tempo where it's slower, methodical, and yeah, just showing one chink in the armor, one weakness from CE. They were able to capitalize on it, jump on them on that opportunity, and just snowball the game. And it's not even a snowball; they just literally threw just an avalanche towards the nexus of Cerebrum, taking the series for Team Secret.
And I think Team Secret just having this tempo here on their side of the game too. They're just very aggressive. And you have mentioned, of course, this Crazy Apple, that they want this early game lead against Cerebrum Esports. But Cerebrum, of course, they have their way as well, trying to avoid big team fights. But whenever they initiate here, Rox is there. His positioning is great. I'm expecting this game that we will see Tatsuri's pentakill, but boo. No, we didn't see that one. But this is still a great performance coming in from Team Secret.
Yeah, great performance overall. They didn't go very aggressive. You could really see the communications, and I believe this is the last fight of
exactly.
here where Tatsuri is. He waited for the wild growth. He waited for a lot of the CCs to be thrown by CE because they wanted to start the fight early. They wanted to get members of Team Secret to want to pick it off. But when Tatsuri was at that flank, at that very rear position of the team fight against CE, he was just able to have free reign on the back line. And you could see when Tatsuri came in, there was chaos all over the team, the composition of Cerebrum. And yeah, that was the opening, and Team Secret just grabbed it and took it away.
Oh my goodness. Chewy the sniper. 100% kill participation with free hitting on the backlines of the Purging Arrow. It's just insane. Bursted down the backlines against CE. No doubt. This guy, you should respect his Varus. I do believe you should respect Team Secret's comfort champions as well. Rox Fresh is open, Chewy's Varus is open. Well, why not? They are just very good in this game.
Yeah, they're definitely very good. Deadeye, they were they were the Southeast Asia representatives going into the Horizon Cup. They just kind of lost their way a bit in the first round robin, and now it looks like Team Secret's back here to play in the WCS, here again to conquer the domestic scene here in the Philippines. They have started out with a win against Team Underground in the second round robin, and here it's really looking like a morale boosting game for them. They were able to play it slow, methodically, again, going back to those points, and just could really see a stark improvement in their team coordination and communications that we weren't really seeing in the first round robin. Right now, a player I also want to highlight, Chewy was our player of the game, right? But Rox on that threat.
Yeah, man.
Even in game one on that Galio, Rox has just looked like right now he's fitting like a glove in the team.
Exactly. No doubt there. I do agree with you, Crazy Apple. And what a great moment for Team Secret, especially of the moment we are ending our group stages and going into the playoffs. Momentum is indeed a key factor here for the team's performance. And that was it, ladies and gentlemen. The last series here on our first day of our fourth week here in WCSPH group stages. Team Secret sweeping that series 2-0 against Cerebrum Wildrift. That was an explosive game indeed, and hopefully you did enjoy as well. We have been your casters, of course, Dad Eye here together with Crazy Apple, and after the break, we will see the panel as well. So see you guys in a bit.
Feels right. I can't lie. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where we see Team Secret in their classic forms take the final series versus Cerebrum Wildrift. Now, this was a treat indeed, and I think, this is pretty much okay. Everything is, their balance is restored in the Force. Team Secret is back indeed, and of course, we were treated to, a little bit of a throwback, a little bit of callback to their original forms way back in the Icon series, and of course, our Riku. As we jump into our series highlights, that was quite a treat indeed. But of course, of course, we have the addition of Rocks as well, adding in that new flavor to even with this, classic Secret that we saw in the second game.
Yeah, it felt like Tatsuri really had a field day on this series in general, just because we get to see him both on the Yasuo and then on the Katarina back to back. These are both iconic
Finally,
picks that we've seen in the iconic series, the Icon series into the Horizon Cup. So I like this little bit of throwback. It just seems that they're very comfy with this sort of setup. And again, this is... I actually want to look at CE as well with their performance, because we know them to be a very skirmish-heavy team. They always want to fight. Even without objectives, that's how they get their lead. But it seems to me, this series, they had to hold back, mainly because of their composition that they drafted. In the first game, their only consistent damage source is how on this Ziggs, and Fleur was on a disengaged champion, not on a Rakan, not on a Leona, nothing that can engage for the squad, which, she really shined in those champions. So this is a different CE, but I felt like I really missed that super aggressive CE as well.
Yeah. Odloose?
Yeah, well, it's on game number 1. I was just scratching my head as to what really the plan was for CE, right? 404 damage not found. It just wasn't there. I just felt, as the game progresses, Team Secret would just run away with things. It's good to have the Yasuo back on the Tatsuri, but we also have to highlight the Vi on Trevor. Remember, during DC Championships, it was the pick for Trevor, right? Ate V, let's go. And on game number 2, I just wanted to highlight the fact that Team Secret's swag is back, to a point that every time that their faces are being shown, you could see smiles on their faces once again.
Big
right?
thing.
That's the confidence. That's the Team Secret that we were missing for the first part of the season. But now that they're back, expect Team Secret to just steamroll everyone. Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, it took a few weeks of adjustment here and there, of course, as with the new roster, but it was nice, and I love that basically cementing their comeback. They had a little bit of that callback to how we actually, there was that question, right, as to whether are they stuck in the past, so to say, and they're like, yeah, it's okay. We can reconcile with our past, and it's no problem at all, because we are definitely back indeed. And let us welcome onto our panel. We have, I believe, Rock speaking on behalf of the team. So let us welcome Team Secret back onto our panel. Hi, Rocks. Congratulations.
Hello.
Congratulations on the win versus Cerebrum, of course. And I actually have a couple of questions for you. One is related a little bit to Orthros earlier. Kasi he said, of course, yung which support like he feels like playing, whether it is the initiators or a little bit more of the enchanters. It depends on his mood. I was wondering if you have kind of like a process yourself kung how you pick the supports that you want to play for the day.
Para sa akin po yung pinipili kong support is kung ano yung kailangan para manalo yung team. It doesn't matter to me actually kung comfortable ba ako sa champion to, kung confident ba ako sa champion to today. As long as this is what the team needs to win, I'll play it kahit Yasuo ba yan.
Hive mind, diba? I mean, well, now of course we are definitely intrigued kung lalabas yan if ever in the entire WCS. Would be interesting indeed. Bigla na lang na-curious lahat eh. Now, second question is, if you have any pre-game rituals, like as a team and also for yourself, what do you do before you prep for a series?
Before po ako mag-prep para sa series, nag-warm po muna ako sa solo queue. Naglalaro po ako ng support kahit na ayoko sa totoo lang kasi ang daming lagi nadidismaya. Nadidismaya ako sa mga hindi ko ka-duo si Chewy. Pero, I need a warm-up eh. Hindi naman parati nakapag-duo kami ng ADC kung hindi kami same time ng warm-up. And nagkakape. Yun lang naman po yung preparation ko.
Yun pala yun.
At nag-shower pala. Baka may mga magsabi, hindi lang ligo.
Yung totoong secret weapon.
Ano fresh?
Okay,
yung pakiramdam.
Fresh! Yes.
True.
Hindi lang sa mind, pero actually also very, very fresh. Really good for Rocks.
Yes, first off, congratulations ulit sa win nyo against Cerebrum. Ang question ko ay, tapos na we're in the middle of week 4. Ano sa tingin mo at feeling mo ang biggest improvement sa Team Secret from week 1 to week 4?
Para sa akin po, yung biggest improvement ng Team Secret is we gain our confidence back and we're comfortable now with each other and our playstyle. Kasi nung first week and second week nga, alam nyo na yung nangyari. It was a disaster. Ang description ko sa nangyari is parang hibernation pa rin kami ng panahon na yun. Parang, kasi ang tagal nga since nag-tournament yung Team Secret since Horizon Cup. So yun nga, hibernation got extended to the second week of WCS and now we're out of hibernation. Kaya goods na po kami.
Love to hear
Oh,
it.
that's great to hear. Yeah. From hibernation to like awake.
Yeah.
Awake na.
Yes,
Gising
ano yung
na,
opposite
gising
ng
na.
hibernation, Riku? Yes.
Yun na. Oh, yun, awake.
Absolute.
Parang Rox, gusto ko lang magkaroon ng konting insights dun sa comms nyo during the 3-man flash play na ginawa ni Tatsuri because that will be replayed over and over. Ang ganda ng play na yun. Definitely one of the highlights of the season. Sumisigaw ba kayong lahat, pare?
Sumisigaw po kaming lahat nung nagawa namin yung 3-man combo na yun. Siyempre, before pa po mangyari yun, there was preparation. There was Harry saying na si Tatsuri sinasabi niya na kaya ko may kaya akong gawin, may flash ako. And at the same time, ako rin po nagsabi ako, sige, makasunod ako. And when initiated po, siyempre, sobrang bilis sa Wildrift. Kaya kailangan talaga, yung practice mo talaga, hindi ka magkukulang kasi kung naglaking pa po ako sa practice nun, malamang hindi na pag-flash loot yung galyo ko tapos nasira na.
Oo nga, as in, that moment, actually, yun yung moment na yun nasabi ko na, oh my God, nakakatakot na ulit ang Team Secret. Pero pare, second question ko, meme lang, anong flavor ng patsin canton mo?
Sweet and spicy, yung orange.
Yun,
Oh, yes,
Speaking of
yes.
patsin canton, si Rico dapat pala nagtatanong nun.
A man of culture. Love it. Sweet and spicy than your favorite ko. Rox, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give and maybe a message to all of the Team Secret supporters?
Yes po, message ko po sa lahat ng supporters ng Team Secret. Thank you so much for supporting us even though during those bumpy times namin ng first and second week, you still stayed and ayun, it cheered us on. And so right now, we're rewarding you guys for all your hard work sa pag-cheer sa amin. Ito na po yung hinihintay nyo na Team Secret na lumabas. Also, siyempre po sa team ko, Team Secret and the management and sa lahat po na sumusuporta din sa page ko. Thank you so much po.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rox, and congratulations once again, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Thank you.
I love it. I love the Pancit Canton question. Yes,
Hey, Rico,
I love it.
I mean, Rico, idea given to you every time.
Yun yung itatanong. That's
If
what
you
I'm
guys
gonna
are
ask
missing
every
out, I
time.
mean, I think Rico has a commercial for Pancit Canton. Am I right?
Yeah.
Am I right? Yeah.
That's
Yes.
why. I think
Yes,
so.
I believe so. You can see
And
a
then-
lot of details on that on her page.
Mika also is a commercial model.
Wait,
She's Rhea, right? So,
what are we doing? Anyway, so today's results, guys, Otalus, it's very surprising. Change topic right away.
I'm with lovely ladies that has commercials all over the internet. Let's go. I'm still waiting for a brand. Hello po.
Wait, result. Look at this. It's a Fennel Adversity Underground and Team Secret. But no doubt, we have definitely, four of the strongest teams here in the WCS. And, I think, it's pretty much our standings are, pretty taking form a little bit. And it's really just a question of whether Oasis Grindsky can just get the momentum back in their favor tomorrow. And, Rico, we were saying how Oasis and Fennel Adversity, this victory that we have over here, Fennel Adversity managed to, I guess, maybe even out the score, at least for today, right? Because it's always been Oasis gaming when they go another. But, the question will be, of course, if Oasis can back their momentum going into tomorrow, because, of course, everybody wants to end, this season on a high note.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? If there are new fans of this rivalry of Fennel Adversity and Oasis, I'm sure you guys will have to wait for the playoffs first before we get to see them possibly face off again. So yeah, this day has been absolutely exciting, the first series most especially. But I'm really happy to see RRQ, UDG, and Team Secret finish these 2-0 series in clean fashion.
And I think what's also really interesting about these teams is that we know that these teams also have some aces up their sleeve, which are saving for the playoffs. I mean, of course, they're on great form right now, Otalus, as of course our season is coming to a close. But we know that they're not showing all of their cards, especially strongest one. They're going to save that for the playoffs. So it's going to be really exciting to see, if this is the form that these teams have right now, it's going to be exciting to see how they look like 2 weeks from now.
I mean, we have a huge patch coming. Remember on Thursday.
And it all goes
whatever
down.
Whatever form that they have right now, totally throw it at the outside because the patch is so big, to a point that I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to, I mean, our Dragons is going down from 4 to 3.
Oh, this is where we say
The
goodbye.
Cloud Dragon
Bye-bye
is-
to the Cloud Dragon.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. So we have to maximize our Cloud Dragons exposure. Maybe count the Cloud Dragons that will be slain moving forward.
That would be a good idea. In memory of the Cloud Dragon,
Pay
it was on
homage,
his
exactly.
last few days. Maybe we should add a consequence in here dedicated to the Cloud Dragon. Actually,
We'll see.
I don't know.
we'll see.
Like maybe draw a cloud on or draw the Cloud Dragon symbol on your forehead, the entire time, or
Or
something.
maybe
That
our,
should be-
caster names will all be Cloud Dragon for a day.
May-
And we have to call each other,
Maybe.
hey, Cloud 1. Hey, Cloud 2.
Cloud 1 and Cloud 2. maybe. But yeah, exactly, totally different. As I mentioned, of course, these teams, of course, they're looking pretty good. But you're absolutely right, Otalus. We have again a very dynamic game, and it is more dynamic. And before the playoffs, it's gonna be, are we actually sure this is gonna be, this gonna shuffle around a little bit? And the big question, of course, is how the teams are gonna adapt. Can we get a little Nostra, Otalus, a little prediction over here, a little preview of how you think, the teams are which team probably struggle a bit, and how this patch is going to help other teams?
I mean, the fastest team to adjust will be those teams that have a support staff, right? That will study the game for them in advance. I believe that there is already a PBE version available. So I'm 100% certain that these teams, especially the top 6 teams, they're already studying in advance, and whatever they're going to bring out in the next 2 days are just the last straw. And they're not really considering what's happening in the current meta, because they're already looking forward to the week number 5 which is going to be the playoffs patch. So
Mhm.
yeah, we'll see. I all I want is for us to group together as talents, and also we could invite a couple of friends and we could study the game in advance, because to me it's a totally crazy game.
Oh yes,
think-
indeed.
Yeah, I think for me it might be Team Secret, because when we look back at the Icon series last year, they're always the first ones bringing in the new picks before anyone else. So that's my guess. I think it's gonna be Team Secret.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be really, really interesting for sure. And of course, we have schedule. But yes, Rico, I also want to throw the same question to you. And this is for our good friend, the Cloud Dragon, so to say. So we have the big patch incoming over here. This is tomorrow's schedule, ladies and gentlemen. And again, going back, Rico, I want to throw at you. The absence, I guess, of the Cloud Dragon, how is this going to impact the game? Or how are we expecting, I guess, the pace of the game to change?
I mean, the Cloud Drake is very situational. Like, I think this is very roam heavy for teams who like to go to the deep ends of the side lanes, form a gank, or dive deep and invade, or do a 1-3-1 or something like that. I think that's very beneficial. But I hate to say it, but I won't exactly miss Cloud Drake, so pretty harsh. but yeah. I think it's pretty okay.
Exactly, and the bigger change heading over onto that patch is not really the removal of Cloud Dragon, but the introduction of the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul will just be so huge for each team, or for any team that is on the winning side or that is on the snowballing side. So definitely a lot to unpack, and my advice for the viewers and my, I would say, my notice to the viewers is that we will have a lot of content about it, right? PPGL cooldown, group project, so to speak. We'll have to study about it. Definitely.
Group study. I was gonna say something about the group study, referencing a meme from way back when, but I think it's way too outdated. But yes, interesting times for sure. Interesting times, and of course we'll be seeing that as the weeks go on, and as that patch goes closer and closer and decides to ruin all of the good work that we did for the playoffs. No, I can't. It's part of it. It's part of Wildrift Esports, of course. And it looks like it's, for these teams, it's you're absolutely right, Otlus. This is like their last stretch of whatever remains, I guess, of this that we have over here. And I think for Cerebrum and Sunsparks, right now it's going to be really tough for them, of course, as the season draws to a close. But I'm gonna ask you, Otlus, as well, in your Nostradamus kind of thing. Is there going into the big upcoming patch that we have over here, could it work in favor of Cerebro and Sunsparks, just to get some points in and to get some series wins?
If they're aspiring for the playoff seat, mathematically it still is possible, but they would need help from the other team. So the destiny is not on their hands alone, right? And that's where gray turns black, or things go darker and darker. All I know is that by tomorrow they will have their prides at stake or on the line, because CE versus SS are actually fun games to watch. And I think it was Osiris that went for SS and Riku that went for SS. But tomorrow we'll see what our predictions will be.
Speaking of, yes, you will be seeing, I believe it was a Crapple, Dash, and GG Sphere. This is nothing new for GG Sphere, of course. But yes, who will be showing on Twitter, onto their Twitters, their work from home attire today. So we'll see what goes on behind the broadcast, so to say, and show that work from home or quarantine fashion that we grew to love all throughout 2020 and 2021. So stay tuned for that, and of course just follow the WCSPH hashtag to get up to date on all of the news. And this event is made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we also would like to thank, of course, our favorite mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful Wildrift and responsive Wildrift. Less waiting time with the 33 watts Pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And you can have the best time in the Rift with prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs data for all sites, and only all net text. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge. Wildrift, download the new Globe One app now to register. Of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up of week 4. We are going to see same time, same place tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
Come on.